right. Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order now that we have all gathered. Bear with me that we have a big agenda today, and this is my first time running a meeting. I'm following in Commissioner Ebert's footsteps, and so I'm going to do the best I can, but there's a whole lot of stuff on here, so yeah, bear with me, please. Are there any changes to the agenda? Oh, shit. Okay.
Good start, Ron.
Let's start over here. Good morning, everybody. We're going to go ahead and start with a roll call. Dang it. Hey, would you go ahead and start?
Yeah, Commissioner Bobbitt from the Panhandle Region, Region 1.
Commissioner Ebert, Region 2, Clearwater Region.
Good morning. Tim Murphy, Commissioner for Southwest Region, it's Region 3.
Greg Cameron, Commissioner from Region 4, Magic Valley. Good morning. Jordan Charette, Region 5, Southeast Region.
Good morning, Commissioner Harshberger, Region 6, Upper Snake River.
And good morning, Commissioner Davies from the Salmon Region, and my apologies to start the meeting off there. With that, are there any changes to the agenda?
None here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and move into the review of public comments. Director Fredericks, if you'd like to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we had a good turnout to the public meeting last night. We had approximately 40 members of the public by my count, maybe a few more. Of those, 22 folks provided comment. I will start with those comments that were related to agenda items. So we had 3 people testify related to agenda item 5H, which deals with goose zones. All were supportive of realigning the goose zone in this portion of the state so that the southern portion of Caribou County has a later starting date and a later closing date to be consistent with the zone in Franklin County. And so, commissioners, you're going to hear a little bit more about that later this morning, and that is actually what the recommendation will be from staff. So, also related to the agenda on agenda item 5G, which is the Bighorn sheep auction and lottery tags, we had the president and vice president of Idaho Wild Sheep both testifying in support of continuing that program and expressing their appreciation of the partnership that we have had with their organization. They noted that this program has raised funds for research and management of bighorn sheep throughout Idaho, and so just we're here to express their support for that. Related to agenda item 5I, which is the Commission Challenge Grant, we had representatives of the Eastern Idaho Houndsman Association, again expressing appreciation for past support of their challenge grant applications, and looking forward to hearing about your decisions this year with the challenge grants. So on agenda item, or excuse me, on comments related to non-agenda items, we had 12 the big item last night related to technology, and so we had hunting technology, I should say. And so we had 12 individuals testify regarding their concerns about advancements in technology related to hunting and how that's, in their opinion, affecting fair chase and ethical hunting. So there was some specific testimony in support of a rule change that would prohibit the use of scopes in excess of 9 power or range finders with more than 500-yard ranges. We also heard testimony related to that subject that emphasized that technology is changing rapidly, and the commission, the department, hunters in general, need to be thinking about this practically and proactively. More than one individual noted that the ability to kill animals at long range doesn't present a good image of hunters or hunting. One person noted that the discussion of technological advances should not be limited to just long-range weapons, but also should include things like thermal imaging binoculars and trail cameras as well. Following that testimony, we did have 2 individuals that testified to note that it's not simply a matter of a one-sided ethical conversation, noting that there is an argument to be made that there's an ethical side to rangefinders and that it helps ensure a hunter is operating within their effective range. So a little bit of some diverse perspective. And so I will note that this is a topic, we've had some discussions about this in the past, about emerging technologies, and that's certainly been a topic of conversation around the West. We've heard that discussion at commission director meetings at the WAFWA, Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. So it is very much a top-of-mind topic. And I will also note that we, recognizing the challenges associated with this issue, we have begun to put together a stakeholder, a citizen advisory group to help us sort through some of the issues related to all of these technologies related to hunting. And so Ellery has recently just drafted the invitation letter to solicit stakeholders, hunters that are interested in this issue on both sides, representing a variety of interests and perspectives. So that call actually will be going out here very shortly. The intent is to put together it's the Hunting and Advanced Technology, the HAT Advisory Committee. So we'll be putting that together shortly. The intent is to let them deliberate on some of these topics, wrestle with it. This is something that we heard one side of it last night for the most part. I can assure you that there are a variety of perspectives, some in alignment with that, some very much not in alignment with that. So I think it's going to be a robust discussion, and our hope is that we can get some consensus recommendations out of that group that would help set us up for rulemaking. So this is, most of the technology things that we've been talking about are in Chapter 8. So Chapter 8 is open this year and next year as we consider revisions to that. So this the process that we're in sets us up nicely to have some more informed discussion about Chapter 8 and how to address hunter technology issues going forward. So the comment that we heard last night was timely. Just want to make sure that folks understand it is very much on our minds, and we are working toward trying to develop a process to help get more input and involvement from the public on that. So, two other comments not related to the agenda. We had the president of Wild Turkey Federation Idaho express appreciation and support for the cooperation that we've enjoyed between their organization and Idaho Fish and Game. And then finally, we heard testimony in support of a program or legislation that would require non-hunters and anglers to pay an access fee to IDFG sites, access sites and wildlife management areas. And so that is a conversation that we've had in the past, and there's more recently a lot of discussion at the governor's office level about outdoor recreation and how can we do that sustainably. So I won't comment any further on ideas that are out there, but certainly recognizing the need to provide support to help sustain the recreational opportunities, the access opportunities that we have is also top of mind. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my summary of public comment.
Thank you, Director Fredericks. Just to follow up with that, I thought it was a very interesting meeting with the amount of people and the diversity of people that spoke last night. Particularly with how hot it was in this room, you would have thought everybody would have been really anxious to get out of here. But people got up and they spoke their mind, and I think it's appreciated by the commission as well as the department. Next on the agenda item is the consent calendar. Are there any questions, concerns, or issues with the consent calendar? Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make the motion we approve the consent calendar.
I'd second it.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the consent calendar? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Next item on the agenda would be the fiscal year 26 budget approval. John Oswald.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Director Fredericks. Before you, I'm John Oswald, Bureau Chief of Administration. Before you, you should have a colorful handout that is the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. And I'm going to walk through this some, and if you have any questions at the end, I'm glad to answer those. So starting at the top here, this is the budget that starts next July 1st, 2025. And the very top here, you see the 2025 budget, which is the year we're currently in, or the fiscal year we're currently in. The legislature set a budget of $154.5 million, so that's there for comparison purposes and to kind of let you know where we're at with the current year budget. There's 3 columns across the top. There's license funds, set-aside funds, and federal/other. License funds is the sale of license tags, permits. Set-aside funds are those license funds that have a specific purpose in statute, so winter feeding, depredation prevention, things of that nature. And then federal and other, fairly self-explanatory. This is grants from the federal government and other monies we receive, such as hydro mitigation and such. So going down to the green section there, the starting base appropriation you'll see is $140 million. It's lower than the 2025 appropriation because there's one-time items in our 25 budget that did not carry forward to 2026. From there, we have what I consider the maintenance part of the budget. These are things that are put into our budget that we don't specifically ask for, but are stipulated by the governor's office and the legislature. 1% employee raise, that's a placeholder, that's an easy multiplier, so if they want to do, say, a 2 or 3%, they have easy math to do on that. And then medical insurance increases, these are for full-time employees, and the estimated increase this fiscal year is $742,000. From there, we have a section, these are the things the department is asking for specifically. We call them enhancements. You'll notice a very narrow column there that has asterisks in some of those columns, or rows rather. That is one-time items, so those would be 2026 only. They would not increase the permanent ongoing budget. I'm going to cover some of these at a high level, but I'm glad to take a deep dive into any of these that you have more questions on too. Software licenses and renewals, $278,000. That's GIS licenses, other licenses that ITS, the Central IT Agency, is deemed we need for 2026 and beyond. Grant alignment, we have some grant partners that their funding has increased, especially with inflation. They're keeping up. Our budget is static unless we ask for additional funding, so this would allow us to put those additional grant monies on the ground. Most of those are in fisheries. Temporary employee medical insurance, the state doesn't give us an automatic budget bump for our benefited temporary positions, but these positions are very important to the department. And so making sure we can continue to fund that medical insurance for those employees. Replacement fleet and equipment, this is a large amount. However, 4.3 million of that is our fleet replacement, which is down from, I want to say it was 5.1 million the prior year. This is replacement of pickups, outboard motors, ATVs, UTVs, snowmobiles, motorbikes, that kind of thing. Also, I have some additional detail on that one too. Let me pull that up. POS terminals, so point of sale terminals for our license sales system. Those are coming to end of life. We're looking at replacing 480 of those as well as 400 printers around the state. So that's about $800,000 of that cost. Pretty significant. Probably something we're going to have to undertake once every 5 to 7 years, depending on the life of those. So. The next item I have is the Brant contract cost increase. This is our license sales vendor, the software company, and we're looking at a 3-year renewal in 2026. So our current contract would expire in 2026. We have an option to extend for 3 years. We asked Brant to provide us with an estimate of what that would look like. It has a 4% per year cost increase element to it. So this being the 2026 budget, we wanted to get out ahead of that and make sure we had that in our budget to be able to make those payments. Regional office improvements, we're looking at expanding the lobby and customer service desk in the Magic Valley. Also, we have some audio-video upgrades for the Region 1 conference room. The other conference rooms are all getting a lift this year and part of last year, and Region 1 was missed in that, so we're making that consistent. Region 7 complex renovation. Reminder, in the current year, this office we're in is actually going to undergo a remodel. We were successful in getting that line item approved through the legislature. This would then take care of Salmon region and some much needed improvements there. There's demolition of an old building there, converting that to space for staff as well as storage. Next item I have is the McCall Regional Office lease. We are looking at purchasing through the foundation a sub-region office in McCall. Currently, we lease from the Department of Lands. We have a need for seasonal housing as well in that area. The cost of living is pretty high. And so we would be looking at working with the foundation to do a lease similar to what we do with Region 3 regional office. So $500,000, that's an estimate of what the annual payment would be. We would dial that in as we identify locations and the cost to build and such. So that's subject to change some, but that's the initial estimate. Remote connectivity, we're looking at pulling Starlink to improve our network access and broadband out in some remote areas, especially remote hatcheries and WMAs. Regional office cost increases. This is basically, as you know, from 2020 to current inflation and such has gone up quite a bit. Our budgets for our regional offices, this is utilities, janitorial, all of the just base maintenance and upkeep of the regional offices. That's remained static for the last 10 years. And so we are looking at just right-sizing that and making sure they can continue to pay just those basic bills that come in. The next line item, anadromous fish habitat restoration. This is $12 million. This is the largest line item. It is one time. We are receiving or expecting to receive a significant bump in Pacific Coastal Salmon Recovery Funds and Bonneville Power Funds through the Office of Species Conservation. These are projects in Region 7 primarily, some in Region 2. And include things such as bridge construction and habitat restoration on the Lemhi and Passamaquoddy and drainages. Down from there, we have Lower Snake River Compensation Plan, or LSRCP, hatchery improvements. They have $20 million of funding to improve hatcheries operated by this federal entity. We're receiving a small portion of that. Most of $750,000 is a lot, but compared to the $20 million, it's relatively small. We're receiving a portion of that one time to do some of the work ourselves. Their Lower Snake has taken on the big projects and running that through their own budget, but we're taking on some of the smaller ones to help them with capacity. Springfield Hatchery fish trailer tanks. When we built Springfield Fish Hatchery with Bonneville Power Administration funds, it didn't include the infrastructure needed to transport and stock fish. And in recent years, we've been using other hatcheries' infrastructure to do that. And so this would be 5 tanks essentially to outfit those trailers to be able to stock fish out of that hatchery and be a major efficiency for the department. And those are Bonneville Power Administration funds. In wildlife, we have Bonneville Power Mitigation Stewardship. What that is we reached an agreement with Bonneville Power, Southern Idaho Wildlife Mitigation, as well as Northern Idaho and Craig Mountain. And we have agreements with them where they've had to purchase some land. This stewardship of that land, they've provided funds for us to continue to do habitat improvement, fire abatement, noxious weed abatement, things of that nature. So this would allow us to hire some seasonal employees to do some of that work on these parcels that Bonneville Power has purchased on our behalf. We also have recreational access lease cost increases. Department of Land, we have a recreational access lease of endowment funds that allows sportsman access as well as large tracts that we're able to lease for access as well. The cost per acre is going up from $1 to $1.50, so this would just give us the ability to continue that program at its current capacity. Pack River Delta Restoration, also known as Albany Falls Mitigation. This is the final phase of a long-term project, and this is Pack River Delta, portion of that, $2 million. These are Bonneville Power Administration funds, and this would be the conclusion of that project. And then lastly, we have the website redesign. Last year, we went for a one-time ask of $750,000 for phase 1. We're currently in a discovery phase to write the request for proposal or the invitation for bidders to bid on that. And so this will refine once we have a better idea of what those bids come in at, but this is our estimate for year 2 of that project. Total cost of 1.3 million is our estimate on that. And so total enhancements, 30 million, which is a lot. Of that amount though, about 27 million is one time. A lot of this is federal or money coming to us from other entities. It's not necessarily licensed dollars. That would constitute an 11.5% increase to our overall budget from 2025. If you look at just the ongoing items, we would actually be 6.7% lower than our 2025 budget. So with that, I'd be glad to stand for any questions you have on the 2026 proposal here.
Commission, is there any questions, comments? Really, Jordan?
I do, sorry. I noticed you looked at me at first too. I didn't even have to use my flag. Couple questions. $1.3 million on a website, that seems like a lot. What's entailed with that? Is that, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, that's a good question. There's a lot to it. We have a couple 100,000 pages currently. It's largely been a patchwork over the years of just adding on to our current website, and a complete rebuild would involve a lot of labor, professional services. I could actually ask Adam Park too to speak more to that potentially. As far as what all is entailed in that, that's a good question. I have a basic understanding, but I'm not an expert in that area.
So are you revamping the whole website, scrapping it and starting
Yeah.
over from
Yes, we
scratch,
are.
essentially?
Yeah.
And you're, from what I understand, you're putting it out to bid now to get all that done, so it could come under that 1.3. That's just your estimated budget that you put out on it.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, that's correct. We would put this out to bid. We have a discovery process that we're going through now that hopefully would wrap up in the next several months. And then that will give us a better idea of just the scope and magnitude of what the project is. And this initial estimate is based on, we have some subject matter expertise in-house that developed that estimate, but we'll definitely refine that as we get closer.
One more question, Chairman, if that's all right.
Go ahead.
Does this budget give you the money you need to do the research to protect the resources? Like, do you need more money for that? Is this money taken care of, or do you have the ability, do you have the tools, the ability to do the job that you need to do with this budget?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, yes, I believe this budget does give us that ability. We are diligent in trying to collect those needs from across the agency. We put it out broadly and ask what the needs are. It goes through a vetting process, make sure that, you know, the money's well spent, that we're good stewards of sportsman dollars. But these are, I believe, sufficient to the task of our mission.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Ebert?
so the website does not go outdoors Idaho, where you can go on with and look at your license stuff and purchase tags and all that. That is not part of our website. That's a Brant function.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, that's correct. That's the Brant side. The sales side would not change in conjunction with this. This would be more of the informational housing side of it, as well as the hunt planner, the fish planner, et cetera.
Okay, and then follow up, Mr. Chairman, the Brant contract, seems like it goes up a lot every year. I wonder if that will ever level off, or if, you know, at some point, I realize we have the choice to try to get another vendor, which would be kind of a nightmare, but I'm concerned about significant cost increase of that every year.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, we did have a line item I presented last year in July for a Brant increase. We actually were able to work with Brant to hold off on that, and we cut that from our line items before we sent our proposal into the legislature. So we were able to, we didn't have an increase last year, which we're thankful for. And I think in 2029, when this 3-year renewal period is, we'll get out ahead of that. I think we'll have to have a discussion about whether we continue on with Brant or whether we look at another vendor. And that's, you know, certainly something that we can explore as we get closer to that date. And it does come with pain points, but to your point, you know, cost increase is something we have to look at too, so.
Any further questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Bobbitt?
could you explain one more time that where the set-aside funds come from?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, yes, there's statute that, for example, would take the $1.75 of every deer, elk, and pronghorn and puts that into a winter feed set aside, and there's a similar amount for depredation prevention. So there's provisions like that, as well as salmon and steelhead anadromous fish facility improvements. So 50% of every salmon and steelhead permit goes into that set-aside account. So instead of going into the general license pool, which we use for operations and maintenance, it's kind of earmarked for a specific purpose in statute. And we track those balances separately and are diligent about spending those with the intent of the statute.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions?
Go ahead.
I got,
Mr. Schmidt?
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does anyone else want to speak before I ramble on? Okay. I understand part of the budget comes from a federal excise tax. I'm going to screw up what the names were. Is that money still coming in? Is that slowing down? Is that a concern in the future that maybe the economy's slowing down to where we're not getting that, or is that still running full bore?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, the excise taxes on guns and ammunition, Pittman-Robertson or wildlife restoration, those receipts through 2 quarters are down about 11% compared to prior year. The department is taking a look at that closely. We're going to be out ahead of that, planning for what that looks like. We have 2 more quarters to go. First quarter compared to second quarter narrowed that decrease a fair amount. So we'll have to see as time goes on. We're not waiting for that, though. We are looking at our Pittman-Robertson program and as well as Dingle-Johnson and coming up with areas that if we need to hold back, we could do that or shift to other fund sources. And, yeah.
One more question, if that's all right. I just want to make sure I understand this. So your enhancements of $30,534,000 is an increase from the 2025 budget, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, that's an increase from our base budget. The actual increase from our 2025 budget is about $17 million. I will note of these increases, only one of them has a Pittman-Robertson or Dingle-Johnson nexus, and that is the recreational access lease cost increases. We fund a portion of that with federal dollars, Pittman-Robertson dollars. And then
The comparison from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26, you have a decrease in the overall budget of 6%, over $10 million.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, that's correct. If you look at just the ongoing portion, if you took out all the things that have asterisks in that section where we're only requesting them for 2026 and not beyond, it would be a decrease of 6.7% if you took those out. If you leave those in, it's an increase of 11.5%. It's 2 different ways of looking at it. We can use existing cash balances to make one-time expenditures, such as the Salmon Regional Office would in part use existing cash. The ongoing, however, that would be like an every year draw. And so we're pretty frugal in what we put into our ongoing base typically.
That's the last line's the point I wanted to make. I think you do a really good job on it. You guys are frugal overall, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ebert.
Chairman, so I had an interesting phone call a while back from a vendor, and I myself used to be a Fish and Game license vendor, and I am currently not that anymore. But, you know, we pay them basically nothing, and I think most of them probably lose money. And I know we've always maybe looked at it from the perspective of, well, it draws people into their business. But at some point, and I don't know if this is a question or a comment, but at some point I think we need to take a look at making our contract vendors a little bit more whole. You know, I think we're pretty cheap on that end. Just a comment. You know, we kind of want them to be our advocates, and we want them to like us, and we want them to actually want to sell fish and game licenses, but it's a pain in the butt, and overall it's kind of a money loser for them. And I just personally, I never did really think that was right. So that's my comment to you and the department.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, thank you for the comment. And that's, you know, it'd be interesting to look at what surrounding states have for their, you know, vendor commission, just as a thinking out loud. But
Yeah, if I'd go to sell a license, my store's busy, I come in, I sell somebody a hunting fishing license, if there's any kind of a hang up at all, I gotta call tech support, and I gotta try to accommodate this customer on behalf of the department, and then by the time I burn up an hour to make my $2 or $3, you know, at some point, anyway.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, so, yeah, we'll commit to following up on that, as John said, just looking, it has been a long time since that was changed, and other things cost more, so is it time to adjust it? Kathleen reminds us that's in statute, so that's not a decision that we can make, but we can certainly try to move something along if it's warranted.
Thank you. Any further questions, Commissioners? Seeing none, Chair would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget submitted.
I'd like to second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the budget. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, John.
thank you.
Next up is administrative rules, adoptions of proposed rules, trapping of wildlife and taking of fur-bearing animals by Amber Worthington, Deputy Director. Good morning, Amber.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Sorry, it seems really close. You were scheduled to hear 3 draft proposed rules for adoption today, but due to some late-breaking concerns around Chapter 130116, which is the taking, trapping of wildlife and taking of fur-bearing animals, staff would like to take the time to hold the chapter open and address the concerns over the course of the next year, rather than rush through the process. If you find that acceptable, I will move on to address the other 2 chapters in front of you.
Without objection from the commission? Go ahead and continue, Amber. Thank you.
Thank you. So as a quick note, should you vote to adopt the proposed rules, the rule language will be presented to the Governor's Office and the Division of Financial Management for approval. Once approved, the rules will be published in the Administrative Bulletin, which begins a 21-day comment period and another opportunity for public participation. If any new comments are submitted, staff will review the comments for consideration and determine if there is a need for any additional modification of the rule language. Changes must be a logical outgrowth of the proposed rule. If there are any changes, they must be submitted to DFM and the Governor's Office for final review and approval prior to the Commission adoption of pending rules. Ultimately, the rules will be in front of the Commission in November for one last review and adoption of what will then be the pending rules. Once adopted as pending, those rules will be sent to the Office of Administrative Rules for one last bulletin publication and packaging for the legislature to review in January, February timeframe of 2025. So I'm going to move on to administrative rules for rules governing taking of wildlife, the GMZ descriptions, game management zone descriptions. This one is very straightforward. Revision of the 4 game management zone descriptions, the Owyhee, Boise River, Big Desert, and Snake River zones. These are the ones that are on your red line, and these are very simple changes. So in the Owyhee zone, they're striking 38, Unit 38. In the Boise River zone, they're adding 38. In the Big Desert zone, they're adding 53 and 68A. And finally, in Snake River zone, striking 53 and 68A. Since these zones are listed in rule, any changes that are needed in the Elk Management Plan must be adopted in rule first. As a rulemaking, staff did not conduct any sort of meetings since the draft Elk Management Plan was already vetted, including these changes. Should you adopt these changes, you will see a pending rule with these changes in front of you one last time in November. As for timing and logistics, these will have to be adopted by the legislature prior to becoming effective in the plan. And since the Elk Management Plan is conveniently being presented next, I will leave that explanation on how wildlife will implement the rollout of the plan. And then with that, Mr. Chair, I stand for questions.
I'll make a motion. Are you ready for that? Okay. I move that, where's my staff recommendation? I move the commission adopt the proposed rule as presented with authority from the department to make a non-substantive edits to the proofreading process that do not alter the sense, meaning, and effort of the effective rule. Is that right? Okay.
It's
I'd
been
second
moved-
that.
Moved and seconded by Commissioner Cameron. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Amber?
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Chairman, is rules governing fish, fishing methods and gear. This is the rulemaking that the commission authorized on June 12, 2024 for a proposal that was sent to the department in May of 2024. The proposal was to consider a rule change to expand opportunities for spearfishing. The red line that's in front of you represents the changes that were made by staff to reflect the negotiated rulemaking meeting that was held on July 9th, 2024, and other comments received during the comment period. The meeting was very well represented with folks from Idaho Wildlife Federation, Idaho Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board, Idaho Freediving and Spearfishing Club, Idaho Spearfishing Club, and other members of public. Attendees had the opportunity to provide input during the comment period and during the public meeting. In total, we received over 40 comments, 30 in support of the change, with 10 showing opposition to spearfishing expansion. This is a really passionate, engaged group of people, and the dialogue was extremely helpful for shaping the rulemaking in an informed manner. The result of the collaboration is what you see in front of you. Staff added a definition for spearfishing to differentiate between using a physical spear above water and the activity of spearfishing, which takes place underwater. The staff modified section 200.02A to clarify that unprotected fish may still be taken by the methods shown as long as there's an open season for game fish. There was some concern around the way it was written previously, so we modified it a little bit to help make it more clear. Also included is the authority for the commission to set game fish take by proclamation. The season setting process will provide for discussion around the locations, species, et cetera, to ensure the scope is appropriate. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I stand for questions.
Commissioner, are there any questions?
Mr. Chairman, not a question so much as a comment. I think this spearfishing is a good example of the responsiveness of the department. There were a group of folks came, presented us with an idea. We're going to give it its day, and we're going to look at it and potentially move it forward. So public input does help shape our policies.
Thank you, Commissioner Ebert. Commissioner Murphy?
I'd like to make a motion to move forward, Mr. Chairman, if there aren't other comments.
I do have one more comment, just a quick question for you, Amber. You said there were 10 comments against it. Can you kind of summarize what the concerns were with making the changes?
Yes, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, those were largely around folks that are anglers above water and feel that they are doing a sufficient job to do so. Those would be also folks that are in opposition of our netting operations. They feel that we should rely on anglers only to be able to control those types of populations.
Thank you, Amber. Commissioner Murphy?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. That's
Nope,
all right, real
follow
quick.
up.
Sorry, there's my flag. I'm a little bit ignorant when it comes to spearfishing. I'm too fat to dive under the water to go swimming for them. Does this rule change, like, is there technology that we have to worry about? Like, are we gonna have, like, is it a single shot spear? Is it, I don't know does this give us jurisdiction to implement like technology advances on spearfishing and stuff like that if we need to in the future? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Does that make sense, Amber?
Does it make sense?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I will try to answer that. So one of the items, the definition that was added around spearfishing is specific to with the aid of a manually or mechanically propelled single or multiple pronged spear. We did have several discussions over what exactly that looks like, and the folks have various methods that they rely upon. There's free divers that go down without a tank. There's the folks that do go down with a tank. Those are all things that would be potentially allowable. I see Kathleen sitting on the edge of her chair over here, so I might let her take the rest of the question.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette,
See, there's a height difference between us. But there, right now is a fairly broad definition of here is what this activity is, and if as technology evolves, similar to other technology advancements, if something comes up that you want to have additional restrictions over, then there's still rulemaking authority to add those restrictions. Right now, it is, here's the specific type of activity below water, and here's the scope of equipment involved.
Thank you, Kathleen. Director, I see you grabbing the mic.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment, a couple of comments about that. So I appreciate Commissioner Ebert's note that this was a nice example of being responsive to something that we heard. And just reminding the commission that much of the context around this conversation on spearfishing, it was a North Idaho meeting in Coeur d'Alene, and so a lot of the folks were focused on the fact that we have some suppression efforts where we have species that we simply don't want in Lake Pend Oreille, walleye and lake trout, specifically where we're actually spending a significant amount of money using mechanical methods, gill nets, to remove those species. And so the question was, what sense does it make not to allow us to use this technique? And in that context, it makes very good sense. And the opposition that Amber spoke to was those folks that actually don't want to see us doing those suppression efforts on those species. And so I guess just in terms of helping frame kind of our thinking going forward with this rule that would allow the commission to, by proclamation, set areas where we can spearfish, how we've been approaching this is in those areas where it makes sense and we're trying to actively remove species that we don't want. Again, if this rule passes, you'd have the latitude to do it where and when you see fit, but you know, that would certainly be how I approach this going forward, is not just we're going to kick the door open for spearfishing opportunity on game fish throughout Idaho. That's all.
Thank you, Director.
So, Mr. Chairman, Amber, my original understanding, and I talked to a few anglers, and I think some of their perceptions were, as has been expressed, that they don't like netting operations or removing those fish, but there were other anglers that thought they were going to be competing on the same species, and that's just not the case. This is for non-native fish that we want removed, and we can set that. That's what you cleared up, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, there's a mix. So the ones that we heard most vocally from were those that actually do fish for these species in particular.
Okay.
So the walleye.
Yeah,
specifically.
okay, yeah, but I understand that, so, thank you.
Mr.
Director.
Chairman, yeah, just to follow up on Commissioner Bobbitt's question, that I think, yes, that is how it's those non-native species that we don't want that is kind of the focus of this conversation. The way the rule is written, you would have broad latitude, and I can assure you that, you know, if this goes forward, there will be people throughout Idaho that say, I'd like to spear, you know, pick your species, and you would have the authority to allow that, but presumably you would not.
Thank you, Director. Further questions? Seeing no further questions, Commissioner Murphy?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And preface, I fully agree with Commissioner Ebert. I think we all do. It was very good to see not only a rapid, timely response to reasonable public input at our last meeting, and also the diverse public participation that followed that. And this last comment, the last comments were what I wanted to preface with as well, is that while there are folks that prize walleye fishing and all that, there's a solid and firm biological basis for using tools to remove those species from many fisheries, not all. Some we have dedicated to that. So I'm really glad we're basing this on a biological basis. It provides for activities for those who enjoy spearfishing. It seems like just a really good win-win, common sense approach, and I'm glad we're able to do it from one meeting to another. It really works well. So I'll make the motion that I move the commission adopt the proposed rules presented, authority for the department to make non-substantive edits to the proofreading process, that don't alter the sense, meaning, or effect of the rules.
We have a motion, is there a second? Been moved and seconded by Commissioner Charette. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Amber, thank you. Next up is the Elk Management Plan 2024 to 2030 by Morgan Fander. Welcome, Morgan.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, and Director Fredericks. My name is Morgan Fander. I'm a wildlife biologist up in the Panhandle region. And as you heard, I'll be talking with you about the elk plan today. So starting off with a brief recap of where we are. At the last commission meeting, the commission was presented with an overview of the Idaho Elk Management Plan. And at that meeting, the commission approved the draft for release to the public. Over the past few months, we've been reviewing and incorporating the feedback that we received from the public, the commission, and the regions into the final draft that you have before you today. The most recent draft of the elk plan, which we sent to you before this meeting, includes a detailed summary of the public input as well as the subsequent plan modifications. This presentation is a summary of that public input and the revisions that we made. Before we get into the details of the public input, I thought I would give a quick review of the statewide elk management direction that has guided this elk plan revision. Statewide elk management priorities include continuing to offer general season elk hunting opportunity where sustainable, working with partner organizations to support elk migration between seasonal ranges and improve forage resources and manage disturbance as needed. Also implementing measures to reduce elk-caused crop and property damage, and working with partner agencies, organizations, and private landowners to improve elk habitat across the state. Also to manage disease impacts on elk and livestock and increase public knowledge and understanding of elk ecology and management by enhancing outreach and education efforts. And then finally, to pursue methods to improve public participation and the use of public survey data in the elk management process. So as commenters reviewed this plan, they had a lot to take in. Many of the sections are familiar to you all from past plans. However, there were 3 sections that were a renewed focus on the part of the department, including the migration and movement section, the travel management section, and the elk research section. As you'll see in the next couple slides as we dig into the public comment, the hunting opportunities and experience section, the predation section, the private lands and elk section, and the elk habitat section were a focus of commenters. The draft elk plan was put out for public comment on the department's website for 33 days between April 3rd and May 5th. During that period, the department received 248 submissions from unique individuals through web form, email, and letter. We also received letters from sportsmen's groups, including the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, the Teddy Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, and the Idaho Wildlife Federation. After the comment period ended, we reviewed online submissions. After removing duplicates, blank entries, and other kind of typos, we received 231 unique responses via the online web form, which indicated individuals' support regarding their level of support for the elk plan. Those responses are summarized in this table here. Overall, the plan was well supported when combining the 2 levels of support at a level of 87% overall. Looking specifically at residents, that was only slightly lower at 86% overall, with 14% that did not support the plan. Focusing on the broad subject areas addressed by the residents' comments, the most frequent comment themes included the elk hunting experience and hunting season, tag sales and allocation, private land concerns, and predation management. There were also several commenters who selected a level of support and included a comment but did not directly address the elk plan. These comments were included in the other section. Miscellaneous comments and hunt or area-specific comments were included here but not included in the totals going forward. So bringing it down a little bit more specifically to comment topics or opinions specifically mentioned in those comments. The most frequent opinions mentioned were a desire for increased predator management, reducing non-resident participation in elk hunting opportunities, increasing access to depredating elk, and improving or conserving elk, managing hunter congestion and quality, and then improving or conserving elk habitat. The ranking of the topics on this page differs slightly from the one before, just because the themes seen on the previous slide reflect more broad topic areas, whereas this goes specifically into the opinions people shared. So for example, when people mentioned that they wanted the hunt quality addressed, people's opinions on what that meant differed. And so although more people generally talked about the experience, more specifically said they wanted an increase in predator management. So taking these comments into consideration, we made several updates to the plan, including minor in-text edits throughout the body of the plan and the addition of an appendix item that summarized public input. Several of the most common topics that were hit on in comments were issues that we had already addressed or discussed in the plan and consequently did not result in major changes. These included, as I mentioned, predator management, hunter congestion and quality of experience, tag sales and allocation, private land and elk habitat. Predator management, as I mentioned, was one of the topics that was most specifically brought up. A lot of commenters commented that they'd like to see an increase in predator management in specific areas. Predator management was discussed in detail in the predation section of the plan. Fish and Game has implemented a number of measures to manage predators across the state, especially in those areas where elk herds are not meeting objective or are below objective. These predator management efforts include specific predation management plans for those areas that outline an approach to effectively addressing those issues. It also includes the lengthy wolf trapping and hunting seasons that we offer across the state, offering multiple bear and lion tags for hunters in units where management goals are not being met, and necessitate reductions in predator density, and also coordinating focused predator control efforts in specific areas with wildlife services as needed. Fish and Game identifies this as a priority as it's been brought up by hunters across the state, and we will continue to evaluate and work to minimize the effect of predators on elk populations across the area. The next area or next comment topic that was brought up that we had addressed in the plan as well was also hunter congestion and quality of experience. Non-resident participation, hunter congestion, and providing hunting experience, quality hunting experiences are frequently mentioned. And there are also issues that the department is actively addressing through various actions at this time. Changes that we've implemented already include setting limits on the number of non-resident hunters in elk zones, both aiming at limiting non-resident participation to a certain level and also reducing congestion. Improving the quality of hunts and addressing congestion is definitely challenging as people's perspectives on that issue vary, and what their definition of a good hunt can vary as well. As we address hunting, crowding, and improving experiences, it will require continued conversations with hunters, which we are actively doing as well. In this vein, Fish and Game has been implementing a multi-year survey effort looking specifically at this topic on hunter congestion. Started in 2019, we've conducted several surveys and have one left to go or one in progress. And these surveys are focused on really gauging in detail how hunters feel about these issues and how the changes that we implemented have been affecting that, and if we're making progress on that front for those hunters and individuals. Another topic area that was addressed in the plan but mentioned frequently by commenters on the plan during the public comment period was the process of distributing limited or restricted tags. This has also been an ongoing challenge. While hunters' opinions also vary on how best to allocate tags, Fish and Game has taken steps to improve the tag sales process. Shifting sales days to distribute sales so that it's not all crowded into one day, working with our sales platform to make that run more smoothly on high volume days, and also instituting a waiting period for individuals if they apply for a controlled hunt tag, with regards to capped tags as well. This is another topic that Fish and Game is actively pursuing to some improvements on, as we're hearing it come up as an issue for our hunters, and we'll continue to consider public input on potential changes going forward as we continue the conversation. There are also numerous comments focused on how Fish and Game addresses elk conflicts on private land and the overall depredation program. We discussed a lot of these challenges in detail in a private lands and elk section. While elk are the primary species involved in depredations, both in number of claims and value of claims, the depredation program and the laws, policies, rules and statutes that go along with that address or are applicable to numerous species. And so the review and any changes to this program need to incorporate all those species, not just elk. To this extent, or in this way, a lot of the modifications to this plan that could be made are better addressed outside of the Elk Management Plan, and would be involved in a review process specific to the depredation program. Concerns over the availability and quality of elk habitat were another issue that were commonly brought up. Fish and Game also shares the public's focus on this issue. Habitat's a really, really big part of how well elk herd is doing. A lot of the challenges and work that we're doing was highlighted in the habitat program or habitat section. We also discussed some of the challenges of habitat with regards to migration and movement in the migration and movement section, and in the travel management section as disturbance, security habitat, and all that. All those interactions come to play in specific land management practices. We also have several projects that are going on throughout the state that are pretty exciting regarding new tools that we're developing with regards to habitat and improving that, looking at specifically at carrying capacity estimations that will allow us to look at the quality habitat and get a better feel for how many elk can really persist on a specific area. One of the appendix items specifically speaks to that, as it was looking at the low zone and elk habitat carrying capacity in those areas as well. So lots going on the habitat front, and definitely a concern that we share with the folks who took a look at the elk plan. There were several comments raised by the public that did not specifically result in changes within the plan. Those include hunt or area-specific comments. While those comments are very helpful for us to get, and we appreciate getting those even during this process, those hunt area-specific comments are better incorporated during the season setting process. So we've passed those comments on to regional wildlife managers for their review and potential incorporation into the season setting process that's coming up this fall. With that, I will conclude my presentation. As I've discussed, Fish and Game has reviewed the comments that we received during the public scoping process, and have incorporated those changes into the revised draft that is in front of you now. With that, I am happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Morgan. I do have one quick question for you, and I'm not sure that you're going to be able to answer it. At the beginning of your presentation, you brought up that three organizations, you had, I believe, reached out to three organizations, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Teddy Roosevelt, et cetera. Is it safe for the commission to assume that all of those organizations were in favor or support of the management plan, and did they have any concerns?
They did raise some concerns. They all were supportive of the plan to some extent. I think generally, had support, but with concerns, that sort of thing. Typically, it was issues. I know one of them specifically was that how we discussed wildlife, the USDA Wildlife Services interaction, or how much they play into some of the predation management stuff. Some of those issues came up. Some of the depredation program issues, private land, elk interactions, that sort of thing came up. I don't know if anyone else wants to speak more in detail to those
That's
letters,
fine, but overall, in general, supportive of the plan?
yeah.
Okay,
mhm.
thank you. Morgan? Commissioner Bobbitt?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Morgan, I just have a comment that I reviewed this plan in detail. Not that I don't review all the plans in detail, but I'm an elk hunter
Yeah.
and from North Idaho, and I want to say I was happy to see elk objectives in a few more units and a commitment to get objectives in all our units by the end of this. So, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm coming from the Panhandle region. That's also something I'm really looking forward to as well. It's something that our research program and all of us managers have been working on pretty hard with all of our camera projects going on. And yeah, we're already working to expand the projects that we have going on to estimate elk abundances across units. So got new units in the works and more stuff to come.
Thank you. Commissioner, any further comments or questions? I do have one more thing I just wanted to bring up. I got a kind of a last-minute email from an outfitter in my region, and he brought up, and I'm sure that Rick and John are aware of this issue, but he was concerned with the lack of mineral enhancement supplements, that the plan didn't really address that. I just want the brain trust, you guys, to kind of know that that's out there and it's on the minds of some of the outfitters out there to at least consider. So,
Yeah.
with that, Commissioner Bobbitt.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the commission adopt the Idaho Elk Management Plan.
A motion, is there a second? Commissioner
I
Cameron.
second that, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Cameron seconded it. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Thank you, Morgan.
Great job.
Fisheries season setting, Joe, and Joe, I'm not gonna murder your name, so you just don't have to introduce yourself when you get up here.
I'm used to it, Chairman Davies. Chairman Davies, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. I'm going to talk about the 25 through 27 seasons and limits setting process and go through staff recommendations. Within your packet, we have provided you 3 attachments. The first is a summary of outreach and public comment. The second is sort of a detailed list of the proposals, which includes some new additions from the last time we've seen you. And then C is a draft brochure. So we provide a lot of paperwork. Again, B is sort of the cliff notes, and C is the actual document that you will be considering at the end. Okay, our regulation philosophy is articulated in our Fisheries Management Plan, which is informed by angler opinion surveys that we do periodically. These angler opinion surveys continually show that anglers want us to either reduce bag limits or length limits rather than shorten seasons or limit opportunities. So we always keep that in mind as we're going through this process. We expect our proposals to address some biological, social, or economic outcome, be simple, stable, and fair, provide a diversity of opportunity, and shape angler behavior of fish populations by modifying harvest or mortality. We view this as a 6-step process. Again, we brought you draft proposals on May 16th. We took them back out to the public in May and June. We've been working on staff recommendations, and we're asking for your consideration today. Scoping period was extensive. We announced the process with the help of, extensive help of the Communications Bureau, using press releases, targeted emails, and social media. We conducted in-person open houses. We recorded videos to show information that we had relative to topics of interest. And then we gathered ideas and opinions. From that, our draft proposals were developed. We had 24 of them at that time, which allowed us to take out for public comment. The comment period was 22 days, closed in June. Again, it was well publicized by communications, including those same, by those same means. And for the first time, communications developed an opportunity for us to record very short videos for each proposal that were posted on the website, where local biologists actually described why the proposal was being brought forward. And those were well received and were viewed often, and we plan to continue to do that in the future. It's sort of a nice personal touch and describes the proposals better than just writing them out. For comments, we collected comments in 2 forms via the web, nearly 1,900 comments via the web. Those would be non-random comments. For specific proposals where we thought they might be more controversial, we decided to do email surveys. These would be stratified random surveys. In theory, they are less biased than web comments. 5 proposals that we did email surveys for included Priest Lake, Upper Priest Lake, the Selway, CJ Strike Bass, and the statewide whitefish proposal. These were weighted to ensure that we received enough sort of comments back from all regions in the state, and the weighting also corrected for sort of differences by region, sex, and age of respondents, and we worked with the University and Dr. Wallen on that survey. We received about almost 3,200 comments via email. And again, we've provided all of those summaries in attachment B. There was much more information than that provided by analyzing this information, but sort of the high-profile Cliff Notes version is attached to each proposal. And okay, so here is the slight change. Denoted the changes with stars there. As I said, you approved us putting forward 24 proposals on seasons and limits changes. However, as we went through the process, we realized that there needed to be 3 administrative additions, and then the public brought forward a proposal that we had not thought about for the salmon region, and I will cover that. So that's a total of 28. The administrative changes would be to set free fishing day for 25, 26, and 27. This has traditionally been done through season setting. We are looking to adjust the salmon and steelhead river section codes to more, to better align with how we manage these fisheries. This is also a slight modification to assist us with the e-tagging process. This is a very minor adjustment and really won't affect sort of administration of these fisheries. The other one was to clarify what a sockeye salmon is in the minds of anglers and also to a conservation officer. So in many of our river systems, there's a possibility that an angler could encounter either a sockeye salmon, which it's illegal to fish for sockeye salmon, an anadromous sockeye salmon, or an entrained kokanee. They're the same species, however, there is no size overlap. So to prevent any sort of confusion for either the public or for our officers in enforcing that regulation, we wrote the sort of description of sockeye salmon to be the species name in any river system connected to the lower Columbia anadromous waters, basically, and exceeding 14 inches in length. This would sort of prevent illegal take or unintended take of sockeye salmon in these systems. Okay, for the panhandle, I should probably state right now, I meant to say this earlier, most of these proposals have very strong public support, so I'm going to sort of fly through them. Most of it was over 60%, quite often it was over 70%, and so I'll probably focus on the ones that were less supported by the public rather than going through the ones that were highly supported. All of the proposals in the Panhandle region were highly supported by the public, and the staff are recommending to adopt all these proposals. And that would include increasing the length limit for Chinook salmon from 20 to 24 inches. This is primarily for Coeur d'Alene Lake, but this would be administered or implemented in the general regional sort of rules for the Panhandle region. To adopt or allow harvest of cutthroat trout in Priest Lake with a bag limit of 2 and under 16. This was well supported. Upper Priest was essentially the same amounts of support, remarkably similar. And for Robinson Lake to remove the length limit for bass, well supported. However, for Robinson Lake, the electric motors only restriction would be maintained in the regulations. For the Clearwater, there are a total of 5 proposals. These include to increase the minimum length limit for tiger trout and Deer Creek Reservoir, to return to the statewide general or the general regional limit for brook trout in Elk Creek Reservoir and its tributaries. This would remove 2 exceptions. This would be well supported. For Moose Creek Reservoir, this is, I guess, one of the contradictions in the pool. The public was not in support of removing the electric motors only restriction. This was the lowest amount of support that we had sort of in our set of proposals. And because of that, staff are recommending that we do not adopt this proposal. For the Salmon River, anglers are very interested in extending the upstream boundary for fall Chinook upstream of the mouth of the Little Salmon River an additional 25 miles. For the Clearwater, this would be the last Clearwater proposal, for the Selway River, there's a proposal to increase the trout bag limit from 0 to 2 and remove gear and bait restrictions. This was somewhat mixed response in the web, but more well supported in the email survey. We did ask a series of questions when we conducted the email survey for this proposal. We did that for Priest Lake, but they were relatively uninformative for Priest Lake. I'm covering those responses here. 46% of the people that responded to the email survey had fished the Selway River. And we tend to see this with the email surveys that people who don't fish that specific fishery still provide comments. This was true for other sort of fisheries where we asked these email questions. 44% of the people that responded accessed the reach by hiking. Again, bait and barbed hook allowances were a common concern, or the most common concern brought forward by the public. And 33% indicated that they might harvest, and 16% indicated that they definitely would harvest cutthroat trout. Again, we think this is a very good proposal, increases opportunity, and it was well supported in the random survey. So staff are interested in implementing this regulation if you do adopt it. For McCall subregion, we're interested in removing the 12-inch length limit on bass due to very slow growth. This would be an addition of an exception, well supported by the public. Moving on to the southwest region, the Nampa subregion. For Caldwell Ponds, there is a proposal to reduce the bag limit for bass and increase the length limit. We presented the public with 2 options, and I should specify here that those amounts of support are actually additive. So 86% of the people wanted the bag limit reduced and wanted an increase in the length limit. However, staff is interested in moving forward option B. However, I do have to point out that we have a small clerical error in attachment C, where we put option A in attachment C. So it's a very bureaucratic explanation there. Apologize for that. Our intention was to forward option B in the draft brochure. So that was a mistake on our part. For CJ Strike, we did do an email survey on modifying the bass limit there to go to a 6 bass bag limit with a 1/16 limit. This is quite a change in the regulation philosophy there. However, harvest rates were relatively high for smallmouth bass, sometimes in some years exceeding 35, even 40%. This was well supported by the public.
For Deadwood Reservoir, we're looking to reduce the bag limit, very well supported. Okay, moving on to the Magic Valley. All of these proposals were well supported by the public, and we are recommending that all be adopted. This includes aligning the season dates at Hagerman Wildlife Management Area, removing the 1 over limit for walleye at Salmon Falls Creek. This would return to the general regional limit, and simplifying and combining sections for Silver Creek, and allowing bass harvest throughout the Big Wood River drainage where they are introduced and considered incompatible with fisheries management objectives, which are primarily for trout there. Again, we're very, happy with the outcome for Silver Creek. This was one of the most complicated regulations in the state, and we went from, I believe it was 7 or 8 sections down to 3, and just probably less than 50% of the text to describe how you could fish in this. So a massive, massive improvement there, which we're happy about. For the southeast region, we're looking to eliminate cutthroat harvest in the lower Blackfoot and its tributaries. This was well supported by the public. And for the upper Snake, there are 5 proposals. One for the Henry's Fork, removing the exception for cutthroat trout from McCree Bridge to Henry's Lake Outlet. To remove the bass bag limits throughout the region. Again, there are very few bass fisheries in Region 6. However, there is one of importance that was addressed with Proposal 24 there. That was to maintain the bag limit at Mud Lake, which supports a very popular fishery, relatively popular fishery with large fish. This was well supported by the public. And to establish firm season dates at Sand Creek Wildlife Management Area, and to clarify the bag limits for brook trout at Henry's Lake. Again, staff is recommending that all of these be adopted. For Region 7, we did not have a proposal initially for the salmon region. This came up in scoping. Pettit Lake is being utilized as a release site for endangered sockeye salmon, allowing them to spawn naturally in the lake. There is a very, very low effort kokanee fishery there earlier in the season. Allowing kokanee fishing when the sockeye show up or when they are being released could allow unintended or incidental take of sockeye. We have very low levels of incidental take allowable. To avoid that situation, we're proposing to eliminate kokanee harvest for that period, which would align with the Redfish Lake rule. Okay, for the whitefish bag limit reduction proposal, they have a statewide distribution, classified as a species of greatest conservation need. We have mixed population status throughout the state, very healthy in some areas, not so healthy in other areas. The web support was 72 for reducing the bag. Excuse me. And email support was about 60%. However, we are not recommending that this proposal go forward. And the responses to the email survey sort of led us to this conclusion. Only 50% of the people who responded to the email survey provided input on this proposal, indicating sort of ambivalence or lack of concern about whitefish harvest. 66% had not fished for whitefish during 2023. Harvest was very infrequent. High bag limits over what we were recommending were very rare. Despite all, and when you looked at the differences amongst regions, only 2 to 4% of the respondents said that they harvested over 10 whitefish more than 4 days in 2023. So combining all of that, harvest is relatively low for whitefish and not likely to be a concern. I would mention that the department is very concerned about the status of maybe not very, we are concerned about the status of whitefish throughout the state. We're going to be surveying additionally, trying to figure out what's going on and determining whether or not these bag limits make sense in the future. However, we are pulling back from this proposal right now and not recommending that it be adopted. Again, this is in contradiction to what anglers sort of indicated they wanted. Support was lower in 4 and 6. However, it was much higher in Region 7. Okay, so that concludes my presentation. Our staff recommendation are to adopt the 3 administrative changes, to adopt 23 of the 25 seasons and limits proposals, and to do not adopt the Moose Creek Reservoir electric motors only or the whitefish bag limit reduction. And again, I will note that we made the mistake on the Caldwell Pond options, and it was our intention to forward the 20-inch limit there. And I stand before you for questions.
Thank you, Joe. Commission. Is there
Mr.
any-
Chairman,
Yeah, Commissioner Ebert.
comment, table of contents would be good.
Okay.
Yeah, just, I don't know how much you want to break it out, but just, because not everybody might want to read the whole thing to find, so that. And then concerning whitefish, so if it's, and I know there's different population status throughout the state, so if you find a place, if you identify a place where there's more concern, you can put reductions in the seasons and rules. Is that correct?
Chairman Davies, Commissioner Ebert, hear you loud and clear there. Yes, that it could be handled that way. The Fisheries Bureau, over the last several season-setting processes, actually for many years, has attempted to reduce the number of exceptions. And so when we initially advanced this proposal, it was coarse. You know, we went with a blanket proposals to not increase the number of exceptions. We're eating some crow there, and so I acknowledge your comment. We're listening, and we'll be sure that if we come back in the future, we'll consider that for the places where whitefish populations are very healthy.
But what I mean is, contrary to that, Mr. Chairman, when you get into a problem that you're concerned about, you can put the brakes on with seasons and rules, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Ebert. So a follow-up on that, on the why, I'm a little confused on why you would drop that it was supported, and in some regions, my region, highly supported to impose these limits. It was brought forth by the department to do it, and at the last meeting, you gave us some very good indications on the reason for that, and I guess I'm a little shocked that we're pulling back on that at this point.
Chairman Davies, this has been, I would say, a conflicted proposal from the start, and maybe we got over the tips of our skis a little bit. We have some indication in quite a few drainages that there are declines. The declines are not likely harvest related. They're probably caused by low oxygen and higher water temperatures and or predation by introduced species. We have not determined the actual cause as an agency of what's causing the decrease or the decline. And a lot of the comments that we received from the public were like, if you don't know what's causing the decline, why take away our harvest? And internally, we debated whether or not we should do that when we don't know what's driving the decline. And so we would like to seeing that harvest isn't an issue based on all of the angler input that they don't harvest fish or very rarely harvest high bag limits. We feel the need that we have to research the situation better to understand what's causing the decline, maybe where harvest is an issue before we give you a more precise set of proposals that includes what Commissioner Ebert was talking about with exceptions in certain locations. And we'd like to step back, sort of table it, spend some time researching it, and come back to you in the future with a better set of proposals regarding whitefish harvest in the future.
So when you say there was conflict, that's internal, that the biologists couldn't necessarily agree on whether this was a good idea or not? Is that a fair?
I would say debate. Yeah, there's
Debate.
healthy debate on this subject.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Director.
Mr. Chairman, so, yeah, Joe talked his way through that well. I think the challenge was that we have seen problems with whitefish in some parts of the state, and as we looked at this more closely, those places, we really don't have evidence that it has anything to do with harvest. So a lot of the feedback that we got from the public, like Joe said, it was they support the proposed change because they really don't have a lot of stake in it. For the most part, a lot of people, they don't fish for whitefish. Their read on it was that if we're proposing it, there must be a biological basis for that. So as we reviewed all that and then took a step back and had some of those internal discussions about is this change going to take away opportunity and accomplish something, or is it just going to take away opportunity to be hyper-conservative? That's where we thought we should probably just pull that back and then take a closer look. So I think we landed in the right spot, but I will be the first to say that I don't like how we got here, just because I think that it doesn't send the right message when we take a proposal out to the public and they say, yes, we like this, and we say, okay, well, we don't like it anymore. So there is a good basis for that. Like I said, the outcome, it was a lot of good internal conversation, and then we had some public discussion about it, but I think we would just have reworked that a little bit if we had it to do over again.
Thank you, Director. Any further comments, questions? I just had one more comment, Joe, just on the Pettit Lake deal. Normally, I'd be a little hesitant to approve something that hadn't been scoped, but this is an important enough change, and certainly makes a lot of sense to me that, yeah, I'm in support of making that change as well. So thank you for the presentation. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Commissioners, does anybody care to offer up a motion?
I'd move the commission to adopt the Idaho fishing 25-27 season and rules as proposed.
Thank you, Commissioner Cameron.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that.
Commissioner Murphy seconds that. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make one more
Yeah.
comment? So appreciate that, and I don't want the fisheries folks to feel like I was telling them I wasn't pleased with how this all went through, and so I want to close this by saying that, as Joe said, the amount of public comment that we got, the support of the Communications Bureau, the many video clips that explain these proposals, in total, between the surveys and between the feedback that we got on the website, we had over 5,000 people provide public comment. And so I just think that's very, very commendable, right, to get that kind of engagement on the fisheries side. So we only do this every 3 years, and I think we did it very well this year overall.
Yeah, and I'll echo that. I think, you know, while it was a little bit confusing to at least me, I'm not sure about the rest of the commission, but I have complete faith in your staff in making the right recommendations, and when they say pull back, then yeah, I think that's a good idea. We are a little bit ahead of schedule. Next thing up on the agenda was a break, but that was supposed to happen at 10 o'clock. So is there, yeah, okay, so how about we go ahead and take a short break, because I'm gonna keep cracking the whip, because this is a big, long agenda, and it's about 90 degrees in this room, so let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Be long enough, I hope.
Yep.
Let's please be back here about 22. Thank you. All right, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene and get started. The sage grouse season setting by Jennifer Struthers?
Yes.
Struthers. Welcome,
Shove it
Jennifer.
off the edge.
Good morning, Mr.
Hey.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. I will be presenting the department's recommendations for the 2024 sage grouse hunting season. This will be the 4th year a tag is required to hunt sage grouse in Idaho. The tag system gives us the ability to closely regulate harvest within individual sage grouse reporting zones. Researchers have suggested that a harvest rate of 10% of the fall population minimizes the risk of negative impacts. Because we can control the total harvest under the tag system, this allows us to offer a longer season, providing flexibility for our hunters and decreasing concerns about overcrowding and conflicts with other hunter groups. The tag system also provides contact information for each tag holder so we can target our wing collection and our harvest surveys directly to our sage grouse hunters. Wings submitted by hunters are used to estimate chick-to-hen ratios used in our calculation to determine allowable harvest. Our allowable harvest calculation is determined by the following. We count males on leks in the spring in each reporting zone. We then account for a percentage of males not observed during our high counts. We apply a very conservative survival rate for males over summer to fall, less than half. We then apply a male to female ratio to calculate females, and a 3-year average chick-hen ratio from the wings submitted to get juveniles. We then set allowable harvest at only 5 to 8% of this number. Before we move on to proposed tag numbers, I would like to emphasize that sage grouse populations experience natural oscillations on about 10-year cycles, as indicated by the top graph. In 2024, our lek counts increased 22% over 2023 and have been increasing since our first tag season in 2021 because we are in the up cycle of a natural oscillation, as indicated by the second graph. We propose tags on the best available data for a given year, which means that when we are in an up cycle, tag numbers will go up, but as we enter a natural down cycle, tag numbers will be adjusted down. These year-to-year changes are not representative of the long-term population trend of sage grouse, but of where we are in a given year compared to the prior year. For the first tag season in 2021, we used the calculation described previously to determine allowable harvest, indicated by the first bar, and then assumed only about 90% of hunters would fill their tag, indicated by the second bar. So we added 10% to that number to determine total tags offered. The commission approved 1,950 tags that year. However, the number of birds harvested compared to tags sold was only 31%. In our second year using the same process, the commission adjusted tag numbers to reflect an increase in lek counts compared to 2021 and the lower than expected harvest success rate from the prior year. Tag numbers that year were calculated based on a 75% harvest success for a total of 2,510 tags. The actual harvest success increased, but still was only 46%. In 2023, the commission again adjusted tag numbers based on increased lek counts from the prior year, but held the assumed harvest success steady at 75% for a total of 2,958 tags. The actual harvest success remained stable at 45%. With 3 years now of harvest data and observed statewide harvest success between 31 and 46%, the department is proposing to increase tag numbers for 2024, adjusting for increased lek counts and using a 60% assumed harvest success. Lek counts were up this year in all zones, reflecting where we are at in that population cycle. And almost all zones have had a harvest success or at or around or below 60% for the past 3 years. The exception you may note here is the Bear Lake Plateau, which had a very high success rate last year. But this is likely due to that small sample size. We only offered 18 tags there. Both prior years in that zone, the harvest success was less than 40%. These proposed tag numbers target 8% of our fall population in most zones. A 5% harvest target was applied in the North Owyhee due to long-term fire recovery there, and for the Bear Lake Plateau because of a small population size. The preliminary proposal we took out to the public was for 5,091 tags in 12 reporting zones as shown, with the strike through showing the 2023 numbers. And you should also have a copy of this with the strike through in the brochure. This is an increase in all zones and a statewide increase of about 2,100 tags. The proposed season dates are for September 21 to October 31st. And the falconry season, which was approved by the commission in January, runs from August 15th, 2024 to March 15th, 2025. These proposals were available for public review and comment on the department website in late June through mid-July. There were 300 individual respondents and 297 provided comments. Overall, 29% did not support and 70% supported the proposal. 1% submitted a comment only. Common themes among those who supported the proposal, beyond general statements of support for the increases and appreciating the opportunity to get to hunt sage grouse, were that they supported using data to set and adjust the quotas. There also were some personal observations of increasing birds on the landscape in recent years. And then a small number of comments were supportive, but expressed some concerns, recommended cautious increases, or wanted to maintain the status quo. Among those who did not support the proposal, the majority of those commented that the tag increase was too large or the quota should remain the same. A smaller portion felt the season should be closed either permanently or for a few years. Combining both those groups, 24% of respondents felt the tag increase was too large, expressed some caution for continued increases, or wanted to maintain the status quo. And 7% thought the season should be closed or restricted. Of this group, the most common supporting reason given was that they would like to capitalize on recent gains seen and allow the population to continue to grow. This was followed by concerns about our data and our calculations, and then concerns about the long-term declining trend for sage grouse range-wide. Other comments received in small numbers were to offer more tags per hunter, which included falconer-specific requests for more tags per falconer or some more zone flexibility for their tags. Some respondents felt that the tag cost is too high, and some requested seasons in our closed areas. Staff recommendations are unchanged from those scoped with the public, so that 5,091 tags would be available in 12 reporting zones. The general season dates would run from September 21st to August 31st, 2024, and would use the previously set falconry season from August 15th, 24 to March 15th, 2025. All areas not defined within a zone are closed, and tags would go on sale August 1st at 10 a.m., first come, first served. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Commission, have any questions or concerns?
Observation.
Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Chairman. This is a subject that's really long been near and dear to my heart, and I track it constantly. It's kind of an against all odds management success continued. I've maintained for 20 years the three greatest threats to sage grouse and its partners, obligate species, is fire and invasives, and fire and invasives, and fire and invasives. And some agencies high center on other threats, and there are other threats, but they're de minimis when you look at what fire can do on just one fire, whether it's the Murphy Complex, soda, you name it. So I really, Jennifer and all your partners, want to commend the department for management of this species and in partnership, which often isn't hard. You got feds, state, tribes, others. And the 2021 tag system was genius. I mean, that was really good. Kind of against all odds, provided for precise, focused management where you need it, when you need it, and at the same time, opportunities for hunters to continue. And back then, folks were in the field, and communities predicting, we may not have a season. And you're able to do it and conserve the species. This is huge. And I realize it's iterative, and next year you may be standing there backing off, and that's fine. But at any rate, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Cameron.
I'd like to make a motion. I move the commission adopt staff recommendations for the 24 sage grouse hunting season and bag and possession limits, including bag and possession limits for take by falconry.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Commissioner Murphy. Just one quick question for you, Jennifer. Do you foresee selling out the tags? That's a significant number of tags. Will we sell them all?
Mr. Chairman, I think we may sell them all. We've been increasing about 500 tags a year since the start of the tag season, and we've been selling out faster every year.
Oh, okay.
And I do have that. Last year, 3/4 were sold out on the first day. All but one were sold out in 3 days, and the last zone sold out in 11 days. And that is much faster than the previous 2 years. It is a lot of tags, though, so we will see.
Sounds like demand is there, that's for sure. Any further questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Ebert?
I know you monitor this stuff closely, but am I understanding correctly, going to increase the length of the season? And if so, will that increase hunter success rate?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, we're not proposing to change the length of the season from prior years. This opening date does move because it's always the third Saturday in September, but the season still is closing on October 31st, except for falconers.
Okay, and then if I could follow up, how long typically does a sage grouse live?
That's a good question. They are a long-lived species, and sorry, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, and I'd have to look up that exact number, but I think they live more than 6 to 7 years.
Seeing or hearing any further questions or comments, we have a motion before you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Thank you, Jennifer. Continuing on.
Yes. As discussed, the falconry seasons for sage grouse extends until March 15th, 2025. However, sage grouse tags are only valid within a calendar year. To address this discrepancy, for the past 3 seasons, the Commission has adopted a discount order allowing the department to issue tags for the remainder of the season at no charge to falconers who do not fill their tags by the end of the calendar year. We recommend that the Commission take similar action this year and issue a discount order allowing the department to issue sage grouse tags for the winter portion of the 2024-2025 season at no charge to falconers who do not fill their 2024 tags by the end of the calendar year. These tags would be valid through the end of the falconry season, ending on March 15th, 2025. That's everything.
Does that conclude? Okay. Commissioners, any questions, concerns? Commissioner Cameron?
I'd move the commission adopt the discount order for sage grouse tags for falconry as presented.
Motion, is there a second? Second. Commissioner Charette, seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Jennifer. Next up, non-resident tag limits and outfitter allocation. Rick Ward, good luck.
I appreciate that, because good luck is needed in explaining this rather convoluted and complex topic, as you all know. So thank you. You should all have a handout that looks like this. I put that in your boxes this morning. So this has the specific zone and unit numbers in it. So this is what you will actually be deliberating on, is this handout. So I will provide summary information in my overview, but I'm not going to go through every zone and every unit on this topic. It's interesting to me that the entire Fish and Game budget can fit on one sheet, and it takes me 8 pages to put all this stuff in writing, so. So I will provide an overview to get us going, a little bit of background on where this came from and where we're presently at. And I know this is a complicated topic. I will pause occasionally for some questions. I've broken this up really into 3 segments, including the, I guess, the action items, and that is the first one will be the non-resident limits, the second being the outfitter set aside, and then the third being the actual outfitter allocation and the subsequent non-resident tags. So I will work my way through that. We are talking only about general season deer units and general season uncapped elk zones. So capped elk zones have a different process for determining non-resident and outfitter allocation, or non-resident limits and outfitter allocation, as well as resident limits in capped elk zones. These zones and units we're talking about are uncapped or unlimited for residents. The non-resident limits that the commission will deliberate on have been and are proposed to be set for 2 years at a time. So in this case, for 2025 and 2026. Outfitter allocation and the subsequent non-resident, non-outfitted tags are proposed to be set for 1 year, and that is for the 2025 season. This go-around, beginning last year, the commission does have the ability to set outfitter allocation on a 2-year cycle. Because of all the things going on right now with our December non-resident tag sales, and right now that's a first come, first serve process that's being reconsidered and being analyzed. That's tied to outfitter allocation, so staff is proposing that at this time that allocation only be considered for the 2025 season, because the way those tags are sold may change. And lastly, the 2-year non-resident limit is on the cycle it is to align with big game season setting. So we will be going into big game season setting this winter with final 2025 and 2026 seasons set at the March Commission meeting. There's a couple of reasons we do this early. One is because non-resident tags go on sale in December for the next year. So we need to have that all lined out by this December. And the second reason is because of outfitter allocation. The outfitter community is very appreciative of knowing what their allocation will be well ahead of time, so they can start planning for that following season. If general seasons were to change appreciably during season setting next March, in the past, we've generally not recalled tags, but we do have that option if it comes to that. We do make it very clear in our non-resident publications on our website and in the non-resident supplement that the seasons that non-residents are purchasing tags for are yet to be completely determined, and that there is a possibility that their hunts will change. So we do have that flexibility. So a little bit of background. Some of this you've seen before, but it bears repeating. Statewide non-resident deer and elk tag limits have been in place for a considerable amount of time. These are statewide, 12,815 elk tags, which does include capped elk zones as well as uncapped, 15,500 total deer tags. And these numbers have remained unchanged or changed very little in the last 30 years. However, these are statewide only. They do not have any bearing on individual units or zones or non-resident numbers in those units or zones. That uneven distribution of non-residents led to some rulemaking in 2020, allowing the commission to limit the non-resident tags in zones and units to no less than 10% of the 5-year average. That 5-year average would be total hunters, the total hunter average by unit or by zone. And in November of 2020, the commission did adopt non-resident limits at the unit and zone level for the 2021 and 2022 seasons. And then in August of 2022, those same non-resident percentages, which I'll get into in a minute, those were carried forward. New data, new hunter number data was applied to that, and those same percentages to develop the non-resident limits for the 2023 and 2024 seasons. So the commission has done 4 years of non-resident limits. We've actually had 3 hunting seasons. 2024, of course, has yet to happen. I'll get into a little bit more on the numbers and what that looks like in a moment. So a little bit of background on those limits. The limits were based on a sliding scale where the proportion of non-resident hunters in a unit or uncapped zone was used to calculate the new limit. We used estimates of hunter numbers for resident hunter, non-resident hunter, and total hunter participation for each tag type and unit or zone where that tag could be used. So in units or zones where the proportion of non-residents was at or above 15%, we're limited to 15%, not to no more than 15% non-resident participation. And in units and zones where the proportion of non-residents was less than 15%, we're limited to 10%, to no more than 10% non-resident participation. And in some backcountry units for deer, both deer tag types, non-resident limits were set at the status quo at that time. And these units have relatively low hunter numbers, and reducing non-resident tags to 10 or 15% would have substantially reduced the number of tags available to the outfitting industry. So in total, there are 12 backcountry units on the regular deer tag and 10 on the whitetail deer tag. So these maps show those non-resident percentage limits. Elk A tag on the left, B tag, regular deer tag, whitetail tag. Light blue is a 10% non-resident limit, dark blue is a 15% non-resident limit, and then the burgundy color on the 2 deer tag types represent those backcountry units that were set at the status quo. So staff is proposing that the percentage limits, or the percentages limiting non-resident hunters and implemented first for the 2021 and 2022 seasons, and then carried forward to the 2023 and 2024 seasons, be again carried forward and applied to new hunter data and used to set the non-resident limits for the 2025 and 2026 seasons. And one note on elk zones, particularly the A tag, you just approved the new Elk Management Plan, and that plan does have some modifications to elk zones which have an effect on the A tag, but specifically the Big Desert Zone and the Snake River Zone. In your tables, that is all taken into account, so that the non-resident limits, they both have an uncapped A tag, both have 10% non-resident limits, so we were able to recalculate the estimate of hunter numbers in the modified zones and apply those, take those forward so that what you see in those tables accounts for those zone changes. So I will go through a couple of examples. I'm wondering now if maybe like jelly beans would have been a better way to try and explain outfitter allocation and non-resident limits, but it'd take a big bucket of jelly beans to do that. So again, the proposal is to apply the percent limit to the most recent 5-year average, which is the 2019 to 2023 average. Example on the A tag is the Bannock zone. So in November 2020, the commission set a 10% non-resident limit in that zone. That was carried forward again to set the 2023-2024 seasons. Looking at those numbers, the annual hunter estimate for that time period was 1,783 total hunters. 10% of that's pretty straightforward. 178 was the non-resident limit for the 2023 and 2024 seasons in the Bannock zone. Looking at the new hunter number estimates, that is up a little bit, using the 2019 to 2023 estimate at 1,933. Again, the proposal is to keep that percentage limit the same at 10%. So 193 is the proposed non-resident limit, or an increase of 15 non-resident tags. And looking at deer, the example being Unit 66 regular deer tag. Again, going back to 2020, that was set at a 15% non-resident limit. And that 15% was taken forward to set the seasons for 2023 and 2024 non-resident limits. At that time, that resulted in 1,055 as the non-resident limit. 15% of that is 158. The proposal is to again take that same percentage forward, apply that to the new hunter number, they're the latest hunter number estimates from 2019 to 2023. That number is 1,004, 15% of that is 151 as the proposed non-resident limit for that unit, or a decrease of 7 non-resident tags. So again, I'm not going to go through every line in your tables. Those examples represent only 2 of those lines, but I will summarize for you, and this is on the front of the handout. This is just a section of that table on the front of the handout specific to the proposed total non-resident limits. Again, this is for 2 years, 2025 and 2026. And for most tag types, we see a decrease in the total non-resident limits. Part of that is expected as we get into these non-resident limits, and because we use the 5-year average, there's a lag period there that on the non-resident limits. So using that, we now have 3 years of non-resident limits averaged into that 5-year average. So we're seeing non-resident tag numbers, or actual participation gradually decline. And that's somewhat reflected in the red numbers you see in the change from 2023, 2024 to the current estimates. We did also see declines in resident hunter numbers, particularly on the regular deer tag and on the white-tailed deer tag. And there's probably a host of reasons for that. But 85 to 90% of the hunters out there are resident hunters. So that number really drives a lot of what you see in the actual non-resident limits. Resident A tag hunters were down slightly at 2%, and the resident elk B tag hunters held pretty steady. And a couple more notes there. On the regular deer tag, that number is 12,900. Whitetail, 35, 45. You add those together, it's more than the statewide limit of 15,500. The numbers you see on this table are simply adding up all the limits at the unit level. 15,500 is still the statewide limit, so that is the ceiling on non-resident tags. Elk work a little bit differently. The statewide limit for elk is 12,815. These are just uncapped elk zones. In the table here, you add in, for capped, the current number is 5,718 tags for non-resident and outfitter allocation, which I'll get a little bit more into that in a minute. You add all that up, and it comes out to 12,002. So 813 tags fewer than the statewide limit. So that 12,002 effectively becomes the statewide non-resident limit for elk. Those 813 tags sit on the shelf until August, at which time they become available only to residents as a second tag at a non-resident price. I'm going to pause here for questions, because that is a lot. I understand.
Mr. Chairman, could you go back to the slide with the pictures of the state? It's quite a ways back there. Up, forward. Okay, on the Elk B, the areas in white, would you explain that to me?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, this applies for both the A and the B. Those are capped elk zones, or zones that that only have controlled hunts.
Okay.
So yeah, so over time, the first capped elk zone was in 1998 with the low B tag, I believe. Over time, we've seen more of those zones become capped, especially on the B tag, which is generally the rifle season. But yeah, so there's only 6 uncapped B tag zones.
Okay, and then you're gonna, Mr. Chairman, you're gonna talk about that a little more in a minute, you said?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, I will talk about the uncapped stuff. I will mention kind of how the cap zones work.
Okay.
because it is relevant, particularly to that, to the December non-resident tag sale, because the cap zone tags go on sale at that time too. But that is a standalone process,
Okay.
different from what we're talking about and deliberating on here.
Okay.
Commissioner Charette.
I don't even have to get his attention. Rick, this might not be the appropriate time, but I'm just curious, can you go back to the capped zone tags? Or, I guess my question is, how many of the, I know Diamond Creek has a 25% non-resident capped zone tag. How many of the other capped zones have that 25% as well?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, there, Salmon B, for sure. So most cap zones, or a lot of the cap zones, already have less than 25% non-resident participation. And I'll just explain this now, since this seems like a good time. The way cap zones work is that when that cap is implemented, the proportion of non-residents and outfitters, or outfitter tags, at the time the cap is implemented, that proportion gets applied to that cap. So when Diamond Creek was first capped in 2009, that non-resident proportion was, I think, 42%. So it was a really high. And then subsequently a rule was implemented that allowed the commission to reduce non-resident participation in cap zones to no less than 25%. So in 2014, it went down to 35%, and then in 2020, it was further reduced to 25%. Salmon B was the only other zone that rule was applied to, and that was also reduced to 25%. I know Lolo and Selway are above that 25%. Off the top of my head, I can get that information for you easily, but I don't know the number right off the top of my head.
So to go down to the 25% essentially was to eliminate sticker shock of non-residents not being there as much, is what I'm assuming. Has there been conversation to get that from 25 to 15%? Because I know the Diamond Creek zone for residents this year sold out right at an hour. So it tells me there's residents that are still looking for tags. So at what point are we going to start taking that from 25 to 20 or to 15?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, that conversation is one we are willing to undertake, but we have not had serious discussions about that at this point. But I guess I would look to the commission to see if that is something you'd like us to start to explore. We could put some numbers on that, how that might pencil out. But that would require a rule change because those, that 25% non-resident limit is spelled out in rule, and it does specifically say no less than 25%. So to go to 15% would require rulemaking.
I'm confused, so I'll need some further clarification on that, then why that cap zone would be limited at 25, but the rest are 10 and 15. I guess I don't understand that. Which you can tell me later, that's fine.
No, I'll explain, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Shred, I'll explain real quickly now. These are uncapped elk zones in general deer units, completely different process. Capped has its own set of rules and statute that apply to that. So that rule that says no less than 25% is specific only to capped zones.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, got you.
And yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I'll just add to that. So remember that as we have this discussion about non-resident tags, that this all does fall in that broad category of things that this advisory group is helping us sort through. And so in terms of when and how to have the conversation about should those zones that are higher than 15% cap zones be ratcheted down, that's one of those questions that we'll be putting forward to that group. That includes outfitters and hunters and legislators and a wide swath of folks.
I didn't understand that cap zones had a rule of 25%, so that all makes sense. So I appreciate the explanations there.
Rick, following up on the cap zone discussion, sawtooth tag, is that a 25% as well?
Mr. Chairman, yes, both the A and B tag. Well, they are not reduced to 25%. I believe they are well below 25%.
They are.
They were from the get-go, but they are both capped, A and B. And I don't know off the top of my head what that percentage is for non-residents, but it was surprisingly low.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's kind of Pioneer is the same way, has very low non-resident participation at the time the cap was implemented, and it hasn't moved. the proportion hasn't changed. It's below 25%.
Yes, okay. Commissioner Harshbarger.
Would you give me a quick definition between elk A and elk B? What is the difference and why are they?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Harshbarger, I'd be happy to. So they have evolved a little bit, but generally the elk A tag, when we started out, when we went to the AB tag system, that was largely the archery opportunity. So more liberal opportunity, lower success rates. And so that's one of the reasons you see a lot more uncapped A tags than you B tags. B tags have generally been the rifle season. And that has evolved somewhat over the last 20 plus years, but they, that is generally the, how they've been managed.
Thank you.
And I have one more question, Rick. So you talked about the regular deer tag, white-tailed deer tag. Those two numbers add up to 16,400 something, right? But it is capped at 15.5.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. That is 15,500 is the statewide limit. And those, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, so how is it determined where those tags end up then? One unit over the next? In other words, you got 1,500 tags you gotta, or 1,000 tags you gotta cut out of there. How do you decide where they're going to be? Is it by first come, first serve? Is that how it?
Mr. Chairman, yes, it is first come, first serve. So so every unit and every uncapped zone has a non-resident tag for that unit or zone. It's first come, first serve in early December, and that once a unit or zone hits that limit, there are no more tags available for it. So yes, it is essentially first come, first serve. It just gets tallied up until it hits that limit, and then all tag sales are off.
Okay,
Yep.
I follow you, okay.
Yeah, so that is what I mean when I say that there are deer units that will not sell out the individual unit level before we hit that statewide non-resident
Gotcha.
limit.
Okay,
And the
thank you.
opposite with elk. It is, every elk zone can sell all the available
Right,
non-resident
because
tags
we're
without
below
hitting
the
that.
threshold, right?
That's
So,
correct, yeah.
Okay. Any further questions before he moves on?
Yeah, is there a non-resident tag quota for elk?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, yes. There's the statewide limit of 12,815 that does include both capped and uncapped zones.
Okay, and when we use this 10 and 15%, we're allocating 5,202 tags are proposed for 2025, non-resident tags, non-outfitted, right?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, you're looking at the table there?
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the front page of the table.
Oh, yeah, that's the same number. Yes, that is the proposed for uncapped. Let's see, I had those numbers in here. The total number of elk tags for capped is 5,718. So you add elk A on the table there, plus elk B on that table, plus the capped zones, and that totals 12,002. I hope. I'm pretty sure.
Plus the draw hunts. Plus the draw hunts on top of that. Or the
Mr.
control
Chairman, Commissioner Charette, no.
Oh.
Controlled hunts are, again, a completely separate process. So just to make, for a little bit of clarity, you've got general uncapped that we're talking about here. You have capped, which is its own process, and then you have controlled, which is yet a third process. So these numbers that we're talking about here, these statewide limits, apply only to general season hunts, not controlled.
Mr. Chairman, I better do this officially. But the controlled hunts, the cap zone hunts, and the non-resident, or the general hunts all come out of that state quota of the total number of elk. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, not the controlled. Capped and uncapped, yes.
Okay.
Controlled hunts are, for the non-resident part, they're limited to no more than 10%. They're all draw hunts, but those there is no specific non-resident limit at a statewide level for controlled, but it's 10% at the hunt level.
Rick, Mr. Chairman, Rick, what I'm trying to get at is, as a commissioner, I'm challenged all the time. We've got all these out-of-state hunters here. do we have a percentage of non-resident hunters, including the outfitter allocation? Do we know what it is when you take all those exceptions and throw in there? Because it's been 10, it's been 15 and others, and then there's a couple categories that don't count. At the end of the day, what percentage of non-resident hunters get our tags?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, we do have that. I think it was in March.
Okay.
I presented some tag sale information
Okay.
to the commission. And boy, you're asking me to remember a specific number that, out of a whole bunch of different numbers, but we do have that. There are really a couple of different ways we can calculate it, but not counting control, looking just at general hunts, I want to say elk was somewhere around 13 or 14% non-resident participation on the average.
Well, I'm interested in all in, all out, so I don't have to go, you exclude this, you exclude
Yeah,
that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, and I do have that calculated for controlled hunts, but again, they are limited to no more than 10% non-resident. So they actually would pull that average down to something
Okay.
less than
Okay.
13 or 14%. And I'd be happy to follow up with more details on that, once we wrap up here.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, I'm beginning to see why we keep you around here.
Absolutely.
No comment. All right.
Continue on, Rick. Please, please.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. That was the easy part. Now we get into outfitter allocation and non-resident tags. So in order to allocate outfitter tags or properly to allocate tags to clients of outfitters, the actual hunter, the commission must first set aside tags from those non-resident limits, the 12,815 elk, 15,500 tags. So the takeaway here for our little background information is that the outfitter allocated tags come from the non-resident limits. Up until last year, this outfitter set-aside pool the specific number was spelled out in rule starting last year. That rule was changed so that the commission can just simply do it through proclamation. And we'll get to specific numbers in a moment here. The outfitter set-aside does include both capped and uncapped elk zones. And then tags that are allocated to hunters using the services of an outfitter come from that outfitter set-aside. Starting last year, there is a new rule that establishes the base allocation for outfitters. I call this base allocation. I think that makes more sense. The term actually in rule is the initial tag use number. So a year ago, we went through an exercise that established that base allocation, which is the same as the allocation for 2024. And that initial tag use number or base allocation was the highest outfitter use by unit and by uncapped zone for 2021 to 2022. That base allocation does not change each year. That's why we call it the base allocation. It is the same. Outfitters can earn additional allocation through use above that base allocation number, up to half of the non-resident limit. But I'll explain a little bit more on that, but we're not anywhere near that. So this forms the basis of outfitter allocation. That historical use, additional allocation through historical use, that's defined as the highest of the last 2 years. In this case, because 2021 and 2022 outfitter use were used in the establishment of that base allocation, we are really only looking at additional historical use from 2023. And this will make more sense when I provide some examples. And real quickly before I move on, the 15,500, the outfitter set aside is limited to 25% of that total non-resident limit, the 15,500, 12,815. That effectively sets the ceiling on outfitter allocation. That 25% is the maximum amount that could be allocated. I'll give some specific numbers in a moment. The base allocation or the initial tag use number sets the floor. So that sets the minimum amount of tags to be allocated to outfitters. But base allocation works at the unit or zone level. The set aside works at the statewide level. So the staff proposal is to allocate 2025 tags using the base allocation or the initial tag use number plus additional use above that number from 2023. So again, a couple of examples. Bannock Zone A tag. In 2024, the base allocation was established at 2. Again, that's the highest use of 2021 or 2022. In 2023, outfitters took or received credit for taking an additional 5 clients, adding up to 7. So that 7 is the proposed 2025 allocation. Those additional 5 tags, well, all the allocated tags come out of that non-resident limit, the first part of the presentation for the 2025 and 2026, the 10%, 15%. That sets that total non-resident limit. So we calculate the outfitter allocation at the unit and zone level, subtract that from that non-resident limit. In this case, the non-resident limit proposed for 2025 and 2026 on the Bannock A tag is 193. Take away the 7 proposed outfitter allocated tags, you end up with 186 non-resident, non-outfitted tags for the 2025 season. Again, non-resident limits 2 years, outfitter allocation and non-resident tags for 1 year. And using the Unit 66 regular deer example again, base allocation was established last year at 33 tags. 5 additional tags were used in 2023 by outfitters for a total of 38 for the proposed 2023 outfitter allocation. The non-resident limit is proposed at 151. Take away the 38 outfitter tags, you end up with 113 as the proposed non-resident, non-outfitted tags for 2025. So this is the table that's on the front of your handout. Again, the green part you've already seen. That is the non-resident limits for 2025 and 2026. Blue are the sums of the proposed 2025 outfitter tag allocation, along with how those numbers have changed from last year. And then the yellow on the right is simply the resulting number of non-resident tags proposed for 2025. So looking at the blue section there, across the board, outfitter tags are up relatively slightly. That is use demonstrated by outfitters in 2023 above the base allocation. And then the resulting non-resident, non-outfitted tags on the right are simply taking the proposed total non-resident limit, subtracting out the outfitter allocation, and that gives you the total non-resident tags. So I'm going to pause there for more questions before we get into recommendations. And yeah, it looks like there's lots. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Ebert.
So you have a base allocation, and then there's historical use, I think you called it, beyond that, where they can grow their business, right? Can they bring in other non-resident tags and show that as historical use if they haven't used their whole base?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, no, not the way it's calculated is regardless of the type of use, if it's outfitted tag use or if it's hunters who bring a tag, their own over-the-counter tag, the base allocation is the first number they have to meet. Okay. So if the numbers you see there are beyond that base allocation, so if the base allocation is 10, doesn't matter what flavor of tags they bring to that, if they end up with a total of 12, then that's an additional use of 2.
Okay. And then follow up, if I may, Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Ebert.
If the base is set and it's static, I mean, we set a base at this point in time and we're going to keep that base, and then they have a bump up of historical use, And after 5 years, do they have to keep using that historical use, or does it eventually go away, that addition?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, it does go away. It's the highest of the last 2 years.
Okay.
So that's why we go through this every year, is that it's based on historical use by
Okay.
outfitters. And so the base allocation does not change, but
Okay.
that additional use will change.
Okay. I think you said that, and I just wanted to clarify it.
And Rick, so the way you're tracking that increase of allotted tags, where a hunter would bring his own tag to an outfitter, do they take that back to the regional office and get it exchanged for a outfitted tag? Is that how that's tracked?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that specific of how it's done at the regional office, but they do have to take in a report for both verified, it's called verified and certified. So, and I always get those mixed up. One of them are the actual allocated tags. So they have to report use on each one of those tags to get credit for it. And then if a hunter brings their own tag, that does become an outfitted tag, and same thing, they file a report, they get the credit for that. So that's all tracked in our licensing system. But the outfitter does need to file those reports by December 20th of the year that they
Of that
hunted.
year.
Yeah, and then that's all tabulated.
Kathleen, would you like to add something?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, so the tags are not exchanged if it is not an allocated tag. The outfitter pays the recording fee to record that as outfitted use. It's a non-outfitted tag. It's the over-the-counter tag that people buy, but if the outfitter can show they outfitted that particular client, it's recorded and then can be added as outfitted use. But it's not changed to an outfitter allocated tag.
And how do we verify that that's taken place? I mean,
So part of the form filling out is having the contract with the outfitter for outfitted services that has to be more than just packing out meat or something like that. So there is a recording process that occurs.
okay, thank you. Any other questions before he moves on?
Mr. Chairman, just a comment, and what she just described was a change from the way it was originally done. Originally, it was just self-reporting with no verification. Now we actually verify it through our system.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, the system was changed a few years ago to the Fish and Game licensing system. Prior to that, it was reporting to the Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board. Yeah, so we've taken that part over. Okay, if there's no further questions, I will move on to recommendations. And again, I've broken this into 3 parts, one on non-resident limits, one on outfitter set-aside, and one on outfitter allocation and non-resident tags. Staff recommendation on non-resident limits is to continue the sliding scale percentage limits developed for the 2021 and 2022 seasons and apply them to the average hunter participation estimated for the previous 5-year period of 2019 to 2023 to set non-resident limits for the 2025 and 2026 seasons. A quick note on this part, there are 2 units where we are proposing to remove the non-resident white-tailed deer tags from. Now, those are units 32 and 32A. The number of whitetail in those units is exceedingly small. We've heard a lot of complaints from non-residents who have spent $600 on a deer tag and there's no whitetail, or what few whitetail there are on private property. So our regional staff have recommended that those be removed, and so we have proposed that. So that's 4 tags, 4 whitetail tags in Unit 32 and 10 whitetail tags in 32A. So I just wanted to put that out there so you're aware. One other thing, the recommendations that I'm showing up here on the screen and the suggested motions are slightly different than what's in the goal sheet. So I just want to direct your attention to the screens to make sure you're aware of that. So are any questions on non-resident limits?
Go ahead.
No, you go for it.
Mr. Chairman, I
Commissioner Ebert.
don't have a question maybe as much as a comment, but I keep getting pounded on over and over to limit non-residents. And if I understand Director Fredericks correctly, we are going to take a look at that with our group concerning the December 1st sales, and
Yes.
I think we absolutely need to take a hard look at how many non-residents we allow to come here and hunt, and we need to definitively say, here's what we want it to be, and arguments both ways, I guess, but seriously need to take a look at reducing non-resident participation, in my opinion.
Thank you, Commissioner Ebert. Commissioner Schrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want a clarification, make sure I understand this right. From the very first table, it looks like we're overall decreasing tags or opportunities for non-residents, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, yes, that is correct.
But then the outfitters have increased their demonstrated uses, so there's gonna be less opportunities for over-the-counter DIY non-residents in the state of Idaho. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, yes. that
I'm not
is
sure that's
accurate.
entirely a bad thing, I just wanted to make sure I understood that.
Yes, and that, the exception to that being that, well, the Elk B tag, 13 tag difference overall for non-residents, but yeah, 1,035 regular deer tags, that's pretty healthy amount.
Is there a cap on, will there always be the ability for the non-resident over-the-counter DIY guy that wants to go do it? Or will it eventually get to the point where outfitters will be able to have all those tags in all those areas?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, that's a good question, and this gets a little bit complicated, but the short answer is no. It will not get to the point where outfitters get all the tags. The way it's set, so they get the base allocation to start with, and then the remaining tags that are left. So on the right side, the proposed 2025 non-resident, non-outfitted tags, that's after the outfitter allocation has been taken out. Outfitters can earn up to half of those tags, 50% of what's left. But again, they're limited by that set aside. So there is a ceiling on how high they can go. So it's 25% of that set aside for deer and elk. Sorry, I said that wrong. It's 25% of the statewide limit. So, and I wrote that down in here.
So outfitters cannot exceed the 25% set aside out of the total number of non-resident tags?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, that is correct.
I'm getting this.
And so just as an FYI, the 12,815 and the 15,500, those statewide limits, those are spelled out in rule. But yes, 25% maximum can go to the set aside.
And then if they want more business, then they'd have to go out and drum it up themselves with the rest of the tags.
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks, Mr.
So just a little bit more clarification on that. That number up there the number proposed for the outfitter set aside for elk at 12,975, it represents 23.2% of that total non-resident limit. So 25 being the maximum. So they're at about 23% right now. With deer, it's a little different. Again, 25% limit of 15,500. Deer are at about 12%. So there's a lot more room in deer than there are in elk.
Thank you.
Good?
Yep.
Okay. And, I have put up on the screen there a sample motion. Again, that is slightly different than what's in the gold sheet.
Commissioner Charette.
Mr. Chairman, I move the commission adopt staff recommendation for management non-resident general season uncapped elk zones A and B tags and regular whitetail deer tags as presented by staff in the summary tables.
Mr. Chairman, I'd second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Bobbitt. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Chair votes aye. The motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, the next topic is the outfitter set aside. I just kind of talked about that a little bit, but the staff recommendation is to set aside general season elk and deer tags from the 2025 statewide non-resident limits with the number of tags to be determined as the sum of the initial tag use number and the higher of the 2022-2023 use data. Again, that's a little bit of semantics there. 2023 is really the only number that affects that. So the total numbers there are 12,975 general elk season tags, or 23% of that statewide limit. Non-resident limit, and 1,846 general season tags, or 12% of that statewide non-resident limit. Questions on outfitter set aside?
Maybe not a question, but a comment, and I'm hoping this is the correct time to bring it up. But I know at least myself and another commissioner have been approached by the Outfitter and Guide Association about looking into the cap zone set aside. And after talking to Director Fredericks regarding this, we have this group working. What I'm trying to do here is set the stage to let the outfitters and guides know that we're not ignoring their request to at least discuss this. But after talking with the director, that we have this group looking into all the non-resident tag allocation stuff that we have heard them, and there'll be some discussion somewhere in the future. So I just wanted to get that kind of on the record. I don't know if that was a perfect time to do that, but continue on, please.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I appreciate the comment, and yes, that is being discussed, and how that will, what we have committed to is exploring that through our season setting process, which is coming up this fall and winter with final season set for big game in March of next year.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the commission set aside 2,975 general season elk tags and 1,846 general season deer tags from the 25 statewide non-resident limits for sale to persons that have entered into an agreement to use the services of a licensed outfitter.
A motion before you, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Commissioner Harshbarger seconds it. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, one more. Staff recommendation on general season deer and uncapped elk tag allocation is to allocate 2025 outfitter tags by unit and zone as base allocation plus 2023 use above base allocation. And that the 2025 non-resident, non-outfitted tags in each game management unit and uncapped elk zone equals the non-resident limit minus the 2025 outfitter allocation.
Gentlemen,
Questions?
questions? Comments? Hearing none, is there a
Chairman,
motion?
if motion's in order, I move the commission adopt staff recommendations for 2025 outfitter tag allocations and 2025 general season tag limits for non-residents for elk zones and deer units that are unlimited for residents as presented by staff in the summary tables.
I have a motion, is there a second?
I'd second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Cameron. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, just for the benefit of Commissioner Harshbarger, who has not had this opportunity to deal with this very simple task in the past, that was sarcasm. The Fish and Game Commission's responsibility for outfitter allocation is basically to determine the size of the pie for outfitted use by particular game management unit or zone, and then that pie gets handed over to the Idaho Outfitter and Guides Licensing Board, which has its own set of rules of some complexity to then divide the pieces amongst the particular outfitters in the zone if there are more than one. So sometimes commissioners are contacted by individual outfitters, but those are the responsibility and purview of the licensing board.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Kathleen, Director, do you have?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I might just circle back quickly to talk about that question of allocation and cap zones, which this presentation was not about. But recognizing that commitment that we made to the outfitters, that Rick acknowledged that they had looked to us this past January to increase allocation in those cap zones. We advised them that we needed to include that in a public input process with season setting. We hadn't done that. So we committed to them that we would move forward and have that discussion in the next season setting process, as Rick acknowledged. And then in the interim, this non-resident tag sales advisory committee, which again deals with all of these things that we've been talking about. And I don't want to pretend that they're going to look this over and come back with some very simple, solution that makes everybody happy. I mean, I think it's as complex as it is because we've been trying to manage all these different issues and demands on it, including outfitter allocation. And so I do look forward to seeing their recommendations. I know that right out of the gate, one of the things that they've all recognized is, wow, this is really complicated. What we need to do is simplify it. And so I don't think there's anybody in the room that probably disagrees with that in concept, but the devil's in the details. And we are where we are because of a lot of carve-outs related to allocation. And so this is part of an ongoing conversation that is going to really ramp up here in the next few months.
Very well said. Thank you, Director.
And
Kathleen?
yes, Director, Chairman, so one other quick explanation of what's in rule is for the decision you just made, those are where non-residents only are limited, and it is somewhat a matter of hunter crowding and social carrying capacity versus a biological cap on a zone. And when you have a biological cap on a zone, your current rules identify proportions of how those are divided between resident. So residents have a limit, non-residents have a limit that's then shared between non-residents and outfitters. So that's why that request by the association is a little more complicated, because then you have a fixed set of pie that also applies to residents in addition to non-residents. So that's why it has a little more meat and discussion that would be involved on those particular issues.
Thank you, Kathleen. Okay, release of Bighorn sheep auction and lottery tags for auction and lottery. Ollie? Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry. So this is a topic that I bring to you every July. So it's the release of the special Bighorn sheep tags. Idaho code dictates that the commission has the authority to issue an auction tag that would be auctioned off by an incorporated nonprofit wildlife conservation organization. The commission also has the authority to issue one special Bighorn sheep tag to be issued by lottery, and that would be either by the department or by a nonprofit wildlife conservation organization selected by the commission. So just some background. At commission direction in 2010, the department developed guidelines for selection of these organizations if there is more than one applicant. That is applied to either auction the tag or for the opportunity to administer and market the lottery tag. Recently, only 2 organizations have applied for these opportunities. The Wild Sheep Foundation has applied for the opportunity to auction the Bighorn sheep auction tag, and the Idaho chapter of the Wild Sheep Foundation has applied for the opportunity to market and administer the lottery tag. So another little bit of background. These tags, there are 2 tags every year, one auction and one lottery. They alternate between years about which tag could be used in Hunt Area 11. So on odd numbered years, the auction tag can be used in Hunt Area 11, and subsequently, those are the years where we see the higher prices at the auction. So recently, in 2023, the auction tag sold for $320,000 in Reno, and in 2021, $310,000. And then in 2024, This last year in Reno, the auction tag went for $230,000. And in 2022 and 2020, $165,000. Just to give you an idea about the prices these tags go for at the auction. Proceeds from the auction tag are used for bighorn sheep management and research in Idaho. We have, I think, a long and good history of how we put those funds to use in disease research and management, in providing funding to better develop our survey methodology, develop models so we can get better estimates of bighorn sheep populations. We've also funded the development and evaluation of test and remove methods, which we are currently working on in multiple areas of the state. The lottery tag generates the most money on even years when it's available in Hunt Area 11. In 2022, that lottery tag generated $315,870. In 2020, it was $184,420, just to give you an idea of the amount of money they've been generating. And I think on Friday we'll find out the amount of revenue that they generated this year, which they said was above their recent record, which was $315,000, so more than that for 2024. And I should also mention, and I should have mentioned this for the auction tag, since 1998, the auction tag has generated more than $3.6 million in gross proceeds for bighorn sheep management. The lottery tag has generated more than $2.3 million in net proceeds for management of bighorn sheep. And that one also works with, that money, I should explain, is also dedicated to improving relationships between sportsmen and private landowners, solving problems between bighorn sheep and domestic sheep, and wildlife and other domestic animals. It supports our wildlife health lab. So that money we've used for disease testing, implementing, disease testing, we've used it for cataloging and analyzing our genetics that we've worked on. We've done quite a bit of genetics work within the state, which is becoming really a valuable resource to us. We've also funded collaborative efforts with universities to look at research on disease in bighorn sheep and domestics. So 2 things I wanted to mention jointly between those 2 programs is one, both the auction tag and lottery tag funds have been used to fund our small flock program. That's the MOVI-free small flock program. I haven't mentioned that recently, so I thought I'd bring it up today. This is a program where we work with small flocks, flock owners of domestic sheep and small herds of domestic goats. We provide education. We work with them to clear MOVI from their flocks. This has been a great effort in providing collaboration in small communities. We've gained a lot of trust, provided a lot of education while reducing risk to bighorn sheep and improving health of these small flocks of domestic sheep and herds of domestic goats. It's been, I think, a really good way to work with the small communities and provide an inroad to start conversations to better our management and our relationships there. Both of these programs have also provided funding for the statewide Bighorn Sheep Action Plan. We developed this plan after the commission, approved our Bighorn Sheep Management Plan. This plan describes more action-related items specific to our management goals and direction in the plan. So these really ramped up our efforts in the state. As some of you have been out with us on projects, we've reported on these. So the lottery tag funds and the auction tag funds have helped increase our ability to do more work for bighorn sheep in the state. The commission, like I said previously, has authority to issue these tags. The staff recommends the commission release the 2025 Bighorn Sheep Auction Tag to the Wild Sheep Foundation for subsequent auction, and the 2025 Bighorn Sheep Lottery Tag to the Idaho Wild Sheep Foundation for subsequent lottery. We've had a long history working with these groups to do the auction and the lottery. And they are the only applicants for the 2025 tags. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have a comment, Mr. Chairman. I got
Commissioner
to go and witness these folks do some of this work, and I thought I was kind of a tough guy till I tried to keep up with these ladies working those sheep over. And I'm telling you, they work their hearts out doing that, so much appreciated.
Thank you.
Any further? Chair to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
I move the
Cameron.
commission release the 2025 Bighorn Sheep Auction Tag to the Wild Sheep Foundation to conduct an auction, and the 2025 Bighorn Sheep Lottery Tag to the Idaho Wild Sheep Foundation to conduct a lottery.
You have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Moved, second. Further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye, motion passes. Holly?
Thank you. The next agenda item is the discount order for Bighorn Sheep lottery tag applications. By commission rule in IDAPA, it clarifies that tickets for the Bighorn Sheep lottery tag are actually non-transferable controlled hunt applications. So agreements with the nonprofit organizations selected for marketing and administering the lottery tag have identified discount prices as a way to optimize revenue and to memorialize the Bighorn Sheep lottery tag. This is another item that I bring to you normally annually. So the fees, which you'll see on your gold sheet, are the same. They're consistent with the fees in the 2024 for the 2024 discount order. 1 ticket for $20, 6 tickets for $100, 14 tickets for $166.75, and 25 tickets for $250, or 25 tickets, yeah, for $250. The difference this year is we're bringing you this discount order for 2 years versus 1 year. So this would be for the July 2025 tag or opportunity and the July 2026 drawings. The reason for this is because our Bighorn Sheep Mountain Goat Moose proclamation is for 2 years. So to be consistent within that proclamation, having the discount order prices for 2 years would clean that up a little bit. We wouldn't be revisiting something that's already been published in the proclamation for the year prior. So that's the difference this year, the 2-year ask versus the 1 year. So the Idaho Code authorizes the commission to order a discount in fees for specific species, units, areas, zones, or gender as necessary to encourage increased license sales or to encourage hunting, fishing, and trapping. So the staff recommendation is to adopt the discount fees for all Bighorn Sheep lottery tag special controlled hunt applications for the July 2025 and July 2026 drawing.
Thank you, Holly. Commission, any questions, comments? Commissioner Cameron?
I move the commission adopt the discount fees presented by staff for all Bighorn Sheep lottery tags special controlled hunt application for the July 25th and July 26th drawing.
Just for clarification, that's July 2025 and July 2026, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Second that motion.
Commissioner Murphy seconds it. Any further discussion? Seeing or hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Holly. Okay, moving right along. Goose zones and hunter survey results. Jeff, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. Pretty excited to share the results of the 2024 Goose Hunter Opinion Survey with you today. Just wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about the fact we're going to have a little background and purpose of the reason why we do this survey effort. We'll spend a little bit of time meeting the actual geese that visit us here in Idaho. We'll talk about the previous survey effort that we conducted in 2019. We're going to talk about a new approach that we took this year. We'll then review the survey results, and then lastly, we'll go through those goose zone recommendations. And so as a reminder to some of the work that we talked about in both March and April, state wildlife agencies are annually responsible for selecting dates of migratory game bird hunting seasons within the federal frameworks that are established by the Fish and Wildlife Service after they visit with all state wildlife agencies. You will recall these season frameworks define the outside dates, so that defines the earliest start date and the latest end date, as well as the season length, which for most species right now is 107 days because of liberal frameworks, and it also establishes bag limits. The Commission approves these hunting season dates for Idaho every April. So talking a little bit about the purpose, within that federal framework, states set season dates based on their understanding of local conditions and hunter desires. And so ultimately, selecting specific geographic and date configurations with any state is a social decision to maximize hunting opportunity and satisfaction within the confines of the federal framework, those 107 days, the start and the end dates that we get to deal with. For geese, this can be challenging. Mr. Chairman, you talked about goose hunters being different in the past. In Idaho, we've got a geographically diverse state, and there are 3 goose species that we're dealing with. Each of them have separate hunting season frameworks. And so where I thought we'd start today is let's take some time to meet the geese. And I'll start with the Canada goose. This is the largest, most widespread, and likely most recognizable species of goose in the state. It's the only goose that nests in Idaho and can be found here year-round. Often referred to as resident Canada geese, this is a bit of a misnomer. These birds still migrate, and Idaho is really a winter destination for many birds that are from northern latitudes. This can include places like Alberta and Saskatchewan in Canada, so they're not really resident geese, if you will. Moreover, many Idaho citizens will associate these birds with city parks, golf courses, open areas, that sort of thing. But it's also important to recognize that the state of Idaho harvests more Canada geese than any other state within the Pacific Flyway.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and I forgot to click through there, so I'll do my best with the next species. When it comes to our hunting season framework for Canada geese, it's how do we determine where to distribute the 107 days of hunting days that we have between the Saturday nearest September 24th and February 15th. The change to February 15th is relatively new. The only opportunity we've had to go from January 31st to February 15th for an ending date was this past year. We decided not to make a decision on that when we asked the Commission to set seasons this year because we didn't have the goose hunter opinion data that we were looking for to make an educated decision about that. The other thing that I would note is that there's also an early Canada goose season option that's available from September 1st through September 20th. We can select 15 days during that time period, and managers use this as a tool to control or decrease local goose populations in areas where we need that support. So I mentioned that Idaho is a geographically diverse state, so I'll attempt to address that in this slide and a few more to come. This is a figure of Canada goose relative abundance specifically for the Southwest region. The x-axis displays the dates within the federal framework. So on the left-hand side, you'll see that includes the Saturday closest to September 24th, and on the right-hand side, you'll see that it includes February 15th. So we're looking at how abundance changes throughout the federal season framework. These estimates of relative abundance were derived from eBird records from 2004 through 2022. So this is citizen science data that's been collected over about a 20-year period. Moreover, we rely on this information because Fish and Game doesn't have the capacity. We don't have the staff to have people out on the landscape counting Canada goose numbers or any goose numbers on a weekly basis. So this is the best information we have. And additionally, this is peer-reviewed. This is these are models that predict relative abundance. You can use this for anywhere across the country at different scales. So to further talk a little bit about relative abundance, the expected what this equates to is the expected number of birds that a person would encounter on a 1 hour, 1 kilometer trip starting at 7 a.m. in a specific location. So again, this is specific to the Southwest region, and what you'll see is that numbers build from early September all the way up until the end of December. They kind of level off a little bit, but what I want you to know more than anything here is that That level in September, where you see a number of 1, is 7 times fewer what we see in late December. So you probably wouldn't choose to have a season at your lowest level of abundance. So now I'm going to switch to the upper Snake region. Here you can see numbers build from late September again. They start peaking a little bit earlier. Here in November, levels off a little bit till late December, and then it drops way off. And so what's happening during this time? Things are freezing up, right? So you get a lot of snow, you get your freezing water bodies, there's less food availability. And so this is just an example of how abundance is very different between 2 regions of the state, and as a result, you might choose different dates associated with what you have to deal with within the federal framework. So now we'll talk a little bit about light geese. Light geese includes lesser snow geese and Ross's geese. And these are Arctic nesting geese. So when it comes to lesser snow geese, they are primarily nesting on 3 primary nesting colonies. The first is on Banks Island, which is in the Northwest Territories. The other is on Alaska's North Slope. And then the third is in Wrangel Island, Russia. So, you know, when we talked about the Migratory Bird Treaty Act that we signed with other countries, this is where that comes into play and is really a true example of how we use that information from the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. These birds primarily winter in the Central Valley of California, but they're passing through here on their southern migration to some extent, and moreover on their northward migration. They're a relative newcomer to Idaho. This is, historically, we've seen birds stop on their way north to the breeding grounds in the spring, primarily in eastern Idaho, but more and more we're starting to see birds stop in the fall, specifically in southwest Idaho. They're tending to stick around a little bit, and we're seeing a great increase in the number of birds that are using Idaho since the early 2000s. The first season that we had for what would be considered a late winter or early season was in 2010. And since that time, Idaho is now second only to the state of California in harvest of light geese. So now we'll talk a little bit about the light goose season framework. What you'll notice is we still have 107 days to deal with, and we're talking about that Saturday near September 24th up until March 10th. Hunting is not permitted past March 10th, and that is defined by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. We cannot allow any hunting beyond that date. The other thing that's important to understand about light geese is that electronic calls and unplugged shotguns are allowed for the use of taking these birds, but only when all other waterfowl seasons are closed. So there cannot be a white-fronted goose season open, there can't be a Canada goose season, a duck season. Only light goose season can be open at the time of using those expanded methods. So here we are again. We're going to talk about goose abundance again. This time it's also from the southwest region. And what I'd like to highlight here is that these birds are only here for very short periods of time. So you see birds that are arriving right at the beginning of November. They're sticking around for a couple of weeks, dropping back in November, staying around at a very low level, and then come sort of mid-February, birds start spiking again. And you're seeing these tremendous number of birds coming into the area. Again, this is the southwest region. The scene on the previous slide where we saw thousands and thousands of geese, pretty common scene at a place like Fort Boise Wildlife Management Area. Not only is it popular to hunt around that area, but it's also a super popular wildlife observation area as well. It's really a very, very impressive spectacle. So lastly, we'll talk about white-fronted geese. Here we've got a bird that nests primarily in Alaska, and even more so on the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta on the western portion of Alaska. These birds winter in the Sacramento Valley of California. Similar to light geese, these are a relative newcomer to the state of Idaho. They are primarily stopping over on their northward migration in the springtime, and they are here at pretty low levels, but something that has increased within the last 20 plus years. 20 years ago, we did not have light or white-fronted geese staging in Idaho at any significant levels at all. Our first late winter season, so similar to the light goose situation where we started in 2010, the framework was first expanded for white fronts beyond January 31st, beginning in 2014, and Idaho had its first season during that time period. So this is the exact same framework that we have for light geese. How do we distribute those 107 days between the Saturday near September 24th and March 10th? Again, we cannot hunt beyond March 10th, and it's important to remember that if the white front season is open, expanded methods are not allowed for light geese. Here's an example of abundance, and even more so than the first figures you've seen. this is a very discrete time period when white fronts are even in the state of Idaho. They start showing up in late January. They bump up. You can see that that relative abundance level is much lower than it was for either of the previous species. These birds are not here very long, and there aren't nearly as many as there are when considering Canada geese or light geese. So one other thing that I would note about all three of those species is that each of them is above their population management goals. So as a result, we've got liberal season frameworks for Canada geese, light geese, and white-fronted geese, 107 days for each of those species. And those expanded methods for light geese are really a function of the fact that their population has grown tremendously over the last 20-plus years. So now that we're more familiar with the geese and their respective frameworks, it's important to discuss how these different how to use these different season structures in different portions of the state. We do this through the use of zones. The zone, as defined by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, is a geographic area or portion of a state with a contiguous boundary for which independent dates may be selected. We cannot have zones that are not contiguous. So if you've got an area like Valley County that wants to have the same season as an area in eastern Idaho, you either have to find a way to connect those zones or they become separate zones. So these are designed to distribute waterfowl hunting opportunities and harvest according to when the birds are available for harvest or to satisfy hunter desires in different areas of the state. The Fish and Wildlife Service has established guidelines to provide a framework for these zones and splits. When it comes to geese, there are no restrictions on the number of zones that a state can have, and the number of zones can change annually. The seasons may actually be split into 3 segments, so you could have a season that is open, closes for a period of time, reopens, closes, and reopens again. So those are the options that are available when you're thinking about zone structure. It's also important to consider that duck zones, you can only have 4 zones, and you can only change them once every 5 years. That may not make a lot of sense. We've asked Fish and Wildlife Service about that. There's a lot more concern about duck populations than there are about goose populations, and that's why that is more restrictive. And the one thing that I would note is that our next opportunity to change duck zones is for the 2026 seasons. And so we'll be conducting a duck hunter opinion survey over the next year to inform that next time period. So how does Fish and Game develop these zone proposals? Well, both Idaho's current zones and the proposals before you today are the product of extensive outreach to hunters. This is aimed at understanding their hunting preferences. Since 2012, the department has conducted mail and web-based surveys to obtain input from hunters on their preferences on how to structure migratory game bird seasons and zones within the confines of the federal framework that we've talked about. Feedback from these surveys is then used to help guide the season setting process during the following 5 years. The last time we conducted a goose hunter opinion survey was in 2019, and it primarily focused on season date preferences for each of these species. That is, hunters were presented with different season date options and were asked to identify which ones they liked most. So ultimately, it comes down to what do hunters value? If you're looking at this hunter who is hunting in a blizzard, are they thinking about themselves, man, I sure wish I had the opportunity to be hunting when it was a little more mild? Or is this a sweet spot? Is this when they want to be out there, when they want to be having that particular hunting experience? And so to answer this question, we looked at a method that was utilized in New York. And so rather than asking duck hunters about their specific duck hunting season date preferences, they asked them to rank 6 different fundamental objectives that describe what they value in their hunting experience. Then they used these rankings and the abundance estimates that we discussed earlier from eBird to evaluate unique season alternatives to determine which season structure best satisfied the objectives for duck hunters in each of their hunting zones in New York. It's important to note they did not use this to establish zone boundaries, nor did they use it to evaluate goose season. So as far as we're aware, this is the first time that a state is trying to use this information or this approach to establish zones and to use this on goose hunter season or goose seasons. So this brings us to Fish and Game's 2024 Goose Hunter Opinion Survey. So similar to New York, we did not ask hunters about specific dates, preferences for their seasons, but rather we asked them to rank objectives according to how much they influence their satisfaction with goose hunting dates in the county that they hunt most. So this is not associated with resident. This is about where they hunt the most. So we then use these rankings and the abundance estimates to evaluate season alternatives to determine which season structure best satisfies objectives of goose hunters in each administrative region of the state. This helped us identify areas of the state that had similar season preferences for season dates. And so we conducted this survey from June 4th to June 23rd of this year. Invitations were sent to over 42,000 migratory game bird permit holders for which we had a valid email address. We then sent 3 email reminders to folks. Over 6,300 respondents to this survey, which equated to about a 15% response rate. So the first thing I'm going to start with is Canada geese. There were over 4,000 respondents that said that they had hunted Canada geese in Idaho, and this map depicts the number of responses by county. So the darker the color, the more responses we had for a particular county. And what you'll see, and it's not a surprise, is that we do have more responses associated with some of our population centers, kind of surrounded in southwest Idaho, in the Panhandle, and then southeast Upper Snake, Magic Valley regions, with fewer respondents in, say, the Clearwater and Salmon regions. So these are the 6 objectives that we talked, the 6 different objectives that we asked hunters to rank for Canada geese. The first of which was, do you want to hunt when Canada geese are most abundant? The second is, do you want to hunt Canada geese at the same time you're duck hunting? The third one was a split option. Do you want to start the season, close it down, and then reopen the season? This would provide an opportunity to hunt both early and late. Do you want to have a continuous season, a season that starts and then runs to the end of the season and then it wraps up there? And then 2 last opportunities that we define as a late and an early season. If they wanted to hunt, if they wanted to maximize opportunities to hunt, we took that end date of February 15th, worked 105 days backwards to November 3rd. On the other end, if you want to hunt early, we typically have started early seasons in the past around the first Saturday in October. So we started on October 1st. Add 105 days, that takes you to January 13th. So those are the 6 objectives that we asked people to rank, and we had nearly 3,700 respondents that correctly completed those rankings. So if someone didn't rank all of those, that data was tossed. We only used the information for people that ranked all 6 objectives. And so these are the results that we had of the 6 different fundamental objectives. And statewide, the opportunity to hunt Canada geese when most abundant was most important to hunters. It received somewhere between 23 and 26% of the objective weight for at a regional scale throughout the state. Secondly, the opportunity to hunt geese at the same time as duck season was number 2 for every region of the state except for the Magic Valley and the Southeast regions. Third, the third most important objective was to hunt Canada geese late, so that November 3rd to February 15th time period. And then lastly, were the 2 objectives to hunt early and to have a split season structure. We've asked people about a split season structure. We've heard about it from folks in the past about whether or not it's something they would consider. It continues to be a season structure that folks do not prefer, and this just continues to reinforce that. And so now let's take a quick look at an example from the Southwest region that evaluated 4 different season alternatives, and I apologize if it's difficult to read those season dates on the left-hand side, but those are the 4 different season alternatives that we evaluated for this particular region. The first one is a season that runs from October 1st to January 13th. That's the early season. The second one is a split season structure. The third one is the late season structure. And the fourth one is actually the season structure that exists in the region currently from October 19th to January 31st. And so the segments of each of these bars on this bar graph represent the degree to which each season alternative accomplishes the goose hunter objectives that we just talked about. So based on the values identified as important to hunting season, and this is based on the value that hunters placed on each one of these objectives. An alternative that were to perfectly accomplish all objectives would have a utility score, in this case, of 100%. In this case, the highest one is 64%, and the lowest one is 24.5%. We evaluated season alternatives like this for each region, including the McCall subregion, and we did this for each of the 3 species. So using this information, we're then able to come up with some recommendations on our goose zones. And so starting with Canada geese, Based on these evaluations, we were able to identify areas of the state that had similar season preferences. And so staff recommend a few changes to the 2025 Canada Goose zones. The first is to consolidate the northern portion of previous Zone 1 and all of Zone 2 to create a new Zone 1. And this is an area that had a preference for early seasons. And so that really, this kind of dominates the Upper Snake region. The second recommendation is to create a new Zone 1. This includes Magic Valley, except the Magic Valley region, except for Camas County, and the Southeast region, except for the north and eastern portions of Bear Lake and Caribou counties. And these areas have a preference for late seasons. You'll note that this also includes the area that some of the hunters that testified last night were talking about. This would provide a late season hunting opportunity in those areas of Bear Lake and Caribou counties. And lastly, modify Zone 4 to allow for early season hunting opportunities in reservoir systems and late opportunities in river systems. Again, this reinforces what we heard from the public last night, and the actual definition would be that portion of Caribou County north of Highway 30 and that portion of Bear Lake County east of Highway 30 to Montpelier, south of Highway 89 to Ovid, and east of Highway 89 to the state line. So with that, I'm going to move on to light geese. There were over 1,000 respondents that said they had hunted light geese in Idaho. This is 75% fewer than the number of people that said they had hunted Canada geese. So a much more limited opportunity. The map, again, depicts the number of respondents by county. What you notice is that the highest number of respondents we get are in southwest Idaho. That is no surprise, based on what we see in regard to the number of birds on the landscape. To a lesser extent, we also see birds in the southeast and upper Snake regions as well, with limited opportunity in the Magic Valley region. But this is a southern Idaho opportunity. And so in this case, we asked hunters to rank 3 different objectives. The first of which, again, was abundance. Do you want to hunt when the birds are most abundant? The second, do you want to hunt light geese while you're white-fronted goose hunting? Is something we've heard from the public in the past. Ask them specifically to rank this. And then lastly, do you want to have the opportunity to hunt light geese with electronic calls and unplugged shotguns? So do you want to use those expanded methods to help you with your harvest? We had about nearly 700 people that correctly completed these rankings. And what you'll see from this is that abundance, again, drives the boat on this. And because light geese are primarily available in southern Idaho, we only calculated importance weights and compared season alternatives for the Southwest, Magic Valley, Southeast, and Upper Snake regions. So this example is from the Southwest region. It's fairly representative of each of the other regions, and the opportunity to hunt light geese, again, as I mentioned, was when birds were most abundant was important, and it received between 50% and 56% of the objective weight, and the opportunity to hunt with expanded methods came in second, and then third, hunting at the same time as white fronts. And so after evaluating season alternatives, staff recommend only 2 minor changes to light goose zones, the first of which is to consolidate zones 1 and 5, and the second is to move Blaine and Camas counties to zone 3. All right, last but not least, we're going to talk about the white-fronted goose zones. Only about 700 respondents said they had actually hunted white-fronted geese. Again, the map depicts where we got respondents. You can see that this is largely centered on Canyon County, Owyhee County, a very small proportion of the Southwest region. And so we had about 200 people that correctly completed our rankings. In this case, we just asked about abundance, and we asked about hunting at the same time as light geese, again, when birds are available in Idaho. And so the weights of the fundamental objectives here were really associated with abundance. Again, because of the discrete nature of when these birds were here, we only evaluated season structure and season alternatives for the Southwest and Magic Valley regions. Not surprisingly, the opportunity to hunt white-fronted geese when most abundant again came out on top, and it ranged from about 52% and 57% of the objective weight for those 2 objectives. And so after evaluating the different season alternatives, we only have 1 minor change to white-fronted goose zones, and that is to consolidate zones 1 and 2. Otherwise, our season structures seem to match up pretty well for this species. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we believe we successfully integrated hunter values and goose abundance to identify areas of the state that have similar season structure preferences for each of Idaho's 3 goose species. The recommendation before you today is a reflection of a process that deconstructed the complex motivations and values that lead to hunter season satisfaction and explicitly incorporated values of thousands of Idaho goose hunters. So with that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'd be happy to take any questions you may have about the recommendations.
Thank you, Jeff. Commission, questions? Seeing and hearing none.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move the commission adopt the staff recommendations for the goose zone configurations that take effect for the 25-26 hunting season.
Thank you, Commissioner Bobbitt. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Harshberger. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Chair votes aye. Thank you, Jeff. That's a lot of information, and right before lunch is a tough time to go, so appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may, I'd like to add one thing.
Sure.
And that is, because I mentioned that duck zones will be up for evaluation for the 26 or 2030 time period, there may be some changes to this because of that association between hunting geese at the same time as ducks. And so just know that that may be something that'll be on the horizon next year. Thank you.
Okay, great. Hillary, looks like a commission challenge grants. Welcome.
Hello, Commissioners. Director Ellery Tucker Williams, Legislative and Community Engagement. The Fish and Game Commission authorizes an annual community challenge grant, also known as challenge grant, composed of 7 regional $10,000 each grants and 1 statewide grant for the equivalent of $30,000 to provide partnership opportunities to implement projects broadly supported by the local and statewide sportsmen's community and enhance fish and wildlife habitat, populations, or associated recreational opportunities. And just as a reminder for folks here as well as online, these funds can be granted to a single project or split between multiple projects. The application period was March 1 through April 2024, and grant money is awarded for project expenditures during fiscal year 2025. The department received a total of 24 regional project proposals and 8 statewide project proposals. Regional and statewide committees met in May and June to review these applications and made recommendations for funding. And I just want to highlight that we had a lot of excellent proposals received this year and with increased interest, which is wonderful to see, and we hope to see that moving forward. Hope that more folks take advantage of this wonderful opportunity. And I want to thank each of you for your time and participation in that process and reviewing all those applications and giving them the attention and consideration that they each deserved. So from that, I will now go through the regional and statewide challenge grant funding recommendations for your consideration. So bear with me as I go through this list. So Region 1 recommends that the Selkirk Conservation Alliance receive $10,000 for Priest Lake Tributary annual water quality and habitat monitoring. Region 2 recommends that $7,000 be given to Friends of Waipe to help build an additional parking lot at Deo. Perfect, got it right. Reservoir to better accommodate the increasing visitor and fish boat access. Region 2 also recommends that $3,000 be granted to the Great Burn Conservation Alliance in order to restore native big game habitat, safeguard wildlife populations, improve access and recreational hunting and fishing opportunities, and conduct habitat restoration and trail stewardship projects. Region 3 recommends that $900 be granted to the Snake River Quail Forever chapter for the purchase of 2 wireless game bird launchers with a wireless remote to be used in the chapter's Learn to Hunt programs. They also recommend that $4,550 be granted to the Idaho Trails Association to support 2 week-long trail hitches clearing up to 26 miles of trail in Southwest Region's Big Creek Drainage, Frank Church River of No Return Wilderness in the summer of 2025. And then lastly, for Region 3, recommend that $4,550 be granted to the Idaho State Bow Hunters for the purchase of youth archery equipment, including bows, targets, arrows, archery accessories for many children, and then a couple of certificates for lifetime Idaho hunting and fishing licenses for 2 individuals. Region 4 recommends that the Mule Deer Foundation be granted $3,000 for winter range rehabilitation field work. The Burley Bobcat Trap Team be granted $4,000 for the construction of a safety wall. The Idaho chapter of National Wild Turkey Federation be granted $500 for tree plantings and habitat improvements. The Wood River Land Trust be granted $500 for Quigley Canyon fence alteration. And then the Wood River Land Trust be also granted $2,000 for microinvertebrate trend monitoring. Region 5 recommends that the Idaho chapter of National Wild Turkey Federation receive an additional $1,000 for tree planting and habitat improvements in the region. The East Idaho Houndsman Association be granted $4,500 for youth engagement and hunter recruitment. The Sagebrush Steppe Land Trust be granted $4,500 for the purchase of an ATV to assist with field work. Region 6 recommends that the East Idaho Houndsman Association be granted $2,500 for youth engagement and hunter recruitment, and the Skyline Trap Team be granted $7,500 to support the 7th through 12th grade shooting team. And then Region 7 recommends that the backcountry hunters and anglers receive $10,000 for the construction of an archery range in Salmon. And then last, but certainly not least, the statewide Challenge Grant Selection Committee recommends that the Idaho chapter of the National Wild Turkey Federation receive $7,000 for the purchase of Scholastic 3D archery targets to be used at state and regional recruitment, retention, and reactivation archery events throughout the state. That the Idaho Hunters Education Association receive $9,500 for the purchase of a new laser shot training system and support equipment to assist with hunter education training and outreach around the state. And lastly, that the Idaho Wild Sheep Foundation receive $13,500. I added an extra 0 on that, so I'll just ignore that. For a virtual fencing research project aimed at developing new ways to keep domestic sheep and bighorn sheep separated, reducing the risk of transmitting disease. With that, I will stand for questions and highlight that the staff recommendation is to approve, for the commission to approve recommendations of the regional and statewide review committees and permit staff to announce the outcome of the fiscal year 2025 Commission Community Challenge Grant process.
Thank you, Ellery, and thank you for all your work in getting that put together. Commission, any other questions or comments?
I just have to comment, that's Ellery.
I always get it wrong and I apologize. I psych myself out about it.
Is there a motion, gentlemen?
Just an observation on one of these grants that I'm real excited about. On the virtual fencing and the Wild Sheep Foundation, this is huge. Virtual fencing is in its nascent stage. It was, I think, just 10 years ago, the Three Creek Ranch south of Twin joined up with the University of Idaho Range Center to do some experimenting in rolling country, and it worked pretty good. And then I guess last year was the prove up, or the year before was the prove up on the Moose Fire, if y'all remember that big old fire out of Salmon, and that's some rough country. You know, how is virtual fencing going to work? How are the signals to the collars on the cows going to get around the hills? Well, they figured it out. They controlled some 300 head in some rough country. The difference was that ranch was able to keep stock on the ground rather than selling them or shipping them to the Panhandle for feeding. So it was a huge deal. And yesterday, the OX Ranch over in my neck of the woods, there's a gathering there. So I guess my point is that these kind of grants not only get work done on the ground physically. This is some research that's really needed. And I can tell you that there'll be a day, and I think it's probably going to be in the next 10 years, that a whole lot of internal pasture fences are going to be able to be pulled up, riparian fencing replaced. Not all, but a whole lot of it. And it's a huge boon to wildlife. Not to mention reduction in cost to the outfit trying to keep fences up and paying $20,000 a mile to build it. So the Wild Sheep Foundation, and I wasn't part of the conversation for that grant, but when I saw it, yahoo, you know, it's a good move. Thanks.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Commissioner Murphy. Would you like to follow that up with a motion?
I'd be delighted.
Thank you.
Got to find my motion here, though. Now, the last presentation had the motions all up on the screen. So, now I'm all for it, but I got to find the wording so we're legal here.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that the
Commissioner Bob.
commission adopt staff recommendations for Goose Zone. Oh. I just did that. Yeah,
Would anyone
Go
else
ahead.
care to take a swing at this? Commissioner Charette.
I make a motion to approve the recommendations of the Regional Estate Right Review Committee and permit staff to announce the outcome of fiscal year 2025 Commission Community Challenge Grant process.
Thank you, sir.
And I'll second that.
Everybody seconds that, so
Nailed it.
yeah, let's go ahead and, if there's no further comments or questions, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, chair votes aye. Thank you, Ellery. Appreciate it.
Commission.
Thanks, Ellery.
Hey, Courtney.
So yeah, in order to try to keep a little bit ahead of schedule, we're gonna have Casey come up and talk a little bit about a couple of conservation easements. These guys are kind of trying to get me to move the schedule along as quickly as possible, so no pressure, Casey, but let's get right after it, shall
No
we?
problem, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Happy to dive in. The first agenda item here obviously is going to be an action item for you, so we're jumping ahead to agenda item 5J. This is on the proposed Crystal Summit Conservation Easement. This is about a 1,250-acre property that's located south of us here now in Power County. It's about 12 miles south of Pocatello. This proposed easement was actually originally brought to the commission, I should say a commission of Fish and Game Commissioners back in 2017. So this has been in the queue for quite some time. We went through several iterations of different strategies for funding and working with different partners potentially to finally get to the point we're at today. This proposal that you'll hear again today was brought to you all in January of 2024, so it should be familiar to you at this point. This property and the corresponding easement that we've put together with the landowner have a lot of the same values that you might remember talking about at the last commission meeting in May when the commission moved to purchase the Helmick Ranch easement in the Magic Valley, excuse me. Much like that easement, the Crystal Summit easement aims to keep private working lands in private hands and working while providing substantial value to wildlife and ultimately to Idaho's sportsmen and women. The main goal with this easement again is to protect migrating big game species, primarily mule deer and to some extent elk, while through the prevention of any future development on this property. So the easement in its most simple terms is a non-development easement. With this purchase, the commission will effectively buy out the development rights on the property. The private landowner will maintain ownership, will be able to continue their farming operation, but the development will not happen in the future. We won't see any major landscape changes that would impact the conservation values that us as a department and the landowner are interested in preserving. So I'll draw your attention to the image on the left hand of the screen to start with. You see the outline of the property in red there at the bottom. To the north of the screen is Pocatello again. This property, these 1,250 acres, sit immediately adjacent to a large contiguous block of public land. You've got BLM in the yellow and the Caribou National Forest in green. Just to the south and to the southwest of the property, there's some public land, some other private land owners and neighbors. And then to the far left hand of the screen, you'll see more of a tan color, and that's actually the edge of the Fort Hall Reservation. Generally speaking, our understanding of how big game are using this landscape, they'll primarily summer in the higher elevation habitat in the national forest and then migrate south, southwest onto the Crystal Summit property, on and through that property, and many of them ultimately end up on the Fort Hall Reservation. You remember we talked a lot about open space when we talked about the Helmick Ranch Conservation Easement and the importance of maintaining that open space for migrating species. This certainly gets at that, but I'd say it goes a little bit beyond in the fact that there's a substantial, really high quality habitat on this 1,250 acres as well, and based on where it's situated in relation to those migration zones, and kind of the elevation and the topography of this habitat, depending on the snow loads and the winter conditions, there are animals that will reside on this property year-round too. So it's kind of a double whammy. You get the open space protection, helps out migrating species, but you also get high-quality habitat on the 1,250 acres itself that holds critters there. I mentioned mule deer and elk primarily. Moose, there's also a substantial moose population in southeast Idaho, and moose have certainly been seen on this property and will use this property year-round at times, as well as a number of other species that I'll touch on here in a minute. Drawing your attention to the image on the right-hand side of the screen, currently about 450 of the total 1,250 acres of this property are in crops, primarily wheat. And you can see the cultivated areas there in the satellite imagery. The way that the conservation easement is structured, the landowner or any subsequent landowner can continue to farm on these areas. So these are kind of designated the historical cultivated areas that can continue to be worked. Any additional agriculture or cultivation is prohibited. So we want to maintain the complexity and the condition that we see on the landscape today moving forward. So you have that 450 acres that's cultivated. The remainder is a really high quality mix of upland shrub, sage steppe, mixed forest. There's riparian areas with mature aspen stands. Really nice complex of habitat. I mentioned the big game benefits, obviously. Southeast Idaho, if many of you have recreated in this area, know that there's an abundance of forest grouse. I haven't actually been able to hunt near this property, but I've been told that you could find a rough grouse just about up any drainage you walked. So certainly supportive. This property is going to support forest grouse. There's a number of sharp-tailed grouse leks within a couple miles of this property. And again, just with the diversity of habitat, a plethora of non-game species are going to benefit from this protection, from songbirds, raptors, herpetofauna, across the board. From a hunting perspective, this property sits pretty squarely right in the middle of Big Game Management Unit 70. This unit is primarily managed as a trophy mule deer hunting unit at this point. There are unlimited archery controlled hunts, as well as some limited controlled buck hunts. These are high quality hunts. Trophy potential is certainly there, high success rates, relatively reasonable draw odds at this point, given the trophy hunt nature and management style. From an elk perspective, this is in the Bannock elk zone, so there's an over-the-counter A tag available, controlled antlered hunts, any weapon hunts for bull elk. And then I mentioned moose. Unit 70 does have a controlled bull moose hunt, and I believe as of 2024 there were 9 tags available. And then, of course, small game hunting opportunities. As written, this conservation easement actually does allow for public access with the grantor or the landowner's discretion. And at this point, we know from 7 years of working with this very patient landowner that they're not interested in managing for public access. So at the time that the commission were to approve and purchase this easement, there would not be an immediate public access component, but the language of the easement is structured in such a way that if in the future this landowner has a change of heart or a subsequent landowner down the line decides that they are interested in that public access aspect, we can negotiate that and keep that option open for us. That being said, as you've heard before, the primary driver of this easement is not a public access. That's not our motivation. It certainly would be nice, but as you've heard, opportunities to maintain open space and keep high-quality habitat in existence while maintaining private ownership is kind of the driving force here. And ultimately, especially the fact that this is right next to a large swath of public land, benefiting these species on this private land here is going to provide opportunities for sportsmen and women on the immediately adjacent public land. So the appraised value of this easement has come in at $730,000. Our proposal is to use HB 530 funds, which is the department's license set aside specific for land acquisitions. And we do have the cash and the budget available to complete that, hopefully before the end of the calendar year, actually, with commission approval today. So with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Casey. Commissioner Bobbitt.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Casey, if this was appraised with hunter access, would it be higher?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, yes, that's correct. We've seen from other easements that we've completed that the addition of unrestricted public access can increase the value of an easement by 30 to 50%. So you'd see this value go up substantially. And if you to compare this to the Helmick easement, which we just approved back in May, there was a slight variation in the way that those easements were structured as it pertains to public access. That easement prevented public access. This easement sort of leaves the door open, and the value reflects that a little bit. The percentage of the total value of the property that goes toward the development was higher with this easement than it was with the Helmick easement, and some of that can be attributed to the way that we structured the discussion about public access.
Yeah. Well, this is one that when I got down here Monday night, I was driven out and showing the property. Carson took me out, and I really support this. This is a beautiful piece of ground, and it's the way it lines up, as you described, is just perfect. And so, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'd make the motion to proceed with this.
Okay. You have a motion before you to acquire the 1,252 acres Crystal Summit Conservation Easement in Power County. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, can I say one thing before we do that?
Absolutely.
I will second that for the record. I think this is a great thing. Since I've been on the commission, the number one thing I've been hit with is mule deer, preserving mule deer and the mule deer habitat. And I think this is a huge step in that direction. Shows that the commission takes those concerns and is doing everything in their power they can financially, biologically, habitatually. It's a word, I promise, to do that. So it's a word. Look it up in my dictionary, please. Anyways, I think this is a huge step to show that we're taking big efforts to try to preserve that habitat for the mule deer and to preserve the game. So I will happily second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Sherrod. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner
Just
Murphy.
Want to point out, thank you for negotiating, leaving that door open for future access. That's huge. I appreciate it. I think when you came to us for a head nod, I made the comment that fragmentation of habitat is habitat loss, and it's a non-renewable resource. This, I agree with Commissioner Bobbitt. This is a huge step forward. In 10 and 20 years in the future, people look back and say, what a move, because even if access never materializes, we'll all have access to those deer outside of that property because they're going to be conserved along with a myriad of non-game species. So thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could just add one comment at the end there, just thank you for those comments, commissioners, and I want to give kudos to the regional staff. Like I said, 7 years in the making. That's a pretty big undertaking, and thank you as well to the landowner for their patience throughout the process. So I think that's a testament to a lot of folks' hard work, far beyond my involvement in this process. So
well said.
And I can roll right into the next one, Mr. Chairman, if that's all right with you.
Please.
Okay, this is another action item for your consideration. This is the Spencer property donation. Move your attention up to the Clearwater region. This 153-acre property is in Idaho County, just southeast of Grangeville, as you can see. So this is where, if you're familiar with the area, Mount Idaho Road and Highway 14 kind of converge right there uphill from the South Fork of the Clearwater River. These landowners contacted regional staff about their interest in donating the property to the department. The current landowner actually lives on the East Coast and doesn't have the interest or the means to really manage and hold this property. They do have family in the area that they connected with, and regional staff have actually been coordinating with more. Those folks aren't interested in holding this property either, so you're asking, well, what's wrong with it if nobody wants it? The primary issue is that there's no legal access to this piece. They've got 150 acres of undeveloped land that they can't get to with the exception of walking through public land. But good news for us, that public land is owned by Fish and Game. So the property is immediately adjacent to the 400-acre South Fork Clearwater River Wildlife Habitat Area, and you can see the existing habitat area in the kind of the translucent blue, and the new piece, the Spencer proposal, is outlined in red. So together, the new 150 acres would make this about a 553-acre block that the department or the commission owns and the department manages. Like I said, primarily right now the access into this area is by parking along Mount Idaho Road or Highway 14 and walking in. This is used by, as you might expect, hikers, dog walkers, and hunters is probably your biggest contingent of users at this point. The elevation, just to kind of orient you to how the property is laid out, you start at lower elevations down by the road in the northeast corner, and as you move southwest toward the Spencer property, you're gaining elevations, so kind of climbing up those three main ridges that you see. Part of the appeal in staff's mind with this particular property, in addition to just adding some acreage to our existing block, is the addition of some of the timber cover that you see there. The existing WHA is primarily shrubland, and there's not a whole lot of complexity, overstory complexity, and so these timber stringers add a little bit of that component, create some of that edge habitat that obviously wildlife likes and hunters like to target. So adding that habitat complexity is a nice addition to the existing WHA. In terms of wildlife use, white-tailed deer, some elk, turkeys, upland species, it's, like I said, it's far from the most pristine and impactful property in our portfolio or in the state, but it's an opportunity that provides really accessible options for folks in Grangeville and surrounding area, and it's an opportunity for us to pretty easily have a turnkey addition to an area that does get public use. Here's a couple pictures of the property looking kind of looking uphill from the existing WHA. You can see the timber cover at the top. That is sort of the Spencer property that you're looking up toward. From talking to regional staff, the management of the existing WHA is pretty minimal. Staff visit this property only a couple times a year. It's kind of on autopilot in terms of management aspects. We don't have any facilities that we maintain on this property. It's essentially just making sure that folks are happy with their walk-in access opportunities. This 150 acres is pretty much turnkey, added to the existing boundary. One discussion about on-the-ground management was related to brush management. You can see that there is pretty substantial brush cover, and potentially sometime in the near future, some brush management projects just to reduce fuel loading and mitigate the impact or the potential for impactful wildfires in the area. But other than that, where we're at right now with the landowners, we have a signed donation agreement, and we could realistically move this forward and have this available for the public before the fall with commission approval today. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to take questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Ebert.
refresh me, who's the other than adjacent landowners to the Fish and Game property?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, you can just kind of see on this image here, there's a series of 4 or 5 private landowners that actually have houses to the south and southwest of the property there. I don't have names for you. You could probably almost read a couple there on that Onyx screenshot, but other private in holdings.
And then it was my understanding that also the people who are donating this understood that we may eventually use this to trade for something better.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, yeah, that has been discussed. That's absolutely true. I know the region had considered the potential of using the existing WHA as an exchange with Forest Service, which is right next door, borders our existing property, has expressed some interest in taking over this property in exchange for property that might provide staff housing for the region. That is something that is still up in the air, hasn't really taken any formal steps forward, but this only further enhances the appeal of our parcel as an exchange parcel, and the donors have no issues with our ultimate disposition. This is a no strings attached deal for them.
And then, Mr. Chairman, if that said, I've talked with the regional staff, JJ, about this extensively, and I think it's a good thing. I think we should do it.
Commissioner Ebert, would you care to make a motion?
With that, I will make the motion to accept the Spencer property donation.
Thank you, Commissioner Ebert.
I'll second that motion. I think the price is right.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Casey.
Thank you.
I'll turn the mic over to the director to introduce our next guest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, yeah, our next guest comes to us from WAFWA, and for those who haven't heard that term, it's the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. And so at the recent May meeting, the annual meeting of WAFWA, we had just two commissioners there, Commissioner Charette and Commissioner Ebert, and they had the opportunity to receive some recognition, and it was significant enough that I thought it would really be appropriate for the full body to share in that. And so Courtney was great. Courtney is the Director of Operations of WAFWA, and she was gracious enough to come out here and make this presentation all the way from Indiana. And so I'll just turn it over to Courtney and let us know why she's here.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, good morning. And I am here to give you, for those of you that are unfamiliar, I'm going to give a brief understanding of what's a WAFWA. We get that question more often than you'd guess from people that attend our meetings as well. But of course, I'm standing in between you and lunch, so we're going to really keep this brief. The WAFWA mission is to advance collaborative, proactive, science-based fish and wildlife conservation and management across the West. We are comprised of 24 state and Canadian provinces fish and wildlife agencies who are responsible for managing wildlife across 3.7 million square miles that are inhabited by 1,500 fish and wildlife species. These agencies employ over 17,000 professionals, and we represent conservation on 2/3 of our continent. Our board consists of the directors of those state agencies, and we pride ourselves in having the ability to do things that our agencies individually are unable to do. We have the funds that are capable of funding projects quickly and getting conservation on the ground, and we also pride ourselves in being able to maintain progress on some of our initiatives when states have to deal with more specific internal tasks. We can keep some of these broader conservation efforts moving forward. We provide a platform for different groups to come together to work between state agencies, federal agencies, nonprofit organizations, and other groups like industry, land managers, tribes, private landowners. And at times we do provide a Western voice on a national platform when there is consensus across our members. WAFWA is one of 4 regional associations. We are both the largest in membership and in area. And we are unique in that we are the only regional association that includes commissioners in our process. Commissioners serve as non-voting members on our board, and we have a permanent commissioners committee that is established in our bylaws. Speaking of committees, we have 21 current committees and working groups. We also have initiatives that are in orange. I understand that it is a little difficult to read. that cover a lot of the topics that you've been discussing today, including wild sheep, wildlife movement and connectivity, sagebrush, etc. We do have a website that has a lot of information available on it. So if you are interested, for example, in mule deer, we have a vast library from our mule deer working group, for example. So we do have information that's available to everybody online. WAFWA also hosts events that pull people together into the same room to get work done. We have an annual summer meeting and a smaller executive leadership meeting, and we also host quite a few different workshops that pull people together that have similar conservation interests. And the Conservation Business Managers Association will be in Boise in September. The next big meeting that we have is the executive leadership meeting that will be held in Jackson, Wyoming in early December. This is going to have fewer people than you may have experienced at the summer meeting. It'll basically just be directors, deputies, and commissioners that will be at that meeting. It's an invite-only meeting that allows for open-air conversations to move objective-based strategic efforts forward. Our next summer meeting is in June in Provo, Utah, and this includes a much broader group of people. Around 350 people will come, including the directors, commissioners, deputies, the chiefs of the different branches that you have in your departments, also federal, tribal, and nonprofit partners. We have our big committee meetings. It's a much more big picture effort. Next summer, we're also hosting the CBMA, that Conservation Business Managers Association, at the same time. That's going to be about 600 people total in that meeting. So it's going to be a really interesting meeting, having everybody come together in that. So one of the best parts of our summer meeting is that we do have an award ceremony to recognize accomplishments of individuals and groups who work for or alongside our Western state and provincial fish and wildlife agencies. This year, we are pleased to recognize the Idaho Fish and Game Commission as the recipient of the WAFWA Commission of the Year Award. This award is presented to a commission that has made significant contributions to management, protection, or enhancement of fish and wildlife resources within the past 5 years. So I'll pass this around. Commissioners Ebert and Sherritt were able to attend and accept on behalf of the commission. And Director Fredericks has invited me here today to present the collective award to all of you for your effort. In addition, each of you are receiving an award to recognize each of your individual contributions that makes the Idaho Fish and Game Commission exemplary. The following is an excerpt of the nomination that Director Fredericks submitted to our Awards and Recognition Committee. The Idaho Game and Fish Commission's exceptional oversight and guidance through challenging wildlife management issues in 2023 and recent years makes them worthy of recognition as Commission of the Year. Collectively, the 7 members demonstrate an extraordinary commitment to serve, a passion for fish and wildlife, and a willingness to listen and learn from each other, the public, and staff. Civility and professionalism characterize the commission. In fact, longtime observers of the commission admit they are unable to identify party affiliations based on discussion and conduct at the meetings. Every member is well-informed and interested in wildlife conservation and restoration. Recently, they've been required to make policy decisions on several complex and high-stake issues, including chronic wasting disease, salmon and steelhead management, and wolf management. They've engaged with staff, hunters, public, tribes, landowners, and other stakeholders to understand their perspectives and garner support for fish and wildlife management. Additional accomplishments and attributes of the commission include implementation of an innovative system to manage distribution of non-resident deer and elk hunters across the state, an immediate response to the detection of quagga mussels in the Snake River with hunting, fishing, and trapping closures to facilitate treatment and prevent spread to other waters, and active involvement and support for the Bighorn Sheep Management Program. Congratulations to you all, and thank you all for the pivotal role you each play in fish and wildlife conservation in Idaho and in the West. I appreciate the opportunity to observe your meeting today and present your awards. I look forward to seeing you at future WAFWA meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Thank you. Director.
Right. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks so much, Courtney. So what I'd like to do now, just before we break for lunch, is if we can get Courtney to present that award to the commission. Lunch is ready, is my understanding. So, yeah, I think. Picture outside. Picture outside. It's probably cooler out there.
So with that, we will break for lunch. Let's try to be back by, let's see, what does it say here?
I rode with JJ.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Promptly right at 1 o'clock. We're doing well on the schedule, it appears to me. It'd be a little remiss if I didn't thank the staff for a wonderful lunch and taking care of us the way that they have. They've went over and above. Ice cream sandwiches, great idea when the meeting room's 90 degrees. So thank you for that. Yeah, and so I don't forget Valerie and Elizabeth, want to thank them for all they do to try to keep all this paperwork flowing and straight and keeping our heads on straight. And the communication guys, Ben, Connor, and Roger, thank you guys for keeping everything up and running. So, yeah, so with that, let's go ahead and get right back on the, the agenda. The next item up is Hunter Education Instructor of the Year Award. Garen Steele be presenting that. Afternoon.
Got my speech. Chairman Davies, Director Fredericks, and Commissioners. My name is Jaron Steele. I'm the Volunteer Service Coordinator for the Upper Snake Region. I'm here on behalf of the International Hunters Education Association, or the IHEA, Hunters Education in Region 6. I am honored to present to you guys the State of Idaho Instructor of the Year for 2023. This instructor is a model of what we look for in a certified instructor or certified volunteer instructor. His high ethical standard is a reflection of his commitment both in hunting and everyday life. With his extensive knowledge of hunting and shooting sports and his passion to pass on his knowledge to the next generation, he is an asset to this agency and is an instructor to influence the next generation of hunters. So I would like him to come forward, and let's all thank our 2023 Idaho Instructor of the Year, Sammy Hendricks. Sammy has been an instructor since 1980, which means he's been an instructor for 44 years. That was before we even started the instructor incentive program in 1981, and a year after we started Hunter Education in 1979. So he's, from the beginning, has started out with us. A year after it was Hunter Education was introduced into Idaho, he was there teaching with us. Sorry, I get sidetracked. Sammy was certified in 1980 in Hunter's Education, in Bow Hunter in 2005, and then Trapper Education in 2023. Sammy has been educating hunters for over 4 decades, influencing multiple generations of students. Throughout Sammy's career, he's certified over 2,800 students, which is over 2,000 of hours of in-class instruction. For a total of 188 classes. And that's as far back as I can see in our records. Back in the 80s, it wasn't exactly the greatest records. But we all know his influence goes well beyond that, reaching out to students. So his influence and outreach goes well beyond those numbers. Sammy's been involved in the IHA or Upper Snake chapter. The IHA is the International Hunters Education Association. So he's been involved with the Upper Snake chapter since it was founded. He's held various positions from president, board member, and I think currently the secretary of the IHEA in the Upper Snake region. Sammy not only teaches classes, but he's involved with the shooting trailer events, Idaho Fish and Game youth hunts, skills classes and clinics, and Youth Outdoor Skills Day. Sammy is an outstanding instructor in all 4 curriculums we teach: hunter, archery, trapper, and hunting and shooting classes. Sammy has been an instructor through all the hunter education program changes: COVID, hybrid field days, online classes, the addition of mandatory archery and trapper education. He's been there through all the changes and has wanted to teach regardless of that. He doesn't teach for the recognition. He teaches for the passion of passing that tradition on to the next generation of hunters. In Sammy's classes, if a student gets 100% on the final, Sammy makes a handmade bullet keychain that every student that gets 100% on the test, he hands out to those students. And it doesn't just stop in the classroom. After class is over, he oftentimes reaches out to the student to help refine their shooting skills and meets the parents and students at the range on his own time, donating his own time to help fine-tune that shooting skills and teach the kids how to use their firearm, how to sight in their firearm. He really goes above and beyond. And that's the personal touch and one of the many reasons that Sammy Hendricks is a State Instructor of the Year. So we have a State Instructor of the Year plaque for you, Sammy.
There we go.
And we also have a continuing heritage print that the State Instructor of the Year gets. Just last thing, Sammy, want to thank you for all your hard work and dedication to the hunter education program. It's your generation that really makes this program work, and we really appreciate everything you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the commission, Sammy, thank you very much. It's quite an accomplishment over the years.
Thanks, Jerry. Mr. Chairman, I'll just take the opportunity to say that there's a lot that we do in Fish and Game that we cannot do without the dedicated service of our volunteers, and Hunter Ed is certainly high amongst that. And so, as you can see, we have a lot of passionate volunteers, and Sammy, nobody reflects that better than Sammy. So, recognition well deserved. Thank you, Sammy.
Okay, moving right along. Controlled hunt postcard notification error. Amber Worthington, Deputy Director.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, by now you have heard about the controlled hunt postcard notification error. The 2024 controlled hunt draw went off without a hitch and was unfortunately not reported correctly through the postcards as anticipated. Through miscommunication errors, postcards were instead sent out to 44,000 hunters who drew in the 2021 controlled hunt draw. The department accepts its responsibility for this unfortunate situation and has put measures in place to ensure it doesn't reoccur. Fortunately, the department does largely rely on email communications, hunters calling into the regional offices or going to regional offices, or hunters checking the Go Outdoors application to get the results out. For instance, in the first 24 hours after the big game draw results came out, we saw approximately 84,000 hunters use the online queue to access the results. That is over 45% of the total number of applicants checking online in the first day, and doesn't include those who check through regional offices. Sorry, I just ran from down upstairs, so I gotta take a breath. Notably, only 3.2% of the applicants across deer, elk, pronghorn, fall bear, and fall turkey do not have an email address on file and would have needed to rely on another method of notification if they drew, but not necessarily the postcard, as the department has multiple options available. Ultimately, the department sent out correction letters to folks who drew and didn't have email addresses, and who we couldn't verify had checked their draw odds. We sent correction emails to the affected parties whom had an email address, and also issued a press release and social media posts. We believe through these activities that all hunters have been reached, and with that, I stand for questions.
Commission, any questions? Director, would you like to?
Yeah, thank you, Amber. Some presentations are really enjoyable to make in front of the commission and some less so, and this is certainly one of those less so. So thanks for providing that oversight, that overview of what happened. And so this event caused us to kind of reflect back on what, first of all, why are we sending the postcards and how important are they in the grand scheme of things? And as Amber noted, it's a very small percentage of people that don't receive notification via email. And that's, everybody has the option of providing an email address. And so for those folks that don't have emails, of course, they have the ability to look online. And as Amber said, over 80,000 people did that within 24 hours. And so most people are being notified either by email or by looking up online. They also have the opportunity to call the regional office, and we have a lot of that as well. Some people just, that's the way they're accustomed to learning, and whether they do or not. So the long and the short of it is, as we looked through and kind of evaluated the whole postcard situation, I was really questioning, why are we sending these postcards? And I wish that we would have discontinued that, prior to this event, because I don't want to send the message that we're going to discontinue it because we can't handle it. I'm entirely confident that we can handle it, but given the expense of it and really the fact that we're undertaking that endeavor for a very small number, probably a few hundred people that are relying on that postcard, unless there's objection from the commission, my intent is to direct staff that we just discontinue the postcards. And before I look to you for head nod or comment, I expect that if we do that, then next year there will likely be a few people that fail to pick up their tags by August 1st because they didn't get a postcard. They may be accustomed to it, but I also would contend that people are very rapidly going to adapt and recognize that it's their responsibility to check whether or not they drew a tag.
Yeah, Jim, thank you. When I was first notified that this had happened, I didn't know what to think. I mean, first of all, I guess I was a little surprised that there were postcards still being sent out. So I think, Director, what you're saying about it, probably discontinuing last year would have been a little bit better than this next year. But no, it really, in this day and age, and especially where there's different types of getting the notification, it just seems to me like, number one, you can save a little money, and number two, it's time saved. So without objection from the rest of the commission, I would give you the head nod to discontinue it. Jordan, did you have something you wanted to say?
I have no objection to discontinuing it, for the record. I'm just curious, do you send postcards out for both the spring results and the fall results?
I believe it's the controlled hunts for the deer, elk, pronghorn, fall bear, and fall turkey.
And so the spring ones you're not sending. So you have a spring bear and a spring turkey controlled hunt. We're not sending postcards out for those.
I can't verify that, but I can get an answer to you if you'd like.
I just curious the cost it was going to save by not doing it. I mean, if we're already not doing it for spring hunts, we might as well just use that and not do it for the fall hunts and save the money.
Chairman, Commissioner, great question. For this particular distribution, it's about $15,000.
For 200-300 people, let's keep the money.
Commissioner Ebert.
Mr. Chairman, when this happened, it was like, oh, great, here we go. And I think a lot of people were fired up about it, and I thought a lot about it, and some of the public kind of goes to the extreme and got to have somebody's head on a platter or whatever. And I don't view it that way. I kind of keyed in on a couple things. One, we've taken steps to make sure it doesn't happen again. Well, how much better can you do than that? And another thing, too, is if we make a mistake, we have to own it, but at the end of the day, we're just humans, and as long as we own our mistakes, try to do better, try to learn from it, then, you know, sometimes these things happen, so, you know, maybe Jim, you can go stand in the corner for a couple minutes.
Again?
But, you know, seriously, I think we're gonna be okay, and I know it was a great inconvenience for a lot of people, and it got a lot of people fired up, but at the end of the day, it's not that big of a mistake, I mean, but it was a mistake, and we made it, we own it, and we're gonna do better going forward, and I think we should always have the goal of doing better, and darn it, sometimes we're gonna make mistakes. We're just human, so I'm certainly gonna continue to stand behind the department on this, and we'll just move on.
Very, very well said,
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman?
Ebert. Commissioner Bobbitt.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Director, and I assume, and I'm 100% behind what we're doing, but I assume when we enter our new drawings, that'll be communicated, you'll be notified by email, or you'll have to check, that they'll know way ahead of time. So with that, I'm 100% okay.
I'm downloading the app right now, guys.
You and your fancy.
I think
Commissioner Murphy.
life's a series of iterative events and corrections, so save the expense and drop the redundancy.
So you got your head now, Amber. Thank you.
Thank you,
you
sir.
for getting up and taking the bullet. Wolf population estimation. Jane.
All right.
All right. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, I am here today to update you on, basically give you the annual update on our ongoing efforts to estimate the state's wolf population. And I am thankful that Rick Ward went first, because this will be simple in comparison. So off we go. A brief outline of what I'm going to cover today. In past iterations of this presentation, we've focused almost entirely on the methodology, trying to explain how this works and the new estimates. Thought it'd be timely to take a step back and give you a brief history of where we've been with wolf monitoring in the state, so we'll start off with that. Then a little bit about additional data we collect on wolves in the state, besides just the abundance estimate. Then we'll dive into the details of a new methodology we're going to explain to you today. We'll get into the estimates themselves and the trends that those suggest. We'll talk about future direction of wolf monitoring in the state. And finally, we'll check in on where we are relative to the 2023 Wolf Management Plan objectives. Monitoring and estimating wildlife at large spatial scales, like the entire state of Idaho, is extremely challenging. That task is even more challenging when the species we're trying to monitor occur at low densities and are elusive, like Idaho's predators. Therefore, large-scale estimates of predator abundance are quite rare, and the efforts in Idaho over the recent past are cutting edge. In previous presentations on wolf monitoring, we've focused on explaining the methods, but I wanted to take a minute to overview where we've been. In the early years after the 1995-96 reintroduction of 66 wolves to central Idaho and Yellowstone National Park, the Nez Perce tribe led the monitoring of Idaho wolves by attempting to capture and collar at least one individual in each pack in the state, and then conducted follow-up winter aerial surveys to count the total number of wolves in those marked packs. As the state's wolf population continued to grow and expand throughout the state, we continued to collar and count wolves, but it became increasingly difficult to maintain collars and get accurate aerial counts of every pack. Therefore, we used average pack size estimates from the packs we could accurately count, combined with our understanding of the number of packs we couldn't count and the portion of wolves not associated with a defined pack, to produce extrapolated estimates of the state's population.
Basically collars plus flights plus some simple math. Eventually, it became unsustainable to collar enough wolves in the state to facilitate counts because collared wolves were frequently harvested and wolves were becoming increasingly difficult to capture and collar. In 2016, we began to deploy a new technology to monitor wolves that you've heard a lot about, trail cameras. In the early years, 2016 through 2018, we deployed a camera grid to monitor statewide wolf occupancy or their distribution throughout the state. And beginning in 2019, we expanded those efforts a bit further. During that summer, we deployed our first camera array to test a new method to estimate wolf abundance, or the total number of wolves. The camera array acted like hundreds of biologists in the field for 2 months straight, allowing us to view wildlife across space and time. The pictures from those cameras were used in a statistical model called the space-to-event model that you've heard a lot about. The space-to-event model operates on the idea that the rarer something is, the more places you have to look to find it. The cameras give us estimates of the amount of space between animals, which then can be converted to a density of animals and then into an abundance estimate of animals. We've used trail cameras in the space-to-event model to estimate wolf abundance each year since 2019. Those estimates suggested a stable population for the first 3 years, with a possible decline in 2022. The way we've estimated wolves with cameras has received some criticism, primarily on how our method aligns with the underlying statistical assumptions of the space-to-event model. We developed an interim report in 2022 that describes the methods used and how those methods relate to the statistical assumptions of the model. We also collaborated with our partners at University of Idaho and University of Montana to publish a field case study examining how camera-based estimation of wolf abundance compared to more traditional methods of estimating wolves in smaller areas. The statewide wolf management direction from the 2023 management plan is to reduce the number of wolves in Idaho. Through simulations, we've determined that the space-to-event model becomes less reliable when the number of images of wolves declines. Therefore, over the last 2 years, we've been exploring alternative methods to estimate wolf abundance. IDFG personnel collect information on all wolves handled during field research or harvested by sportsmen and women in the state. A tooth is collected from each harvested animal, and that tooth can be used for both aging and genetic identification. When we captured radio-collared and counted wolves in the early years after reintroduction, we also estimated the number of litters by identifying packs with 2 or more young of year during winter aerial surveys. This provided us a minimum count of the number of litters produced in Idaho each year. In 2022, IDFG collaborated with University of Idaho researchers to develop a method that uses age and genetic information from harvested wolves to estimate the minimum number of litters produced in a year without the need for capture, collar, or aerial surveys. The approach uses ages from teeth to identify young of year. The genetics of those young a year can then be used to identify individuals that originated from the same litter using a software program called Colony. By counting up all the unique litters in the harvest, we could estimate a minimum number of litters, just like we had done previously through collaring and aerial surveys. For the new methods I'm going to describe to you today, we took this idea a step further and built a statistical model that estimates the total number of litters produced each year, not just the minimum number. The model uses a statistical method called approximate Bayesian computation, or as we'll call it the rest of this presentation, the ABC method. ABC is a statistical technique that has been used extensively in other scientific fields like epidemiology and population genetics, and is slowly being used more in wildlife science. It is more flexible than traditional statistical methods and therefore can easily accommodate the data we get from Idaho wolves. In fact, ABC has been used once before in the production of a wolf population estimate for Sweden and Norway. Although the details of that model differs from ours, ABC was the underlying method. Once we have an estimate of litters, we could just use our understanding of average wolf biology and some back-of-the-napkin math to extrapolate a rough estimate of total population size. For example, let's say we estimated there were 100 litters produced in the state of Idaho. Research on gray wolves has shown the average reproducing pack has a litter of 6. We could also assume that each pack has 1 male and 1 female breeder. And research in Idaho indicates that the average pack contains 4 additional non-breeding wolves. Therefore, if we had 100 packs produce 100 litters in the state, we might expect there to be about 1,200 total wolves in the state. However, nature is much more dynamic than that example, and these aspects of wolf biology vary over time. To allow for the dynamics of nature in our model, we allow the number of litter produced in the state to vary. We allow litter size to vary. And although there can occasionally be more than 2 breeders in a pack, we keep this number constant at 2 to remain conservative in our estimates. And we allow the number of non-breeding individuals in the pack to vary. Additionally, our model also accounts for several other factors of natural wolf ecology that may vary, including the facts that some packs are more likely to be harvested than others. Some packs do not produce litters in a year. Some individual wolves are not part of a pack, and some individual wolves die of natural mortality and therefore aren't available for harvest or genetic sampling. This creates many possibilities of the number of wolves that could be out there on the landscape, and thousands of possible patterns of the wolves that are harvested. In our ABC model, we build 1 million hypothetical wolf populations using differing combinations of all of those aspects of wolf ecology I just described. The model then produces a harvest sample from each of those hypothetical populations and uses several measurements to compare the pattern of the hypothetical populations to the pattern of our actual harvested wolves. The measures the model currently uses to compare patterns include the average number of young of year harvested per litter, the difference in number of young of year harvested per litter from the average, the minimum number of litters detected in the harvest, and the proportion of breeders detected in the harvest sample. We compare how similar our hypothetical harvest samples are to the actual harvest sample, identify the 1% of the hypothetical harvest samples that are most like our actual harvest sample, and then take those estimates to produce an average estimate of abundance from those closest 1% of the hypothetical and use that average as our estimate of the abundance for the state. So getting to the fun stuff. We start with the annual estimates of statewide wolf abundance that we produced with cameras from 2019 to 2022, shown here. Even though the ABC method is new, it uses data we've been collecting for years. So therefore, we can produce statewide abundance estimates for past years, including these 4 years. Here you can see statewide estimates for both methods for 2019 through 2022. The estimates from both methods are for August 1 of each year. As you can see, the estimates are very similar each year, and both of the 2022 estimates were lower than the previous 3 years. I'd like to point out here that these 2 estimates rely on entirely different data. There is literally not one piece of information used by the camera-based method that is also used to produce the ABC method. They are completely independent. Our comparison of these estimates suggests the ABC model produces biologically reasonable and consistent abundance estimates, and although no population estimation technique is perfect, we now have an independent source of information that validates the camera-based estimates that we've been using to guide wolf management since 2019 and refutes the idea that those estimates are wildly erroneous, as some have claimed. Because ABC uses data we've been collecting from checked wolves for years, we can go back even further in time. And here we have estimates that we couldn't previously produce for the years of 2017 and 2018. Although there appears to be a trend there, we must be careful to not overinterpret that trend without additional years prior to that. And now for the 2023 estimates you've probably been waiting for. The camera-based estimate for 2023 was lower than the camera-based estimate for 2022 at about 840 wolves at the start of August. However, the ABC estimate suggests the wolf population was higher than that at about 1,150 wolves and was fairly stable between 2022 and 2023. Now focusing on the 5 years where we have both ABC and camera-based estimates, let's look at a couple more attributes of the estimates and what they may be saying about the state's wolf population trajectory. One thing biologists immediately look at for estimates like these are the whiskers above and below the points. These whiskers are called confidence intervals or credible intervals, depending on the method used, and they mean roughly the same thing. They are produced from the exact same data that was used to produce the point, and they are estimates of our confidence in that point. Biologists can use these measurements to evaluate how different or similar estimates are, and these intervals overlap significantly between the two methods across all years, meaning the two methods produced estimates that are virtually identical from a statistical point of view. Because there is uncertainty around each point estimate, it is better practice to evaluate trends of multiple data points to draw conclusions about a population's trajectory. If we take the point estimate from each of these methods and draw a best fit line through them, you can see that both methods are telling very similar stories about the state's wolf population, that it's likely trending towards fewer wolves. A quick reminder here that wolf abundance fluctuates throughout the year, increasing dramatically with spring reproduction and then slowly declining through the remainder of the year through mortality. As you can see here, wolves are capable of high reproductive rates, and the overall population almost doubles with spring reproduction. During the writing of the 2023 Wolf Management Plan, we created this projection of what the annual cycle of the wolf population might look like based on the camera-based abundance estimates we had from 2019 through 2022. The average midpoint between the troughs and peaks of those cycles was about 1,270 wolves. The management plan set an objective for that cycle to eventually fluctuate around an average of about 500 wolves by the end of the 6-year planning cycle. We used information on wolf population dynamics from the scientific literature to calculate the amount of human-caused mortality that would be necessary to reach the management objective. That projection suggested an annual level of about 37% human-caused mortality would be necessary to reach the management goal. For these calculations, for human-caused mortality, we're including all mortality documented by humans, so it harvest plus conflict removals. If we bring the ABC created trend line forward from the previous graph, we can see that it suggests we are trending in the intended direction. Average human-caused mortality during these years ranged between 33 and 40% of the estimates, with an average of 37%, which helps explain why we are on this trajectory. Looking to the future, human-caused mortality for the year after the new summer 2023 estimate was 36%. Therefore, we might assume this trend will continue. Development of the ABC method is an ongoing line of research, but at this point it appears very capable of producing consistent abundance estimates that are robust to a decreasing population. Therefore, we plan to utilize this method going forward. Because we were able to produce 5 years of virtually identical estimates between ABC and the camera-based methods we've used before, we are confident this transition will result in consistent information to inform wolf management in the state. One additional difference between ABC and the camera-based method is the timing of results. Because ABC uses data from harvested wolves, we have to wait for that data to be collected before we can produce the estimate. The majority of wolves are harvested during the fall and winter months. Therefore, we must wait until most of that harvest concludes before we can produce the estimate. The estimates from ABC that you've seen today were produced using harvest data through March 31st of each year. Once that data is collected, we send the teeth to an external lab for aging. We conduct the genetic analyses in-house, and then combine all the results to run the ABC model. As we've demonstrated with the new 2023 estimate I've shown you today, this process can be completed by the July Commission meeting of the following year. Although there is a delay in production of the summer estimate, we currently use documented monthly human-caused mortality and estimates of non-human caused mortality to project the population forward throughout time, throughout the rest of the year, giving us a good idea where the population is at any time. We are in the process of investigating more sophisticated projection methods that could result in almost real-time estimates and measures of uncertainty at any time throughout the year. We also plan to continue development of the models to see if it can produce reliable abundance estimates at smaller spatial scales, like at IDFG regional levels, which is information we have not had before. So a quick summary of the main points I covered today. Since IDFG began managing wolves in the state, we've continued to lead research on effective and innovative ways to monitor wolf populations at large scales, and we plan to continue that work. Camera-based abundance estimation has been a foundational piece of Idaho's wolf management since 2019. In addition to the field validation publication I mentioned previously, we now have statewide abundance estimates generated with a completely independent estimation method that validate the accuracy of the previous camera-based abundance estimates we produced. However, our research suggests the camera-based method will become less reliable as the wolf population declines. Therefore, we've been working for about 2 years on this new method that can better accommodate the future. Today, I've shown you the latest fruits of that effort, the ABC method. It capitalizes on regularly collected data sources to be efficient. It is founded in a modeling method that has been used extensively in other branches of science and in accepted genetic methods. It can produce reliable estimates as statewide abundance changes. And we are in the process of developing a manuscript on our use of the ABC modeling method to submit for peer-reviewed publication. It is possible that that additional refinement to this method will come during that peer review process. As additional layers of assurance of where the state's wolf population is at, we also have a genetic-based count of the minimum numbers of litter we sampled and an ABC estimate of the total number of litters produced in the state for each year. For 2023, for example, we sampled genetics from 62 independent litters, and ABC estimated there were 88 independent litters in the state. Since Federal Endangered Species Act delisting criteria are founded in the number of successfully producing packs, these secondary measures of wolf population dynamics are useful. The state's wolf population appears to be trending in a slight decline. That decline is by design and roughly aligns with the goals of the 2023 Wolf Management Plan. As described in the management plan, we will continue to closely monitor the state's wolf population and adjust management to achieve the outlined goals. And I'd like to finish up by saying, as is typical with this annual presentation on wolf monitoring, I just have the pleasure of presenting the hard work of others, of the IDFG staff and our collaborators. The new ABC monitoring method you saw today is the brainchild of our wildlife research manager, Dr. Matt Muma, and our principal wildlife research biologist, Dr. Aaron Roach, helped him further develop it to the point you saw today. I'd also like to thank the extensive internal and external collaborators that have made all of our statewide wolf estimation efforts possible to date. Our collaborators at University of Idaho and University of Montana have helped us develop and test the camera-based methods. Staff from all branches of IDFG hung hundreds of cameras over the last 8 years and collected data from captured and checked wolves every year. The IDFG Fish Genetics Lab and Wildlife Health Lab staffs have worked closely to develop and conduct the genetic work, and fish research staff and our collaborators at U of I are assisting with reviewing the details of the brand new ABC monitoring method. And with that, I would be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Shane. Gentlemen, anybody questions, comments?
Just a comment. Stuff's very interesting to me. I know it's some pretty heavy-duty math and well-established methods. Rough calculations at this rate, I'm getting that we'll get to our target perhaps relatively quickly if this continues. And when we get near the target, I think we got to be pretty careful and pretty confident of our data, because, you know, we don't want to overshoot the target. Thoughts on that?
Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, yes, agreed. All of these metrics that I've described to you today, the abundance estimate, the minimum litter counts, our projections forward throughout the additional months of the year, all are ways that we can keep very close tabs on that exact thing that you just described. And what the trend is suggesting right now is, again, that we're kind of on path with that 6-year projection for the management plan. So yes, we could assume that, you know, in several more years at this current rate, if all other things hold constant, that's a big part of that projection, is that nothing else changes. But all other things hold constant, that we might be fluctuating around 500, and we should be able to detect that with all of the monitoring we're doing.
And then follow up for maybe you, Shane, or for the department. So we approach our goal of 500. Then what do we do? Do we start limiting wolf tags, or how are we going to deal with that if and when we reach that point?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, yes, I mean, we still, the commission, of course, has the authority to set wolf seasons every year, so that would be the most obvious mechanism that would be within your control to change that level of exploitation that I just described of 37%.
Yeah, fascinating work. It's promising to see the development of this and the time and effort. I really believe that you guys are on the cutting edge and leading the industry in this type of estimation modeling and wolf management. Kudos. That's all I can say. Anybody else?
Thank you, Mr.
I
Chairman.
agree with that. That's awesome.
Well, and, you know, with as I just learned, inevitable reduction in returns from the space to event as the population decreases, and you all working hard and skating to using a well-known process, the ABC, used in other sciences, and not having a gap where, oh, what do we do now? There's too low of a population for the cameras, so not allowing that to. And then this backcasting using the cameras to shore up this new model further reduces any kind of a gap in credibility and accuracy. Thanks.
Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, yes, that was definitely part of our decision-making process to move forward with the new model. It was bolstered by the fact that we could look into the past and have some confidence that our management decisions would not have changed depending on which of these two methods we would have used. That was reassuring to us. And I might add that on the topic of camera-based estimation, this is just in one way we're using camera-based estimation, and even though the future looks like we might move in a different direction for wolves, just know that camera-based estimation is alive and well on many other fronts, as was brought up earlier with elk objectives, ungulate estimation, a lot of promise there still for camera-based estimation.
But the word space and event in that thing, like you say, the population hits a point where it's not as useful. So,
Yes.
When will the publication be ready? The peer review publication.
Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, we're hoping to have it submitted this calendar year still. Yes.
Okay.
You know, it's hard to say. Those peer review processes can go fast or they can go slow, but at least our end of it being submitted, we're hoping this calendar year still.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Shane. I guess the last thing I would say is, Rick, why can't you make it as easy and as smooth as this?
I think you said that last time. So I had a question. That last kind of uptick, rather, we had it going like this, and then the future kind of looks like this. Did that take into consideration our new trapping season? Because that seems like that's our biggest mode of take or mortality. And that if that isn't as effective, it can turn and go the other way.
Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, that is the summer 2023 estimate. So the new changes to trapping associated with the judicial decision were not incorporated in that. So that could be a factor going forward.
Could I just, Mr. Chairman, could I just say one more? All the comments we've got from the advocates for wolves, and I call them affectionately wolf lovers, they're going to be concerned about this, and all throughout this time, the public hearings, all the input we've got, you know, it's like I still remember that. It doesn't fall on deaf ears. Personally, I'm very sensitive to their concerns about this. I do have to give a little shout out for you know, I've talked to many of the people who work on these models and try to put these estimates together, and I'm totally confident that these people are passionate about the methods and the science and the math, and their goal is to get it right. You know, that's what their passion is to get the model right. It's not a perfect science, but I'm confident that these people are trying to get us the most accurate results possible, and they're not vested in the outcome of the numbers. You know, I had that concern, as everybody occasionally might have. I'm confident that in their abilities and their motivations, and they just want to make, you included, Shane, the best model possible. We want the most accurate estimate we possibly can. But I know that whenever we talk about wolves, the public input from different degrees seems to be sharply divided, and that does not fall on deaf ears with me. So, you know, I'm prepared, I think, with the rest of these gentlemen up here to proceed deliberately and as accurately as we possibly can. And we want to try to get this thing right. And, you know, we're going to do the best we can with it.
Thank you, Shane.
Thank you.
Next up, draft Fisheries Management Plan release for public input. Lance Hebgen. Afternoon, Lance.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Director Fredericks. You will have received in your packet the draft fish management plan. I will note it does not have a table of contents yet. That's because it's draft, and our effort was to get this thing completed and out the door. So, first of all, if we're going to go over what is a fish management plan. I'm going to do a very brief review of the Angler Opinion Survey of 2022, and then go over a quick structure of what the 2025 to 2030 fish management plan looks like. So first thing, history of the fish management plan. So going back, the history of the fish plan is actually tied up in, as near as we can tell, the first policy plan that the department put together in 1975. And I'll note that this particular plan was less than 100 pages and included fish and wildlife. So now I think today you've already approved an elk plan that was over 300 pages, and the fish management plan is well over 300 pages. So there's a lot of things going on. The first standalone fisheries management plan was produced in 1981, and it was fairly unique in terms of the structure and going over specific programs and breaking it down into drainage management plans. And so what you have before you follows that structure very tightly. It's proved to be extremely useful for the department, and so we haven't seen a lot of reason to change it yet. So the fish management plan is a guiding document for all the fisheries activities in the state. And you know, I'll note that we have over 80 species of fish in Idaho. 45 of those are native, and all of the native species in Idaho currently exist that were historically here. So, you know, that's pretty cool. it sets management goals and objectives on a statewide basis, and then as I mentioned, we step it down to specific drainages. So the process started in 2022 when we conducted the Angler Opinion Survey. We conducted scoping in parallel with the Fish Seasons and Rules process. This allowed us to kind of piggyback and engage the public both at one time to try to help inform people of the difference between seasons and rules, which are specifically about how many fish you can catch where and how many fish you can harvest, versus management direction, which is what the plan really gets into. So same process, started in spring of '24, online comments, open houses, et cetera. And what we're hoping to do with the head nod of the commission at the end of this presentation is release this draft for public comment 30 days starting sometime end of the month, 1st of August, with the goal of bringing the finalized fish management plan to the commission at the November meeting. And staff have promised that they will have it to you by first week of October because it's a meaty document. So moving on, the Angler Opinion Survey, like everything we do in engaging the public, the idea is to get at some angler satisfaction, preferences, expectation, and really see if there's any major changes that we need to make and update the fish management plan. The surveys, we have been conducting angler opinion surveys in Idaho since 1968, roughly on a 5 to 10 year basis. And, ooh, I missed something. Yeah, 5 or 10 year basis. And so the 2022 survey followed the 2017 survey, where we started combining email and actual paper surveys. As I believe Amber mentioned before, a large number of our constituents have email, so it works really well. We sent out over 15,000 surveys, and by the time we got all the responses back and cleaned up by, I mean, when I say cleaned up, I mean you throw out surveys if somebody went through and just marked A for the whole thing, or they didn't answer a couple of key questions. But we ended up with about 3,600 useful responses. And then we conducted what was known as a non-response survey. So of the people who didn't fill out the survey, we never heard from them. We used a smaller, more targeted effort to see if there was any bias in the answers we were getting. One thing I will note, like I said, over time, we've been doing this since 1968, survey response rate, so the percentage of people that actually engage back with us, has been dropping fairly steadily, and this is consistent with national trends on general surveys across the U.S. We ended up with about a 23% survey rate, but it's important to note that it's not necessarily the response rate that's important, it's the number of complete responses that you receive. So one of the things the Angler Opinion Survey does is we ask this question of specifically, how would you classify yourself as an angler? So on a scale of 1 being casual, maybe I only go out if my neighbor Bob asks me to once a year, to number 10 being committed. You know, I have 3 boats in the driveway, I'd use my vacation on this, is what I do all the time. What you can see is somewhere in the neighborhood of about 50% of our anglers fall on the more casual side of being an angler. And this really lines up with some of the things that we see when we ask people questions about why do you go fishing, and it's largely to go out, enjoy nature, and be outside. It's not necessarily that harvest-oriented segment. What we do see on the other side, when you ask people a question about, okay, how important is it when you go out fishing to fill your freezer up? Well, about 50% of the people say it's not important at all. And then 30% of the people say, oh, that's very important. So we're constantly trying to balance these multiple user groups in the angling world. And I didn't mention it before, but we have about 363,000 fishing licenses sold. That's just residents. On the non-resident side, it's about 184,000. One of the other things that we ask people, what's your preferred species to target when you go fishing? And we give them, it's a ranked choice thing, but trout, cutthroat, rainbow, lake trout, etc., are always the top of the list. We ask the question specific to bass, and then I don't exactly know how long we've been asking the question, but to get at that kind of casual angler, we ask the question of, some people just target anything that bites. I'm going fishing. I don't care what I catch. I just want to catch fish. And so that's kind of how it breaks down. But trout are, by and large, the most important species most targeted species in Idaho. And when you go back, we've been asking this question in some form since 1987. Trout are still king in Idaho. The interesting thing that happened in the last couple of surveys is that bass have kind of edged out that anything that bites. So we're building the bass constituency. They're getting a little more serious. So we also ask specifically questions about waters you fish. The Snake River, just by the fact that it flows through the majority of regions in Idaho, is no surprise at the top. Salmon region's number 2, and the rest of those, if you look at the top 10, they're really close to major population centers and they're big pieces of water, so that's not super surprising. We also asked the question, and it gets at, I believe Commissioner Charette asked a question earlier about, man, the website, that's really expensive. Well, when we ask people how you most prefer to receive information, either about department news, fishing rules, reminders, informative articles, or opinion surveys, IDFG website or email are consistently the top 2. Surveys and reminders are email. Anything else, it's the IDFG website that is at the top of the list. So it's an important communication tool, outreach tool. Things like the fish planner there really help our constituents find places to go. Moving on, we also asked the question, a variety of questions of what extent you agree or disagree with these various questions. And it has to do with, does IDFG have the knowledge to manage Idaho's fisheries? We can manage Idaho fisheries, et cetera. And without going into a lot of details, the vast majority of people who responded slightly agreed or agreed with those statements. The only place where it appears that we the public didn't necessarily agree with the statement is when we asked whether the department would be honest with anglers if we managed fisheries poorly. We got to slightly disagree with that statement, so maybe there are some credibility issues out there, or I don't exactly know how to interpret that yet. I haven't given it a lot of thought. The other question is regarding importance of various activities. So in this case, this is the top 5 ranked activities that anglers told us. No surprise, and it's reflected whether you're talking mule deer, whether you're talking elk. Habitat is very much at the minds of Idaho sportsmen. They recognize its importance, and they want the department to place, it's important to them, and they want us to do a good job in managing it and fixing it. Then there's maintaining fishing access sites, managing for native trout fisheries, using scientific information to inform management decisions, and improving existing fishing sites. So this is kind of consistent. Again, this is where we spend the majority of our time. So if you look at the black bar, that's how important the public thought it was. The gray bar is how the public thought we were doing at it. So I guess you could kind of look at that difference in there. Almost everything we're in the fair to good category and how we're doing, but there's clearly opportunities for improvement on some of that. The flip side of this question gets at what are the lowest ranked the lowest ranked things that the public put on their list. And providing classes on how to fish was least important to the public, but they felt that we were doing a good job at it. Creating new fishing access sites was a little lower ranked. Again, when you compare managing native trout to managing for warm water fisheries, it justifies the amount of time and effort we're spending on native trout conservation and providing those fishing opportunities. There is way more in this angler opinion survey. We could do an entire presentation just on that. But we're going to jump into the fish management plan. And as I mentioned earlier, the groundwork of this plan was really laid out in that 1980s version. Part 1 of the plan is an overview of department fisheries programs on a statewide basis. and provides goals, objectives, preferred outcomes, department policies, and goes through the fishery management programs that support this thing. And then part 2 is the drainage management plans, and we'll get to those in a little bit. So, as I mentioned, the program overview contains information, background information, such as program budget. In this case, you can see that the vast majority of our money is spent on management and research, followed by hatcheries, and then over $11 million on fish habitat. So this kind of lines up with the public priority part of that. The program overview also includes discussions about hatcheries, discussions about resident fish. It includes anadromous fish objectives, discussions of community ponds, mountain lakes. It's a fairly in-depth document, as I said. The other thing that the program overview does is it does provide some specific species guidance at the statewide level. So in this case, we're talking specifically about red band trout, which are native below Shoshone Falls and in the Clearwater and the salmon drainage. And this is where we provide guidance to staff and clarity in the public, to the public in terms of things such as, if you look about 5 bullet points down, it says in areas where stocking is needed and overlap with wild red band may occur, stock only sterile trout. So this was a fairly significant management direction, because what it does is it allows us to continue providing these supplemented fisheries with hatchery fish, but it removes the risk associated with having a reproductive hatchery fish on the top of a wild population of fish. In another case, looking at a very different species here in northern pike, the discussion about kind of background and history of pike in Idaho is at the front end of the document, but it also provides some pretty specific guidance on management of pike. And in the section I've highlighted here, where practical and necessary to protect other fishery management objectives, active suppression may occur where necessary to maintain other fishery objectives. So this is really getting at some transparency in those fisheries where pike are considered a problem. We may take action to suppress or remove them. So now moving into the drainage plans, and this is literally the structure that was set up in the 1980s. It breaks the state into 35 specific management areas. They're roughly drainages, but as I mentioned before, you know, if you took the Snake River drainage, it would be all of southern Idaho, so that's not really useful. So we sort of break the Snake River and a couple of the bigger rivers up into pieces. And the drainage plans are set up with a narrative overview at the front end. It just kind of describes background information on these waters and statistics on land use and management, information on recent challenges, opportunities, etc. And when we get into the management direction, this is the primary and secondary management objectives is really where the drainage plans rubber meets the road. And so there's 4 primary management objectives which are listed here. And native fisheries management strategy really focuses on sustaining native fish in those native habitats. That's wild management. That's West Slope cutthroat in the Middle Fork. That's South Fork, Snake River, Yellowstone cutthroat. That's bull trout across the state. Wild natural is the designation that's given to populations that are capable of reproducing successfully and providing fisheries in the habitat they have. This would be places like rainbow trout in the Henry's Fork. This is most of the bass populations in the state and that sort of thing. Then we get down to waters that are going to be hatchery supported. These are typically areas that don't have the habitat to support fishery objectives on their own, or the fisheries can be substantially enhanced with hatchery supplementation. And then the last, and this is a very new designation in the Fish Management Plan, is this designation of species as incompatible. And again, we've gotten into these situations in some places with some species of fish where either as a result of historical stocking, we have fish that are not consistent with management objectives inhabiting a watershed or a lake, or as a result of anglers helping us out by moving fish around the places we didn't want them. These will be designated as incompatible in a drainage plan. The secondary management objectives are broken down into these essentially 6 categories. Conservation is also a new designation, and this is really this is fairly rarely applied, but it's populations that are of significant conservation value that their loss or decline would negatively affect the status or likelihood of persistence of that fish species in Idaho. And so this is really an attempt to highlight some of those important populations. One of our major objectives is keeping state management. Part of that is highlighting important populations and the conservation associated with them. The anadromous management objective is all about salmon and steelhead, and it helps to put that primary management direction of native or wild into some context along with hatchery supported. Then you get down, I'm going to skip over general because general is everything that's not one of the others, and we're going to get in a yield fishery. Yield management is basically, we're going to manage this fishery for the maximum number of fish that people want to take home. We're not really going to limit size or anything like that. It's just, these are typically your perch fisheries, your crappie fisheries. People want to catch, these are the 30% of people that said filling the freezer is really important. This is where they go. And then quality and trophy are really about size structure of specific fish, populations, and applied to a certain extent because of the ability of those waters to grow those fish and anglers' desires to have them. So we're coming into the home stretch. In order to kind of put these management strategies into context, we're going to look at the Willow Creek drainage, which is just north of here outside Idaho Falls. Willow Creek is super interesting because it actually contains almost all of the management objectives that we're laying out here. So, gotta grab my notes here. 4. So for the Willow Creek drainage, and the first species we're going to look at are Yellowstone cutthroat, and they're managed under a primary native designation because they are native to the Willow Creek drainage. In Ryrie Reservoir, because of the potential for those fish to get a little bit bigger, they're managed as a secondary classification of quality. But the important thing here is this is a native fish. We're providing fisheries in part of this drainage, primarily in Ryrie, and we're looking at the rest of the tributaries in terms of restoration and long-term conservation opportunity. There's another 2 species that are actually primarily in Ryrie Reservoir, or actually only in Ryrie Reservoir, that fall under the primary management strategy of hatchery supported. So in this case, we stock kokanee and we stock sterile rainbow trout just purely to support sport fishery objectives. And so these are managed under the hatchery supported primary objective with a general management and secondary objective. Then we get down to the warm water species that are found in Ryrie Reservoir, in this case yellow perch and smallmouth bass. These are managed under a wild natural primary objective with a yield fishery as a secondary management objective. So perch and smallmouth bass, for the most part, are taking care of themselves. The natural reproduction is sufficient to support harvest fisheries. Smallmouth bass in Ryrie take forever to get to 12 inches, and so there's really not an opportunity to manage it for a quality or a trophy kind of environment. And the harvest, and anglers seem to enjoy the opportunity to harvest bass in that reservoir. And then lastly, walleye have been present in Ryrie Reservoir for, I don't know, 20 years maybe, 10, 20 years. Yeah, and recently, monitoring efforts have shown that there was a fairly strong spike. So they'd been kind of present, but at low levels, not really very concerning, just keeping an eye on them. And lo and behold, this last spring, there was a kind of environmental change, probably a result of a couple years of drought that allowed a pretty large increase in walleye. That led the fisheries managers in the upper Snake region to recommend walleye or designate walleye as an incompatible species in Ryrie Reservoir. And so when you roll all these together, this is essentially what the structure of these drainage plans look like. And so there's a lot of information wrapped up in this plan. Like I said, there's 35 different watersheds, and the bulk of this plan, the 270 pages, is in the drainage plans. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I hope I'm keeping everybody awake, but I'll stand for questions, and what we're really asking the commission for is a head nod to release this thing to the public.
Well, thank you, Lance. That was a good presentation. Yeah. I can't think of any questions, but how about the rest of the commission? Anybody got any questions, concerns? How about a head nod? I think you have your head nod.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Lance. How we doing on time? Do one more maybe, and then take a break, you expect?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay. State of Deer and Elk Trophy versus Opportunity Management by Eric Freeman and Regional Wildlife Biologist. Welcome, Eric.
All right. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, thank you. I'm Eric Freeman. I'm a wildlife biologist here in the southeastern region and have been working with Toby Boudreau on this next installment of the State of Deer and Elk series. At a commission meeting last November, I gave a presentation on deer harvest management. Perhaps you'll recognize this slide from that presentation, and hopefully one takeaway was that managers are often faced with a choice of whether to manage for more opportunities for hunters to hunt without restrictions, or to manage for more mature bucks on the landscape, which means either reducing hunter numbers or reducing success rates. To make this choice, Fish and Game staff have repeatedly surveyed the public on their hunting preferences, and one trend is very clear in their responses. Idaho hunters want to be able to hunt mule deer every year. Consequently, most mule deer populations in Idaho are managed to provide the public with annual hunting opportunities. As a result of this strategy, we frequently hear from hunters who would like more trophy opportunities, who feel like we're doing it wrong. For this presentation, I was asked to provide some insight into management for mature bucks, or in more common terms, trophy management. Today I'll use these terms interchangeably as they're functionally the same. I'll touch on several topics, including how one might manage mule deer to increase the proportion of the harvest that are mature or trophy bucks, the trade-offs associated with managing for large individuals, large antlered individuals, and the public attitudes around this type of harvest management. Start with a definition for mature buck or trophy management. This will depend on who you talk to, but for this presentation, we'll define trophy management as management for increased buck to doe ratios and older individuals for the purpose of increasing the proportion of mature individuals in the harvest. It's important to note that the focus on management here is there's certainly, non-management reasons for elevated buck numbers, like a perfect storm of environmental conditions. But aside from this, the answer to the question is pretty clear. We would have to reduce the number of males being harvested by decreasing either hunter numbers or success rates, which in turn increases the number of males on the landscape in subsequent years, hopefully. The most straightforward way that this has been done is to dramatically reduce the number of hunters on the hill. And we have examples of this across the West and in southern Idaho. These are publications from the Colorado Department of Parks and Wildlife and the Montana Department of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. On the left, you see the impact that dramatically limiting tag numbers in Colorado had on buck to doe ratios. Depending on how dramatically tags were reduced, managers saw an increase of between 7 and 21 bucks per 100 does in units around the state. These tag cuts were part of an effort to increase buck quality in Colorado as a result of changing public preferences. On the right, there's a comparison between limited and general hunt areas in Montana. This graph depicts the percentage of units with the specified management strategies that had specific range of buck to doe ratios. So for example, you see the purple bars representing general seasons, they all add up to 100%, as do the green. And we see the same trend here with the limited opportunities in green having higher percentages of units with ratios over 20. Perhaps more pertinently, the following graphs compare management types in several GMUs across southern Idaho. More specifically, they compare units with exclusively controlled hunts to units with general any weapon seasons during 2 harvest years. The average ratio from the controlled hunts was 29 bucks per 100 does during our herd composition flights, while the average ratio from the general unit hunts was 23 bucks per 100 does. So a pretty clear picture here of the impact of reducing hunter numbers on buck-to-doe ratios. When fewer bucks get shot, the proportion of them in the population goes up, although not always dramatically. You'll note Unit 76 there is an example of the effect of extreme environmental conditions. When weather benefits mule deer really well, we can grow mule deer bucks really fast, even in general units. Even if we took out that mid-40s estimate from Unit 76 that year, the average estimate of buck-to-doe ratios in the general units would be over 20. Interestingly, if you look at the proportion of adult males from our herd composition flights, that is to say any non-yearling bucks, the percentages are quite similar between the controlled and general hunt areas. So while the proportion of the population that are bucks changes, the proportion of bucks that are adult bucks doesn't necessarily change. To say this a little differently, in areas managed for higher buck-to-doe ratios, we're getting more bucks on the landscape, but not always more adult bucks in proportion to yearling bucks. This is likely an effect of the harvest in those areas being much more focused on adult bucks, as these are post-harvest ratios. A less straightforward but also likely effective method at increasing buck-to-doe ratios is to decrease harvest rates instead of decreasing the number of hunters. This can accomplish the same thing, that is, more bucks making it through the hunting season. It can be accomplished with a variety of means, including season date changes, weapon type changes, or restrictions on technology, all of which have the potential to reduce the number of hunters who are successful. I'll note here that the Southeast region recently initiated a Mule Deer Advisory Committee to explore options for improving hunter experiences without limiting the ability to hunt. Moving past the mechanics of trophy management, the more important question is, should we? And the next section here focuses on the trade-offs associated with this management strategy. And I'll start here with some positive results of trophy management. The graph on the left depicts success rates from several southern Idaho units with different management strategies, controlled and general. You see that depending on the year, success rates increase by between 30 and 40% on average when comparing general units to those with exclusively controlled hunting. Looking at the graph on the right, you can see a similar thing for the percent 4 points in the harvest, which also increased this time by around 20% depending on the year. We certainly do know how to increase the likelihood of success and the size of harvested individuals for those people that are fortunate enough to draw tags in our controlled hunts. However, the most notable cost of these increases is a dramatic reduction in hunter opportunity that is often required to achieve them. This graph compares hunter numbers in 2 units that currently have controlled hunting opportunity with 2 units that have general hunting opportunity. And those 2 units that are controlled, Unit 70 and 78, prior to 2008, they were general hunting units. And so in 2008, Unit 70 and 78 became control hunt areas after the public expressed an increased interest in additional high-quality opportunities. The cost of this change was that almost 1,000 hunters had to find new places to hunt. Notably, these units were selected purposefully because any other unit in southeastern Idaho would have displaced even more hunters. Shift to another way of looking at this using the harvest data from 2 slides ago, which is down there in the smaller table on the right. In a general hunting scenario, let's say there's 5,000 mule deer hunters in southeastern Idaho that want to hunt. Those same 5,000 hunters get to hunt, and assuming a 30% harvest rate, they might kill 1,500 bucks, of which 40% or 600 are 4 points. So 12% of those 5,000 hunters have the opportunity or kill 4 points. In a controlled hunting scenario of those same 5,000 hunters, the next number varies here, but depending on how dramatically cuts were made, 1,250 of them might get the opportunity to hunt on a given year. Assuming a harvest rate of 70%, that means they'd harvest 875 bucks in a given year, and assuming 65% harvest rate of 4 points, 574 points would have been harvested on these hunts. So a very similar percentage of 4 points being harvested when you look at the original 5,000 guys. Obviously, if you look at just the 1,250 guys that got to hunt on the controlled hunts, that number jumps up dramatically. While we can't infer how large these mule deer actually were, our current management strategies do already provide opportunities to harvest mature bucks. This graph shows the documented decrease in hunter numbers in Colorado following the statewide limits placed on deer tags around 25 years ago. On a statewide basis, there was around a 50% decrease in deer hunter numbers and a much greater decrease in localized areas, like over 80%, where hunting was most desirable. To summarize the past few slides, the most common approach to trophy management is through controlled hunts, and perhaps the most significant cost of doing this is that a bunch of people have to hunt elsewhere or not hunt at all. I think this is a good place to also look at the lost opportunity cost associated with reducing hunter numbers and the associated harvest. This table looks at the mule deer population at southeastern Idaho, say at its average, which we're currently below. Assuming 50,000 mule deer in southeastern Idaho, around 18,500 of them might be fawns when we fly our herd composition flights in December, assuming a fawn to doe ratio of 70 per 100. When accounting for overwinter mortality of fawns, this means that around 5,500 of those are male fawns that make it to October and are available for hunters to harvest as yearlings, spikes, and 2 points. However, mortality of those yearling bucks during the first year is quite high, and even without hunting pressure, only 2,750 of them might survive to be 2.5 years old. After this, survival increases dramatically, but by the time these bucks reach 4.5 years old, over half of them would have died from non-hunting related causes. Essentially, managing for 4.5-year-old bucks in the harvest would have cost hunters the opportunity to harvest 3,500 bucks from a single age class in this time period. The survival I used here can be found in the figure on the left. It's from some recent research in Utah where they have been monitoring buck survival in different age classes over the last several years and documenting low survival of that yearling age class of bucks. To reiterate this point, we would be costing hunters the opportunity to harvest many thousands of mule deer that are dying from non-hunting causes when managing for older age classes of bucks. I'll note here that I used 4.5-year-old bucks in that last comparison because of the data presented in this chart, suggesting that most antler growth has occurred by 4.5 years old. The authors of this research presenting this chart compared Boone and Crockett scores for known age mule deer bucks harvested on large ranches around the West. Think Vermejo Park or Deseret Land and Livestock or Ensign Ranches, and many others. In other words, they represented some of the best mule deer habitats and hunting around. I think then it's also important to note that trophy management can create certain expectations of harvest. While we might hope that restricting opportunity will allow every buck to become a monster, it's likely unrealistic, as the data from several thousand mule deer bucks harvested on ranches around the West suggests that the average deer will only ever be around 165 inches, regardless of how old it gets, even in excellent habitat. Next, we'll move from the opportunity cost of mature buck management to a reproductive cost. Again, from research conducted in Colorado, this table's super messy, but if you look at the yellow highlighted areas, you see changes in fawn to doe ratios that occurred immediately after tag availability became more limited in those areas of the state. This table offered the conclusion that fawn to doe ratios decreased on average by 7 fawns per 100 does when management shifted from offering unlimited to highly limited harvest opportunities. While this type of research is observational and generally can't specify causation, there is a strong correlation here. Moving to some recent research conducted in Utah, they analyzed survival rates from populations around the state in an effort to identify factors that were most important for population growth. As expected, environmental factors were most impactful. In the two graphs on the left, you can see that both summer and fall precipitation had a positive correlation with population growth. With more precipitation, the populations would grow faster. On the bottom right, you see that winter precipitation was negatively correlated with population growth. Again, but in the opposite direction, more winter precipitation, this time likely in the form of snow, caused, on average, populations were more likely to have lower growth rates. And then at the top right, you see the negative association with population growth rates of buck to doe ratios, meaning that populations with higher buck to doe ratios had lower growth rates. When they dove a little deeper, they found that does were fatter, where buck to doe ratios were lower. To reiterate this point of the last two slides, that there is evidence that increasing the number of bucks on the landscape comes at a cost of decreased reproductive rates in the population, which likely compounds the effect of limiting opportunity and may reduce the population's ability to respond to stochastic environmental events. While we can't prove the mechanisms for this decrease, it's highly likely that this stems from a density-dependent effect. Lastly, I'll touch on a disease-related impact for managing for high buck-to-doe ratios. Colorado Parks and Wildlife documented that male mule deer are almost twice as likely to contract chronic wasting disease, and that prime-aged males were the most likely to be infected. Considering mule deer breeding habits, it follows that mature bucks may be most responsible for spreading the disease. On the graph on the right there compares the prevalence rates in hunted and unhunted populations in Colorado, and you'll note that the prevalence rates in the unhunted population were significantly higher. Again, managing for higher buck-to-doe ratios likely increases the susceptibility of the population to the impacts of chronic wasting disease. This then takes us back to where we started, with survey results from the most recent mule deer hunter survey. Considering the trade-offs associated with managing mule deer for trophy opportunities, it should be no surprise that the majority of Idahoans want to maintain the opportunity to hunt annually. Oops. In each comparison in this chart, the upper bar is the option providing more opportunity. And in every case, in both years, hunters preferred the option that allowed them to hunt more frequently over the option that provided the potential to harvest a larger buck, but hunt less frequently. In the third group up from the bottom there, you'll note that the blue and orange bars are relatively close. Due to the nature of forced choice questions in the survey, this choice between having the opportunity to harvest a small buck every year or a large buck every 3 years was measured, but likely isn't functionally possible. When looking at high-quality hunts around the West, hunting every 10 years is a much more likely scenario. Maybe. These next graphs look at the perception of hunting from the public at large from the most recent survey conducted by the Western Association for Fish and Wildlife Management Agencies. And overall, we see a very high level of support for hunting, over 90% there in the graph on the left. The graph on the right breaks down public support for hunting by motivation. And this is much more difficult to interpret or draw conclusions from, as it's a certainty that most hunters hunt for a variety of motivations. But I've included it to remind us that trophy management has social connotations. And sure, maybe we shouldn't care what non-hunters think, but maybe we should consider the weight and importance of public opinion. It does matter, and we've seen scenarios across the country where the North American model of wildlife conservation has become threatened as public opinions and support for hunting has shifted and altered management. Moving to a summary, decreasing opportunity to improve buck quality can take two forms. One reduces the opportunity to actually get out and hunt, while the other reduces the options available to hunters while hunting. However, in either case, trophy management generally increases buck-to-doe ratios and likely the prospect of seeing or hunting mature bucks. At the same time, those hunters who get to participate likely have really good experiences. However, there are costs associated with this management strategy, including the lost opportunity, reduced productivity, and the potential for increased disease transmission. 4 additional points here. Current management in general units does provide the opportunity to harvest mature bucks, but depending on the year, perhaps 40% of the harvest in general units being 4 points or larger. In addition to these general season hunts, many general season units have hunts with alternative weapon types or season dates that frequently provide improved experiences and trophy potential without displacing hunters or preventing them from hunting. This previous point suggests that management does not have to be all or nothing, trophy or opportunity, but at some point, if enough area is managed solely for trophy opportunity, the system does break down and the remaining opportunity units become unpalatable to hunters. Third, surveys of Idaho's hunters suggest that Idahoans want the opportunity to hunt mule deer every year. And lastly, surveys of the population at large suggest that hunting has broad support. However, trophy hunting as a sole motivation for hunting does have some negative social connotations. Trophy management isn't inherently good nor bad, but there are costs and benefits of doing so, or biological consequences to social preferences. To conclude and to maybe wax personal, my favorite thing to do in the world besides spending time with my wife and daughters is to spend times in the woods chasing mature mule deer bucks. And I believe that we should continue to manage mule deer in the way that the sportsmen of Idaho want us to manage them. However, I hope that the sportsmen have this foresight to recognize that managing for increased potential to harvest trophy mule deer bucks at the expense of reduced opportunity to hunt does have significant costs. It doesn't make a healthier population, and it often doesn't make a higher proportion of mature bucks. It likely encourages the spread of chronic wasting disease. It reduces the opportunity for sportsmen and, more importantly, kids to interact with the resource and become immersed in hunting heritage. And long term, it almost certainly reduces the number of people who identify as hunters. Hunting is about the heritage of the hunt and the harvest and its ability to bring friends and family together in wild places to pursue wild game. Our agency depends on their passion, and the mission of our agency supports their passion. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
That was a great presentation, Eric. So I know you have some avid mature mule deer hunters in this area.
Indeed.
And have you shared this information with them? And what's their reaction to this presentation?
Some of them we've had conversations with. I think there's some people that it's impactful information for, and there's times when maybe it's less impactful, and that maybe it matters less to them. And I would say it's gone both ways. As far as this presentation, I think we just created it recently for the purposes of the state of deer and elk surveys, and this presentation, and I think it has some utility in the future when working with avid trophy hunters. That there are some drawbacks. There's also some benefits that the experiences that people had, even though it's reduction in the number of people that get to have them. Sorry, I should have said Mr. Chairman at the first.
Yeah, you can just sit down right now. I'm kidding you. Eric, I guess a little follow-up on that. You talked about a group of mule deer hunters. You've got a working group. Sure. Getting together.
Yep.
Can you talk a little bit about how that came to be? I mean, was that hunter generated? Was that the department, one of you guys reaching out to them? And what's the purpose of that group? Was it mainly to talk about growing mature mule deer, or what? Yeah, give me a little background on that, if you would.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, thank you. That originated, we were having conversations in the region about hunters' experiences and how maybe to improve them and what hunters wanted. Listening to hunters that had concerns about the current state of hunting in the region. And we developed some ideas related to things that we could try to change things, and mostly we were thinking about ways that we could try under an experimental umbrella would this work to increase buck to doe ratios or to improve experiences. And we were having those conversations in the region and brought them to the director's office, and they suggested that a good means of getting input there, or allowing the public to come up with those ideas or those means for changing things, would be to create a group that would allow the public to make those decisions. So we solicited applications and had around 50 people respond with applications. We selected 12 of those to represent Southeast Idaho hunters on the group. We've met once. We have another meeting next week, I think. It's August 5th. And I think the hope is that they're discussing, we've already gotten some feedback that they're talking to their friends, they're talking to people in the region about ideas and let's generate a conversation of, is there something that they would like to try, that they would like to propose anyways, while at the same time maintaining the opportunity, without taking away the opportunity to hunt, without, say, shutting seasons down or going to controlled hunts kind of thing. And so we posed that to them as something to discuss. We've presented a bunch of information to them, and hopefully they'll move forward with discussing their ideas and potentially coming with a proposal to bring to the director's office or the commission.
Great. Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, Eric, I want to tell you, this was really a thought-provoking presentation, and, you know, I don't know if white-tailed deer produce this way too, but it really puts in front that we as commissioners represent all sportsmen, all deer hunters, not just 10 old people that want a great big buck.
Correct.
And if you do that, then you're gonna sacrifice all these deer that some of the young hunters would be really happy in getting. And this really brought it to light to me that, and how long it takes to get to that trophy spot. That there's give and take on both sides. So I kind of going along with what your thought process is of what does the majority say? Or is there a majority yet? Because this gives you the fact to make that, you're gonna get this, but it's gonna cost this. And what constitutes the most sportsmen, and what are their thoughts? Because, you know, the older hunters are really opinionated, but are you knocking off that brand new hunter and taking away opportunity for them? That might get them started on a long hunting career. So good presentation. You impressed me. Thank you.
Bob, thank you.
Jordan.
I just want to say, Eric, awesome job. Mule deer has been brought forth to me from this commission. I repeat that over and over. And Eric is a mule deer guy. He's a wealth of knowledge. If you have any question for mule deer in South Idaho, he's the one to go to. So that presentation was awesome. And thank you for all you do. You do a good job. So, and I'm disappointed John's coat made it through this presentation without being remarked.
He took it off on purpose.
I do have one other thought or question for you. You know, everybody looks at their backyard when you're talking about this sort of thing, and where I generally do my mule deer hunting is 36A, where, you know, it's a general season for a couple weeks, but there's that offer of a late, very difficult tag to draw. I think there's five tags. Is that something that's has the potential of being broadened out there to allow for that that chance at a more mature animal?
Mr. Chairman, I think so. I think that those opportunities that occur in the same units as general season opportunities. Obviously, there's a bunch of units that don't have them, and there's certainly opportunity there to propose to the public and ask if that's an opportunity that they're interested in. I think at times they have concerns that will hurt maybe the experiences in the general season hunt during October, and maybe those are minimized if the number of tags is kept small enough. But I think clearly there's some room to expand that type of thing if the public or the commission saw fit.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioners? Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Should we take a little break? Okay. Why don't we take a little break and, shall we say, be back at 5 to 3? Commission will be in recess till 5 till 3. I'm going to make a command decision here. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started again. Ellery, you're going to give us a little presentation, an overview of disabled veterans special big game tags and children with special need big game tags.
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Director Fredericks, again, for the record, my name is Ellery Tucker-Williams, Legislative and Community Engagement Coordinator for Fish and Game. If you recall at our last commission meeting, there were a few questions related to two programs, the Disabled Veteran Special Big Game Tags, as well as the Children with Special Needs Big Game Tags. My presentation today is primarily a follow-up on those questions. As a reminder to the group, the four main questions that were asked were, why do we offer moose as an allowable species for these tags? How are our moose populations doing? How many folks are selecting moose how many folks are selecting moose for these special tags? And then what is the resident and non-resident breakdown of those tags? So my presentation today is going to answer those questions for you. Each year, the department provides 5 big game tags for children with life-threatening medical conditions, also known as the Children with Special Needs Big Game Tag Program. These children must be 17 years of age or younger and must be sponsored by a qualified nonprofit 501c organization. Tags may be used for deer, elk, pronghorn, moose, black bear, or mountain lions. Tags are valid for any open hunt, controlled or general. Tags may not be used for controlled hunts with fewer than 5 tags offered. And not more than 1 special needs tag will be issued to a non-resident for the Children with Special Needs Big Game Tags unless there are insufficient applications for residents. The application window is January 2nd through January 31st, and the draw of this tag is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So again, specific to the Children with Special Needs programs. Moving down to the Disabled Veteran Special Big Game Tag Program. The department also provides 5 tags for disabled veterans. 2 of those 5 tags are designated to the Idaho Division of Veteran Services. Special big game tags are only issued to disabled veterans who are sponsored by a qualified nonprofit 501c organization. Tags may be used for deer, elk, pronghorn, moose, black bear, or mountain lions. Tags are valid for any open hunt, controlled, or general. Tags may not be used in control hunts with fewer than 5 tags, and the Disabled Veteran Special Big Game Tags do not have a non-resident limitation. The application window is January 2nd through January 31st, and the draw of this tag is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, legislative intent of these 2 programs. Upon review of statute and legislative intent language, the purpose of both the Disabled Veteran and Children with Special Needs Big Game Tag programs was to provide disabled veterans and children with life-threatening medical conditions, quote, an opportunity to hunt big game in Idaho. Neither the legislative intent nor statute designates specific species. Statute currently states that the commission, quote, may prescribe by rule the manner and conditions of issuing and using the permits or tags. Allowable species are currently designated in rule and are limited to, as stated before, deer, elk, moose, pronghorn, black bear, or mountain lions. So, specific to moose statistics. The inclusion of moose as a qualified species was likely because moose populations were greater at the time both these programs came online. The choice to not include bighorn sheep or mountain goat was likely because hunting opportunity was and remains low, thus it was not reasonable to include them as a qualified species. Provided to each of you in your packet is a graph depicting the total number of moose tags sold and the total number of moose harvested from 2001 to present. That graph does not include super hunt tags or hunt of a lifetime tags. The arrows marked in that graph depict where both the Children with Special Needs and the Disabled Veteran programs were created legislatively. So while this doesn't tell you exact population numbers of moose, it does give you a trend of what our moose population has been doing since 2001. And also special thanks to Holly for creating this for me. So moving on to how those tags are divvied up between not only moose or species, but also resident versus non-residents. So for disabled veterans, approximately 81 tags have been issued since 2009. Of those 81 tags, 33 were for moose, which equates to approximately 41% of the total disabled veteran special big game tags. Approximately 56% of the total number of special big game tags issued were to non-residents. And again, as a reminder, that program, the Disabled Veterans Program, does not have resident versus non-resident restrictions. Moving on to the children with special needs big game tags. Approximately 69 tags have been issued since 2006. Of those 69 tags, 10 were for moose, which equates to approximately 14% of children with special needs special big game tags. Approximately 78% of the total numbers of tags issued were to non-residents. And again, if you recall, as I said earlier, there is a resident, non-resident component there, but if there's insufficient applications from residents, then non-residents can get those tags, or can be awarded those tags. So the total percentage of special big game tags offered to both programs, the disabled veteran and children with special needs, 150 tags have been awarded. Of those 150 tags, 43 were for moose, equating to 29% of all special big game tags awarded between the two programs. And that is all that I have for an update, and happy to stand for questions.
Commissioners, any questions, comments? You want to wave your flag?
You go for it.
Well, you know, it's, yeah, those numbers don't surprise me, I guess. The fact that the majority go to non-residents is, I guess, was a little bit surprising. You know, at the risk of sounding heartless, I think that maybe we ought to consider taking moose out of that equation in the future during the rulemaking process. Is that currently, Director, now that we would be looking at potential changes in that regard?
Mr. Chairman, so yes, this lives in Chapter 4 in licensing, and that will be open next year. So it's semi-open now, but it's too late to start anything on that this year. But in 2025 is when we'll be doing that zero-based rulemaking process, and we could take a look at this. And I'm comfortable that the department has the latitude to simply not issue moose tags. We've done it for 2024, so that's a done deal. But for 2025, we could simply not, we could make the decision not to do that. My recommendation would be to, given that chapter's open and it would just be one additional year of continuing to operate the way we're operating, I would suggest that we be transparent, go through a very public rulemaking process, kind of explain what the moose population looked like when the rule was originally developed, and put that into context with what the moose population looks like now, and then propose that we eliminate moose from those species. Yeah.
So, what's the wishes of the commission? I've spoken my mind. What do you guys think?
I would concur with that, Chairman.
Head nod all the way around. Okay, let's go forward with that. Thank you, Ellery.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay. Change the December 1 non-resident tag sale to December 10. John?
Mr.
Welcome
Chairman,
back.
thank you. Members of the Commission, Director Fredericks. For the record, I'm John Oswald, Bureau Chief of Administration. And today I'm going to talk about the December 1 non-resident tag sale, looking at changing the date this year to December 10th as a proposal. As you know, December 1 is a high volume sale event. This year it falls on a Sunday when our offices are closed. It also happens to be the weekend after Thanksgiving. So we have a few options we've looked at. One, you could move it up to Black Friday or back to Cyber Monday, but both of those don't seem like great options from a lot of different perspectives. One, our vendors are going to be very busy on those days, sales week. It's a difficult travel time. This event is something we put a lot of staff time into ahead of time. Also, Brant has folks that also put time in ahead of this, and that would be difficult at best with the holiday the week prior. So in looking at this, we'd like to propose this upcoming year for the 2025 season that the on-sale date specifically just for deer and elk tags for non-residents would be December 10th, which is the second Tuesday. Resident products would still go on sale online on December 1st. Auto renew for both residents and non-residents for hunting and fishing licenses would go on December 1. And then non-residents would still be able to buy unlimited tags like black bear, mountain lion, et cetera, starting December 1, December 2nd. And so it's really that rush sale that we're looking at, trying to create some separation. There's also a benefit where we can prioritize our residents that first week of December and avoid, holidays and weekend dates. So where we have a non-resident advisory committee that's looking at, a more longer-term solution, I think in the short term, changing the date, we're prepared if we got a head nod today to get that out to the public sooner than later so they have time to make arrangements. So this is kind of a stopgap for this year until that committee has time to act more intentionally on a long-term basis. And this one is just by proclamation, so we just need a head nod from the commission if that change sounded amenable.
Great, thanks, John. Any questions or concerns, guys? Everybody got the head nod going? Yeah, thank you. You have your head nod.
Thank you.
Okay, CWD update by Tricia Hedman. Hopefully you're gonna give us some good news, Tricia.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna just give you an update. Good afternoon, we're almost done. So, Chairman, Commissioners, Director, I'm going to give you an update today. Stacy DeWalter, who is our Wildlife Health Coordinator, was also going to be here. They left to try to get home and beat the storm that's coming into Boise. So there's a big storm coming into Boise this afternoon or this evening. So yeah, we'll tell you about it later. So what I'm going to do today, and I'm going to be pretty brief, this is just an update. We talked to you guys in May, or didn't talk to you in May. We talked to you, the last time we talked to you about CWD was in March. We gave you a commission meeting off. I wanted to give you kind of an update on our last year's surveillance, what we did, where we're at the end of the year. So our surveillance year runs July 1st through June 30th. So we just started our new 2024-2025 surveillance year July 1st. Then we're going to talk about what's coming up for the upcoming season, and then a little bit of additional information. So for the 2023-2024 season we just went through, we had 26 new detections of CWD, 1 elk, 5 mule deer, and 20 whitetail deer. Of those, 7 were suspect or roadkill. They were found animals. 14 were from the management action in Slate Creek, and 5 were hunter harvest. And as I'll point out, Unit 18 was a new detection, as well as GMU 23 to the south. So if we look at our statewide surveillance, and this map is from last year, the 2023-2024 season, where our CWD management zone was GMU 14 and GMU 15, and we were doing surveillance around our bordering states that have CWD, so Montana and Wyoming, and the center 39, 40, that center gray piece was our rotational sampling this past year. Statewide, just over 4,200 samples were collected. We had, like I said, 26 detections this year. To date, we've had 75 CWD positive detections. Most of those are still in GMU 14. Out of the 887 samples that we collected, 22 were positive. As I said, GMU 18 right across the river. We had 3 mule deer detections this year, and then we had our 1 mule deer detection in GMU 23. If you look at GMU 15, we had 511 samples taken, and in GMU 32, we had 70 samples, and that was part of that push at the end of the year, both in GMU 32A, 22, and 24. I think we only had about 12 samples when we detected it in 23. In GMU 24, and so we were able to get up to about 48 samples. In GMU 32A and 22, we were able to increase it by almost half of the samples. So this was a mild year. We were really pushing for roadkill. We didn't have a lot of roadkill because it was such a mild winter. So we came to you in March with some some ideas to kind of change what we're doing. Some of those were after we had been sampling so hard for so long in GMU 15 and hadn't found anything, it was to remove it from the CWD management zone and include GMU 18. So we are still doing mandatory testing in both GMU 14 for white-tailed deer and mule deer only. And in 18, we've added it to the CWD management zone, and we're doing mandatory testing there as well. In addition, we've added mandatory testing to GMUs 23, 24, and 32A for mule deer and white-tailed deer. We're still going to be doing voluntary elk surveillance and moose surveillance, but it's not mandatory. We're going to, just at check stations, get as many samples as we can. We're targeting hunters in all those areas with emails, letters, so we have a whole strategy to try to get hunters to know that they have mandatory sampling going on, as well as get some help from them. In addition, this year our rotation, we're still doing sampling on all of our areas that are bordering CWD positive states, Montana and Wyoming. But our focus sampling surveillance area happened to fall right around that 23 detection. And so we're looking at units 13, 15, 19, 19A, 22, 25, 31, 32, and 33. So we're going to just do an all-out push on trying to get as many samples from that new detection area as we can. A couple other things. We were talking about the website. We've are constantly trying to get our current website up to date of where sampling sites are, where we're having check stations, so people have a really good idea of what we're doing and where we're doing it, and when the public can request sampling kits. We're sending out sampling kits to mandatory testing. This is an updated feature on the website. You can go to the CWD part of our website and go and look at this 4-year sampling effort map. You can roll over that, and if you clicked on GMU 18, it would tell you by species how many samples we've had there and how many positives. One of the other things that we have been talking about a lot in terms of getting the message out to our sportsmen is really messaging for CWD that our goal is to manage for healthy deer, elk, and moose populations. And to do that by minimizing CWD prevalence, or the amount of CWD in the population, and minimizing the geographical spread of CWD in Idaho. So those are just some really basic goals that we have to try to get out to hunters, that our goal is to manage for healthy populations. And to do that by minimizing the spread. We're not going to stop it, but by minimizing it. And finally, as I said, Stacy DeWalter is our wildlife health program coordinator and our lab manager. She is going to take on the role of CWD coordinator, and one of her first jobs at this that we're kind of tasking her with is she is going to lead the charge of updating our CWD strategy. And part of that is that review will have regional representation as well as headquarters representation, and it's going to look at new statewide surveillance options, timelines for prevalence determination, new CWD management research, as well as a new human dimensions section that's incorporated into an updated communications plan. And so we will be bringing that to you, and the plan is to have Stacy come present to you in November at the November Commission meeting. So that's kind of where we stand right now with CWD. If you guys have any questions, I will stand for them.
Mr. Chairman, Trish, so is there any movement towards a live test? Anything new on that front, or?
Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, there is movement there. The problem is that most of the research that's been done on the live animal test, they're looking like they may approve it for captive facilities of whitetail. It's very dialed in for captive facilities and whitetail at this point in time, but there's not a lot of movement on any other species.
We can keep open.
Yep.
Thank you, Tricia. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate question for you or for Commissioner Ebert, but how is the public dealing with this after, you know, this long? Are you still getting positive comments from the sportsmen in these areas that have had the CWD detections? What's the general feeling of the sportsmen in these areas?
Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, and I will, and Regional Supervisor Tier can answer as well. I think we still have a lot of support in our sportsmen, but I think people, we have burnout as well. I think this is not an animal gets sick, you can see it and it's dead. This is a long glacial disease, and we've had a handful of sportsmen and landowners that have actually seen the disease in animal on the landscape and have called us, but by that point in time, we don't know how long these animals have been sick. So I think it's very hard for people to wrap their head around. They're making, and we're making decisions not for them as hunters, but for their children and their grandchildren. And so it's just such a slow disease, and every state we've talked to, this burnout kind of starts to play. And most of the communications have been to be very upfront with your sportsmen about what you're trying to do and why you're trying to do it. And I think Eric's presentation led very well into that kind of this trophy buck aspect really it is not helping CWD. And so I think it's one of those of we just need to continue working and listening to our sportsmen as well as our landowners.
Yeah, burnout was a good term. That's kind of what I was looking for. Don, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I would agree with that. I know we had less landowner support the second year than we did the first year. And it's a concern, but I know the crew in the Clearwater region work really hard, and they're communicating with these people, and I think we still have good support, but not what we did right at first, so.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. Long-term, like 5 years, I guess that's not long-term, but 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road, what does the hunting seasons up there look like? Is it still going to be all hands on deck like it is now with extra tags and try to minimize the population density as much as possible? Is this the new normal in the CWD zones, or what long-term was it going to look like?
Chairman, Commissioner Charette, I think in looking at other states, and I think that's what we have to do, is it is so adaptive, and it still stays a very high priority of sampling and trying to figure out where the disease is located. And the most successful states have kept the prevalence low. When the prevalence gets over a certain percent, then you start going towards a population decline. And Wyoming is seeing that right now in several of their populations, where they don't think they're going to have populations that are going to make it in the next couple of years. They're going to just go away. So I don't think it's one of those situations where 5-10 years down the road, we're still going to be kind of doing this and working with people to try to keep the prevalence low.
Thank you.
Brody.
This is a real silly question. Is there vaccinations for this at all? Like,
Chairman, Commissioner Hirschberger, I wish.
yeah.
I think it's one of those things of as it's a copper binding protein that's found in all mammals, and it just changes shape. And for some reason, it becomes infectious when it changes that shape. And at this point in time, they're not even sure how much of that prion protein is infectious. There's a lot of research going on, and there is hope for one day a vaccination, animals that develop natural resistance. The problem is the animals that are developing that basically aren't showing the disease early, that may have it longer, they're spreading it the whole time.
Right, carrying it.
So.
Okay, thank you.
Wyoming is one they're past the tipping point or at a tipping point. What's a state, for example, that has been applying management that appears to keep prevalence low?
I believe it was Illinois. If there's a really good paper out that we looked at that actually looked at states that tried to keep the pressure up in terms of doing management actions over time, and most of them had that pulled back, either legislatively or through their commissions or through, you know, the public. And Illinois has been able to keep up that pressure, and they've been able to keep the prevalence in their state relatively low, as well as keep the spread relatively contained. Other states, what you see is once they take their kind of stop that effort, it just then starts to rise.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Tricia. Next up, license plate artwork update by Hillary, Foundation Development Coordinator.
I didn't plan this very well, so sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. I'm very excited about this update. Just to give you a little background, so in March 2024, we launched the art request for artwork, soliciting new designs for the wildlife plates. They do have to be bluebird, trout, or elk. That's in state statute. Submissions were due in May 24th, and we received over 700 entries. So we had a really good response with that. Our marketing firm, Duff Waterston, sorted through all the submissions, got the ones out that didn't follow directions, submitted the wrong size or wrong animal type thing. So took those out, and they provided us with the top 12. So we had a small committee of department staff come together, and I had people from wildlife, fisheries, non-game, and then just a couple extras that I knew had wildlife plates and would probably buy more. So we came together, and we picked our top plate from each one. The voting was done in a blind manner, so I literally just last week found out who the winners were. So we didn't see anything identifying who they were. They had to be Idaho residents. That was the main qualification. So it was a little nerve-wracking, I'll say that. And I believe the director said that it's kind of $1 million question. These plates bring in a lot of money for the department. And since 2013, so the past just 10 years, they've brought in over $12 million as a whole. Part of that does go to Idaho Department of Parks and Rec, a very small amount, and Department of Ag. But the department receives the majority of that. So the winner of the Stephen Clark from Coeur d'Alene, he was actually the winner for the bluebird and the trout. We had no idea. I guess some people can see that the artwork kind of is in the same family. I don't see it yet, but he's a 25-year Idaho resident with his wife, and they've raised 3 sons. Stephen especially loves to share his passion for the outdoors through his artwork, whether it's sketching, drawing, or painting. To capture the art spirit of wildlife and share that art with others is especially rewarding. He spends a lot of time exploring the outdoors with friends and family, avid fly fisherman, and loves to discover nature's beauty and wonders. And the elk was done by Courtney Cunningham out of Filer, Idaho. She's a lifelong resident of southern Idaho. She's fortunate enough to experience many different types of awe-inspiring landscapes that Idaho has to offer, from the 10,000-foot peaks to the barren deserts. There are few encounters incredible as witnessing the majesty of a Rocky Mountain elk. I tried to capture this in the wildlife plate design, not only to honor the elk in the traditional sense of the high mountains, but also among the rimrock and sagebrush hills across southern Idaho. So each winner received $1,000 per plate. So we handed out $3,000. And the new plates will be available August 1st. So they'll just roll out immediately because they're wrapped on the license plate. So they'll switch over at the DMV. And then if you have current plates and you want to upgrade, it's just $22 to do so. So I'm going to show you the elk. Somebody can see it?
Yeah, I like that. That looks nice. Huh?
Yeah, they did a very nice job.
Somebody drew that?
I think it's a combination of a lot of different things, but we did make sure that they weren't AI generated.
Yeah.
I guess they can tell that. So this is the new trout plate.
That's cool too.
You like Vanna, and then this is the new bluebird.
Oh.
So I think this one is really a stark difference, and I think a lot of people will like it. So we're very excited about it. I've got the plates. I'll pass you guys just so you can see it, what they look like on the license plates. But we're pretty excited.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So that's all I have.
Commissioners, do you have any questions, comments?
I just registered my truck 2 days ago. Will I get the new one?
I don't think so.
Dang it.
But just for $22.
I went in there and told them they were getting new artwork, and they looked at me like I was crazy. So.
Yeah, they're getting notified today.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I discussed this with Hillary quite, and I don't like people messing with my license plates, but she's almost got me convinced to go and buy some of these license plates.
Well, I'm sure there was a lot of work involved with putting that together, and I think they turned out fantastically. So, congratulations on all your work in this regard.
Thank
it's
you.
Neat. Thank you.
Realize you probably won't get those back.
I was gonna say, we're all gonna be driving around with sample plates on now.
Hey, we're nearing the finish line, folks. Up next is the director's report.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I will give a fairly brief report. You've heard a lot from all the bureaus essentially today, so I'm not going to go into great detail. In fact, a lot of the things that are in the written report are things that we've covered, but there are a few highlights that I'd just like to make. One, obviously we talked about the postcard and the controlled hunt process there. I just want to acknowledge that on the upside in the admin bureau, we had the sale of the cap zone tags on July 10th and then the sawtooth tags on July 12th. And by and large, that went off without a hitch. And so, I mean, that doesn't mean that on the night before that there aren't people wringing their hands in our shop. I know there are hunters wringing their hands, but in our shop, it's a period of stress as we approach those high volume sales events, but they went very, very well. And so I commend our staff and Brant for pulling that off. And then looking forward, we have the sage grouse and sandhill crane tags that go on sale August 1st. The second non-resident deer and elk tags available August 8th, and then early season leftover controlled hunt tags on August 6th. So I'm confident they're well positioned to handle all of those things. In the Bureau of Communications, kind of a neat one. So Connor over here, Connor Lease has launched a weekly podcast called Hook and Bulletin. So he started that in mid-March, and so it's just conversations that summarize fish and game news and information from around the state. And it's available on all major podcast platforms. And he just published the 12th episode in June, and it's taken off. I'm impressed to say that since the debut, the podcast has been played about 9,000 times, and it has a growing weekly audience. So that's pretty neat. And it just speaks to the creativity of our communications bureau folks as a whole. I mentioned earlier, or Joe Kazafka mentioned earlier, the little snippets on video snippets helping to explain proposed fishing season and regulation changes. And so well done to the Communications Bureau. Also related to the Communications Bureau, in the May meeting, we had the presentation from Ian Malapai about the Attitudes and Awareness public survey that we did. And Ian mentioned at that time that the next phase of that process is to do a deeper dive. There's a lot of really good information there. There are some things that kind of raise some questions about, well, what does this mean, or where can we go with this? Just an opportunity for a deeper dive. And so we're going to do that with focus groups. So they will be working with our consultant to put focus groups together around the state and kind of try to understand more in depth some of those attitudes and awareness things that we heard about from folks. In the world of enforcement, there's a really good story, a patrol officer highlight in there. I'm not going to go over the whole story, but I would encourage you to read it, about our regional investigator, Malcolm Clemenhagen, in your region, and a case that he had that originated from a call from Indiana wildlife, an Indiana wildlife investigator, and the work that Malcolm went through to make that case. It was a good case, and credit to Malcolm on that. And also, we had the WAFWA presentation of the Commission of the Year Award from Courtney Mycroft. At that same WAFWA meeting, we had another recipient, and we didn't acknowledge him here because he was acknowledged at the WAFWA meeting and he had his family there. But Cody Allen, the regional investigator here in the Southeast region, received the Pogue Elms Officer of the Year Award. So very special award, well-deserved award for Cody. So congratulations to him. And in the world of fisheries, Lance Hebden talked about the importance and the prioritization of habitat in public opinion in terms of what we do in the world of fisheries. And so just so happens that there is a write-up on our native fish, or not native, our resident fish habitat restoration works around the state. We've stepped up those efforts over recent years, and just for example, since April in 2023, we've had grant applications that have successfully secured an additional $170,000 for design and implementation of new projects around the state. There's a list of various types of projects that we've completed, replacing a failing culvert on the St. Joe River to benefit cutthroat trout, removing culverts on the Tex Creek WMA just north of us to connect some Yellowstone cutthroat trout habitat in the Willow Creek drainage, work on Targhee Creek and tributary to Henry's Lake to reconnect 1.6 miles of spawning and rearing habitat. So there's a lot going on there. So it is good to see the increase in resident trout habitat projects that we've been completing around the state, and it is consistent again with what people see as a real priority of ours, should be a real priority of ours. In the Wildlife Bureau, interesting note that our crew, a little over a year ago, we toured the potential lava wind energy site. And so one of the things that we discussed is potential impacts to wildlife, obviously, and one of those wildlife species that we touched on was bats. We do know that wind turbines kill bats. As far as the impacts in terms of population and distribution, not a lot is known, but our staff have deployed acoustic recorders to monitor bat occurrence in that study area, and as well as a nearby control area. So it's not likely that we'd be able to determine anything with regard to population abundance, but it can give us some valuable information with regard to the distribution of different species of bats. So the way these acoustic recorders work is they record noises at night, and then through software you can tease out what noise was a bat and then break it down to actually what species of bat made that noise. And so there were 60,000 acoustic recordings to date, 20,000 of which were identified as bats, and then we identified 6 unique bat species. So just kind of an interesting monitoring program there. And I think, Mr. Chairman, there's a lot of other good information in here, but I am going to invite you just to read that and then wrap it up here. So thank you.
Thank you, Director. Yes, I'd encourage everybody to read through that and look it over. Next up is commission reports, and generally we've been skipping this, and I think we should probably do that today too. We can go back and read through them, but it's kind of a bittersweet time for Commissioner Cameron. This is going to be his final meeting. He hasn't said a lot today. He generally doesn't say a lot, but if he does talk, you probably ought to listen, because he's got a unique perspective. He's always very thoughtful with his comments, And I don't think I've ever met a more passionate hunter, sportsman, really, than you, Greg. I don't know how they're going to replace somebody like you in the upcoming fulfillment of your position, but it's certainly going to be tough to do. You know, he brings a unique perspective as a landowner and such an avid sportsman that I think is going to really truly be missed by the commission here. So I would suggest that we give him a round of applause and then maybe a couple moments to say something if he'd like to do so. I realize we're going to get together tonight and talk about this, but I wanted to make sure we did it on the record here before we actually do that. So I can't even tell you're standing up, Kathleen. So let's give him a round of applause.
This is pretty hard, for sure. When I first was appointed to this position, when we went before the legislature, in my resume it said this is my dream job. And I just always knew it was. And one of the legislators said, "How do you know it's your dream job? You haven't even done it yet." And I said, "Trust me, this is my dream job." And that was it. Nobody said any other word. And it's the truth. It was my dream job. I really, really, really enjoyed it. It was important to me to do it, and I was really happy for the opportunity. And I just want to tell Jim I appreciate him, the job he does, and I appreciate all you guys because you make our job easy. And I still say the same thing I've been saying forever. If everybody knew what I knew about the Fish and Game and the commission and the director, the only bitch they'd ever have is they couldn't draw a tag, because we're not going to pass crap. You guys have your ducks so in a row that we can't refute what you do. And it's amazing because even when you screw up, you fix it really fast. So most of the time, the public doesn't even realize that happened. For sure. I appreciate all you other commissioners too for the support and for the camaraderie and for all you guys do too. Because it's a job. You can make it a really full-time job if you want to, and it's a super important job. And I really appreciate you all. And thank you, Valerie, for keeping me out of trouble. Most of the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Appreciate it. Okay, next on the agenda, planning for the next meeting. The next meeting is in beautiful downtown Salmon, Idaho, my stomping ground. We're going to welcome you there, and I'm sure that Ryan Hilton will have some fun and exciting things for us to do when we arrive there in November. Nothing quite like salmon in November. Could be worse, but is that right? And what are the dates on that, Director?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman, and so we have the 6th and the 7th, so field tour yet to be determined on the 6th, public meeting that evening, and then the business meeting on the 7th.
Excellent, thank you. And now, is there anybody that would like to make a motion to go into executive session?
Yeah, I'll do that. I move the commission go into executive session under Idaho Code 74-206, subsection 1F.
C. Been moved?
There will be no C. Mr. Pizengra has said there are no lane items. Thank you for checking.
Been moved, is there a second?
I'd second.
Second. This is a roll call vote, is that correct? I should look over here.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So let's go ahead and start Region 1.
Aye. Region 2, aye.
Region 3, aye.
Region 4, aye.
Region 5, aye.
Region 6, aye.
And Region 7, aye. Let's break to go to executive session, and we'll come back on the record to adjourn the meeting, right? Okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, we are back in open session, and We had a talk about litigation items in executive session. There are no litigation positions to take, but I did want to bring up that the department had received correspondence from Fish and Wildlife Service relative to mandatory bear identification. So with a head nod from the commission, we will take just a few weeks to evaluate if there are proposed rules we should bring back to the commission for your consideration for this year's docket and any other related items that might be appropriate. So just looking for a head nod to make sure it's okay to proceed with pursuing rulemaking proposals to bring back to you within a few weeks.
Commissioners, do we have a head nod? Yes. We have a head nod. Thank you,
All right.
Kathleen.
Thank you.
Okay. And with that, we're going to go into recess prior to our dinner at Upper Ross Park Pavilion to celebrate Commissioner Cameron's 8 years on the commission. So we'll see you all up at Ross Park Pavilion.
Very good.
I'm gonna